Okay, everyone, hi. Welcome to some very special ladies that I see, and the cutest little mascot. Look at that sweet face. No wonder we're winners. Okay, here we are, October 16th, 2019, the birthday of Jeff Dorchak. Where are you? Birthday, very important day today.
Thank you.
We're not singing, though. We're not going to do that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that more.
Okay. City Council's called to order. This meeting's been properly posted and noticed in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 or closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on channel 1002 and in standard definition on channel 2. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, on the Go Vegas app. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast KCLV Channel 2 and the web, Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers, going out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance, and once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, we have a new flash parking self-validation machine, which is located in the foyer between our council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter the chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you don't have your ticket, please see a security personnel when exiting for validation. Okay. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Carol Simpson, Shekinah Glory Ministries, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. And good morning, and thank you for doing this.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Thank you, Mayor Goodman and the City Council for this opportunity. Please bow your head as I pray. Dear wise and loving Father, thank you on behalf of all who have gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, health. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thank you for the freedom to embrace you, and thank you for loving us. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for our various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council here today. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their task. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give us assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Las Vegas. In your most blessed name I pray, amen. Thank you.
Now, I had announced about 5 minutes ago, we have a birthday boy at the end down here, Jeff Dorchak, but we also have a birthday lady down at this end. A sandwich, our Councilwoman Victoria Seaman. We're not singing anymore, though.
Well, I'm probably just taking it, yeah, of course, rest.
But you've had a good trip,
Yes, thank you.
Hi there. Hi, everybody. David, what are you doing back there? Are you watching Councilwoman Seaman to make sure she stays safe on her birthday? Yes. Okay, are we all here? Yes. Oh, right. Councilman Anthony has a small injury, so he's going to stay up there and support from afar. Okay, for our first ceremonial item today, I want to ask our Muni Court Administrator, Dana Havelock, to come down here. He comes from the door. Wonderful. Please join us. Our employees strive to live our values of being kind, committed, and smart. They build our community to make life better, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month representing these values is Ryan Euro. So Ryan, come on down. Wow. He has a fan club. You have a fan club. Oh my gosh, this guy's loved. Let me tell you about Ryan. How many years you been with us, Ryan? How many years?
4 years.
4 years. Isn't that beautiful? He's a technical systems analyst and has been with the city 4 years. Ryan does an amazing job streamlining many behind-the-scenes functions that have enhanced counter operations and have made it easier for our citizens to conduct their business within the court. Ryan has also worked with staff on workflow processes to make sure information is quickly and clearly communicated, resulting in a better experience for our citizens. He has the ability to understand issues that are occurring and then transitioning to finding a technical resolution that benefits the Muni Court and the entire community. For those who have business with the court, this means a much easier and a much simpler experience. So Ryan, thank you for all that you do for our community. And I want to present you with this award, Mayor Pro Tem, if you would. Thank you very much. And you are holding, what does it say, please, Mayor Pro Tem?
Employee of the Month, Ryan Euro.
Beautiful.
October 2019.
Beautiful. And want to, aside from the award and our gratitude, and I know we're going to hear from Mr. Havelock in a minute, remind you that your name is featured on the sign at the corner of Main Street outside City Hall. So first and foremost, your boss.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, City Council. Apologies from our judges who are busy and engaged this morning with dockets, so I'm here on their behalf. Ryan joined us just over a year ago in September of 2018 and quickly became the go-to person for his technical expertise, jumping in on problems throughout the court. And what's most amazing is his nominations didn't just come from his unit, they came from all the areas of the court where he services everybody and is well known for his enthusiasm, his positiveness. He truly exemplifies kind, committed, and smart values of the city, and it's not just a privilege, it's an honor to have him as part of our Muni Court family.
Okay, are you ready to say something? Yes.
Test. Thank.
Smiles. I want everybody to turn around, look at the smiles in this department. Wow.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Dana, judges. Thank you to everyone's here for the support. This is truly a surprise. I had no idea this was happening. A big thank you to those who actually took the time out to nominate me. In the short span of municipal court, everyone's been welcoming, and it's been great. It feels like a family, so it's been wonderful working here so far.
Thank you. We congratulate you. Were you born, raised in Las Vegas?
Hawaii,
Hawaii. And when did you come to the mainland?
2005.
Okay, so you did high school there, not here. Although he looks very young. Please, from the department, everybody who loves this guy, please stand up. And look at your team. Is that awesome?
Stop.
Thank you. No, you can tell why. I mean, obviously talented. You all do such a great job, and the reason we really love you is because we're building you a new building, right? Have you gone down in there and looked at the big hole? Know where your offices and everything's going to be? Yes? Beautiful. Well, congratulations. Dana, thank you so much. What a great choice. Good luck, Mayor Chip. Good luck and good health. You may not use it. It's a $1,000 chip. Yes. But, yeah, right. You'll go to jail, but we know somebody can help you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks, Dana. Thank you. Oh, yeah. So let's just step up right on either side here. Well, I'll step over here with you. There are too many over there. You can right here. It is good to be mayor. Oh, there we are. Thank you. Heard that. Congratulations.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Lovely tie. Is that a Garcia? I love Garcia ties. Beautiful. And you young people don't even know who he was or is. And is he still alive making ties? Dana?
I think so.
You're good. Somebody else. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, microphone's yours, and you're up to something exciting.
I am. Good morning. I am so excited this morning to be recognizing someone today who has unimaginable talent, dedication, and leadership. Today we are recognizing Aaron Wheels Fotherham, the creator of WCMX. For those of you who don't know, it can be summed up as BMX in a wheelchair. In this sport, Aaron holds multiple world records and world's firsts. In 2005, he perfected a mid-air 180-degree turn. Then on July 13, 2006, he landed the first wheelchair backflip. 4 years later, at a camp in Woodward, he landed the first ever double backflip on August 26, 2010. Since then, he has gone on to perform live on tour with the Nitro Circus, and on February 9, 2011, he landed his very first front flip in New Zealand. He is a 4-time winner of the WCMX World Championships and has recently executed the first wheelchair flare backflip 180. So can I have Aaron and his wife Charlie and his wife Kayleen come up here? No, his mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I mean, you know, 2 wives, I don't know. I've always, you know, thought about having 2 husbands, one cooking and one cleaning. But this is his wife, Charlie, and his mother, Kayleen. Yes, I'm sorry. Great. So we have a short video highlighting some of Aaron's amazing talents, and I just have to tell you, because I don't know if you're going to see it in the video, I want you to imagine. So when he first starts out, and he's working with the crew, and he does this flip, and he falls, and his wheelchair breaks. He's so comical. He says, "Oh my God, I'm never going to walk again." So please enjoy this short video.
Oh, shoot. There's so much wrong in the world today. Just read the news on your front page. You'll say you get thrown away. You got bankers, thieves, and presidents. They're stealing cash from residents again. It's so insane. Got channels reaching 4 or 5. They're preaching God is on their side. And Sam never had a chance. The dreams we make are no excuse. We all believe that what's the use for you? I don't understand.
Is that amazing? Wheels volunteers throughout our community and all over the world, never hesitating to talk with fans, take pictures, and sign autographs. You can see this over and over from the meet and greet Aaron hosted just before our meeting. He came to City Hall early, like at 8 o'clock, and he met with some folks and just stayed here until we're here now. He's speaking at the 12th Annual Disability Sports Festival this year at California State University, San Bernardino. Aaron is a shining example of rising awareness through action. It is his love for mentoring and invoking inspiration to overcoming physical challenges that we are recognizing Wheels today. We cannot thank him enough for his dedication and expanding WCMX and being a lifelong leader in our great city. And with that, I want to give him this certificate of recognition for all that he does and just the inspiration that he is. And it's just, and he'll be here for a while if you guys after this want to just say hi and shake his hand and take a photo with him. Madam Mayor?
This is incredible.
Would you like to say a few things?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for this. This is an absolute honor. Wouldn't be here, wouldn't be possible without my beautiful wife, Charlie, my loving mom. And, you know, huge thanks to the city of Las Vegas and Parks and Recreation for, first of all the beautiful skate parks. Really wouldn't be able to do any of this without you guys. And so I truly appreciate everything you've given me. And so many other people in the action sports world. So I wanted to give you guys your own wheelchairs to practice your tricks.
And it's pink. Awesome. Want me to take that? Yep. Look at that. It's pink. It's pink. Yes, and it's signed.
So you have to keep it.
I'll hand them out for you. Perfect.
Oh my gosh, are you great?
He's up there.
Take that up. Thank you. Well, he tends to be a fake sometimes. Oh, thank you. Awesome. Oh, is this?
Yes. Thank you so much. Isn't that one? Thank you. Thank Thank you so much. I'm so excited about this. So now we all have to take a picture together.
Yes, absolutely. But Aaron, were you born and raised here? Yep. Yes. And where'd you go to school?
Born and raised here. I went to a year of Arborview and half a year Centennial, and then got my GED. Woohoo!
Oh, right. Awesome. Well, you can show them a thing or two for sure. But just, I mean, that was so impressive. I have one of my youngest son did skateboarding. Do you have a copy of that video? Can we get them? I mean, it is so impressive what you've done. Do you have a special chair that's equipped to take that type of weight landing and everything? And are they made here, or where are they made?
So this chair actually has Fox shocks on it. It's pretty much like a mountain bike, but a wheelchair version. And I actually built this specific one here in town, just in the garage. It's holding up so far.
But are you distributing and making it known to others that anywhere in the country? Do you have a website or something so that, and who built it? Who is the company, the people that you're working with to build such a fabulous piece here?
So started building and designing this chair with my friend Mike Box. He's Box Wheelchairs out of Texas. And he's just been mentoring me and teaching me over the years how to kind of do more of the fab work and stuff. And so I just wanted to be able to kind of build it myself, you know, and try and get to the point where I can possibly build it for other people. So far I'm not in the place to sell them and get them out there yet, but if anyone that wants to get into it checks out boxwheelchairs.com.
Boxwheelchairs.com. And you can drop a note to Aaron, too, and help get this moving, because I think it's phenomenal and an opportunity for so many others to have a really exciting time and doing all the things all the crazy skateboarders do, but you do so much more with everything that you've done. So we're proud of you, we're thrilled, and congratulations on your GED. And we're going to do a photo.
Yep. Mom, can you come back up here? And the mayor has her honorary mayor check.
I've got.
Yeah.
Thank you. I gave one to your wife and your mom. So good luck to you. Great. Thank you. Congratulations. Awesome. 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 So proud of you. That's awesome. No, we got to get these things out there. But we changed the name to Aaron.
And maybe we got to do a WCMX program.
Yes, so be in touch. Let us know. Have your wife or your mom be in touch. We get this thing moving. I think it's phenomenal what you're doing. Proud of you. Thank you. And Councilman Anthony, you're not there, but I'm bringing you your little wheelchair. I know you're in back. Okay, so next, the birthday girl has a presentation.
Thank you,
Here
Madam
you
Mayor.
go.
Thank you. Today, I'm going to talk about Walter Johnson Junior High School. I had the pleasure of recently meeting Principal George Annis and touring the Walter Johnson Junior High School Academy of International Studies and was overwhelmingly impressed with what they're doing. So would you like to come on up?
Congratulations. Nice to see you.
So, thank you. So Walter Johnson Junior High is an international baccalaureate world magnet school. They currently have over 1,500 students who speak 27 different languages. They offer a curriculum called the Middle Years Program, where students are taught both Nevada and world content standards. They have a unique 10-period block schedule, and students have math and English every day for 72 minutes. The program requires Johnson Academy to teach 8 subjects as opposed to 6 subjects in a regular school. If a student stays with this program, there is 100% acceptance into college and a college graduation rate of 94%. Walter Johnson offers numerous clubs and activities after school, and many of them are award-winning. They have a world-class VEX robotics team that has won the Nevada State competition and been invited to participate in the VEX World Championships in Louisville, Kentucky. It is for these reasons and many more that Walter Johnson Junior High School has gone from a 2-star rating when Principal Annis arrived 7 years ago to become one of 6 middle schools with a 5-star rating today. So, on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, we would like to congratulate Principal Annis, the faculty, and the students on a job well done. Good job.
I will have to say that this is accomplished because of my staff. We have trainings today, so they can't be here. I have, believe it or not, I have a big principals meeting I'm missing, so I've been sending it to my boss. She's happy about this too. But they're a wonderful staff. We have worked tireless hours. In fact, when we ask them to meet, they often meet on their own time, before school, after school, Sundays at a Starbucks, just to plan for the kids. So this kind of dedication and this kind of training for these teachers make things happen for the kids at Johnson, and I'm very, very happy for them. So thank you again for this award.
How many teachers do you have?
I have 85 teachers and 112 staff members altogether.
Wow. And you deal with the most challenging age group in the world, middle school. For those of you remembering back and having raised 4 children, going and living through it. But to go ahead and go from a 2-star to a 5-star school is simply inspirational. And it has to do with the leadership and then your faculty who stay with you because they believe what you believe, and then impart that to the students. And the parents must be so thrilled. And the main thing is that we replicate, that we copy what you've been doing in other middle schools that are struggling. So we congratulate you. You are what it's all about from our perspective, and we are so grateful and so proud. And birthday lady, we are just so appreciative that you have this wonderful school in your ward. So again, congratulations. Thank your faculty and your staff and your maintenance crew and everybody else that believes as you do that our children deserve the best. So thank you. Oh, photo. Come in closer.
We can move that.
No, no moving. Hope those are photo lenses. You're awful far away. They are. Okay, good. And so we'll make sure you get the copies of the pictures. Thank you. Thank you. Great.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. It's great. Yay for the future generations coming through. Okay, go back to work. You're being paid to work, not to get awards. Okay, guess what? I wonder what Councilman Creer is going to be doing today. Are you dressed appropriately? Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. I got to say, we've had some great ceremonials this morning. I mean, some outstanding people who have come up and are doing amazing things in our community. And this one is not going to fall short as well. You know, it's a great morning when you can honor an organization that has made a tremendous impact into our community in a very short period of time. So good morning once again. I want to thank you all for coming out and recognizing our WNBA, our Women's National Basketball Association, Las Vegas Aces. Our team is a premier team representing the city of Las Vegas. And I'd like to invite General Manager Christine Monier to join me at the podium, and all the other members of the ACES organizations, come on up here as well. I want all you guys to come up, including Buckets. Come on up. Christine is responsible for the ACES press releases, ticket sales, marketing, community relations, to name a few of her duties, which I'm sure include much, much, much more. We are proud to have her today to accept this City Council recognition on behalf of the MGM Resorts, who brought the team out, who owns the team, and thank you to Jim Murin and all the leaders at MGM for bringing the ACES to Las Vegas, the players, and everybody in the organization as a whole. You know, the mission statement of the ACES is Las Vegas Aces are deeply committed to enriching and impacting our Las Vegas community with a special emphasis on diversity and inclusion, health and wellness, and education. We are proud to lead the way by working through schools, our community-based organizations, partnering with service-based volunteer organizations, and utilizing the WNBA platform to encourage the love of basketball through our city. I'm going to show you guys a big sizzle reel that they've put together so you get an idea. If you didn't get a chance to make it to some games this year, you get a chance idea of what you missed. That's awesome. So as you can see, this is a powerful and dynamic video showing teamwork at its best. We cannot forget the energetic and entertainment of our great mascot, Buckets. Show us some love, Buckets. You know, I can tell you firsthand that I've been to a number of games this season, and everyone is just a lot of fun and great energy. It is great sportsmanship. It is awesome basketball from a technical standpoint to an actual a fan-friendly experience that you go to. I know Kelly in my office is a season ticket holder who works with me. She's great. Jorge Cervantes. Jorge in the back is one of our Chiefs. He's a proud season ticket holder. And so, you know, the games are a lot of fun. They're really exciting. The entertainment between the breaks generates a huge show of support from the crowd, and it really represents what Las Vegas is all about, which is the entertainment capital of the world. The Aces advanced to this past season to the WNBA semifinals in just their second season, going 21-13 during the regular season. The Aces had 3 players named as 2019 All-Star starters. Liz Cambage, who I happened to meet on a flight back from Chicago. We're coming back from Europe and come back to Chicago, and lo and behold, who's on my flight is Liz Cambage. And if you haven't seen Liz, she stands out. And so you notice her, and I went up to her and said hello to her, and she was as friendly could be. She is a wonderful person, and it was just great to meet her. And you can check her out in the Sports Illustrated, the nude issue as well, so in other areas. Kayla McBride and also Adria Wilson were starters on that team. Additionally, Dorica Hamby was named the WNBA 6th Woman of the Year. And so, recently, I had the opportunity to tour the Aces office. You guys are very very gracious to have us out there with Kelly in my office. And we saw what was going on there behind the scenes. It was great. We saw some Aces gear on game day to show her support of the team Kelly wore. Kelly played basketball in high school as well, in college in Michigan. So she's a true fan. She also coached basketball in middle schools and high schools in Michigan. And we had the pleasure to meet some of the staff as well as some of the players, Kayla and Asia, who were there, where they were just friendly as well. And we had some great conversations with them. I'm going to show you a little video of our little afternoon at the Aces office. We're looking forward to a lot more partnerships. with the ACES organization, as well as with the city of Las Vegas, and especially with the Mountain Ward of Ward 5. So thank you guys very much. All right. It was great to spend that afternoon with them. Asia, who is, I'm in a fraternity called Alpha Phi Alpha, and Asia is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, so we sort of threw up a little bit of stuff there, which was pretty cool. Yeah, as you guys know, the ACES joins our other professional teams in Las Vegas, Golden Knights, which is our hockey team, the Las Vegas Aviators, which is our baseball team, and the Las Vegas Lights, our soccer team, and we are definitely looking forward to the Raiders joining us in 2020. So I would like to present a proclamation to the team and to Christine. Sports offers options for our residents and tourists alike. I'm a former student athlete. I played tennis in college, and I understand the value of what it means to be a student athlete and the commitment that you make to being an athlete and to being great at your trade, at your sport. It's a dedication and commitment that if you don't go through it, then you don't really know what it really takes. And so when you see these athletes out on the court, it is decades of commitment and sacrifice and fine-tuning their trade in order to be there and to provide a level of entertainment for us. So we're excited that Las Vegas Professional Sports is advancing Las Vegas. Hopefully we'll be able to add an MLS team, Mayor, soon. The Las Vegas Aces are an amazing team who I predict will have an even more successful third season. And so we invite the community to get on board and support the WNBA, Las Vegas Aces professional basketball teams. If you haven't got your tickets, I'm sure tickets are on sale for next season. Let's get out and get some. So I'm going to present this to you. Whereas the Las Vegas Aces boasted the best defense in the league and set a league record for rebounds, we recognize they are all in and they double down. And whereas the Las Vegas Aces established two major community initiatives, the Lace Up Mentorship Program, which brings the Aces together with local high school girls basketball teams to teach life skills as well as basketball skills, and the Slam Dunk Health Challenge, which promotes health and fitness in the Clark County School District elementary schools. And whereas the mayor and Las Vegas City Council are proud to have the Aces in Las Vegas representing our great city, they comprise of a team who is involved in education and promoting health education. We recognize their involvement, community spirit, and volunteerism. And now, therefore, we, the mayor, members of the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby proudly proclaim October 17th, 2019, Las Vegas Aces Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations. Christina, please say something to us.
Thank you so much. I was so excited to come today because I actually think October 17th is 2 years to the day that we announced that the team was moving to Vegas. So a very exciting day for us. So first off, on behalf of the ACES organization, I'd like to say thank you for this recognition through the proclamation. Councilman Creer, I know that you are a huge Aces fan, but more importantly, a Kelsey Plum fan. And while she couldn't be here today, we wanted to bring a life-size cardboard cutout for you. So, as Councilman mentioned, the staff that's with me here today is the front office, our wild card crew, and of course Buckets. Coach Lambier unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he's also a huge, just a huge advocate of what we're doing in this community. To the mayor and to the city council, thank you. I know this year you were allowed, employees were allowed to wear gear on playoff game days, and that helps support so much from an awareness and just creating that buzz for our games. So thank you. I had some prepared remarks, but Councilman Creer just summed them up beautifully. So I will say, thank you. We've had great success both on and off the court. We're looking forward to our third year, and I will leave you all with an ask. And so if you go to WNBA teams around the country, or to arenas rather, you'll see a very simple sign. The message is simple, and it says, support the W, bring a friend. And so that is my ask today to the city, to the mayor, to the council. If you love our game and you love our athletes and you love what we do, come out to a game and bring a friend. That's how we'll keep growing the love of basketball in Las Vegas, and we'll keep encouraging sports. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much. And yeah, I just think Kelsey's got game. Her flow and how she manages the game, I just love watching her. I love watching all of them, but Kelsey kind of stands out. We would love to keep her. How does that sound? I would love to keep her. Yes, it's awesome. Thank you guys very much. I also got to recognize my friend Terry Janison, who's here, who's the CEO of the Autism Foundation. Her daughter works for I know I didn't want to embarrass you and call you out, but we do, us parents do that. Works for the ACES organization. Thank you, Terry, for being down here. I think she's a huge supporter, and also while she's here, get out and support the Autism Foundation as well, while you're supporting other organizations. Thank you guys very much. Let's take a pic.
We're rolling deep. We have a big squad.
Right? I'm gonna let that get away from you here. You get right up here. Great. Okay. Ready? Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, now right at the front door to your office?
Yeah,
Right.
Kelly will leave you in charge of Kelsey?
No, we need her to come by and sign it. To
Oh,
Councilman
yeah,
Greer.
to get her to come by.
Okay?
You have our word. When she's in town, she will come sign. Awesome.
please.
Or the other way, take her back, and then Councilman Greer.
Oh,
you
we should
could
come
have her
back,
pick
huh?
it
Oh, we
up.
can do that? That's
Do
fine.
it. Let's
Yeah.
Good.
All right,
forget.
cool. No, I won't.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
Right. And please ask her to date it, so he knows what year. Great, thank you.
All right,
Thank
that's
you
it.
all.
We're done.
I think I tore up all the notes, so I think we're done with ceremonials. We will now make sure that our technical support, do you have something that you're doing? No, okay. So, okay. So anyway, thank you all for your patience, and we will resume. Okay, we are returning to the land of the living now and moving forward. And in our clerk's office now we have and we welcome Cheyenne. So, welcome. Thank you. All right, we're on to agenda item number 9. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone's submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time on this public comment period at 1 minute. So, and if in fact you have an unusual last name or first, if you would spell it, so we are getting it for our records.
Well, I do have an unusual first name, yes. My mother gave me this name, Joellen, and it's Joellyn, and no one can ever pronounce it correctly when it's seen. But my name is Joellen Cotton. And I have some thoughts on the homeless. I saw the newscast last week on Channel 13 when I heard the city council was voting, and I was listening to about the bill making about it being illegal for the homeless to camp on city sidewalks and other properties. So I'd like to speak a little bit on that. And I have copies of my statement.
Okay.
And I know you're probably not discussing it. I understand it's going to be on November 6th.
Correct. And so we would ask you, it would be a minute, but if she needs, since it's already printed, to go ahead and read your statement, but you're correct, November 6th.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Hello to all of you. I have passed 2 properties in particular on the bus for several years while attending UNLV. I graduated in 2015 with my BA in art. And I guess it was that activity that made creative thoughts and trying to figure out something to do with the homeless. I've been mulling it over in my mind, and this is how the concept would work, or could work. With no money to implement my concept, I feel it is time for some action on my part to express my feelings. I have a proposal for housing for the homeless. It involves 2 properties on Sahara, one near Boulder Highway, the other one on Sand Hill and Sahara. Sand Hill and Sahara property would be an open-air housing, and I understand it's already either being leased or sold, but the property had been a lumber yard in the past. And looking at this property reminds me of Les Mis play that I saw in London. I can imagine 2 layers of rooms extending about 50 feet, using the 2 levels that held up the lumber in the past. And on either ends of the rows of rooms would be open heating from the use of barrels holding fire. Of course, it would have to have covered grates to prevent the embers from escaping. Mobile porta potties and showers would be brought in, plus washing machines in the building that is also on the property. And the building could also house services needed for the homeless. They would need to be checked in and be accountable for seeking the services. Then the property on Boulder Highway in Sahara has also has considerable enclosed square footage. And that property could contain medical services that could be provided for the homeless. It could be divided into apartments and some other type of living arrangements, office space for services where needed services could be available readily for those that need them. Both areas would have opportunities for employment. That's a whole nother quest, of course. Thank you for allowing me to speak my mind and listening to me. Now I feel like Forrest Gump, and that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming down and for your comments, and I've passed a copy on both to Mr. Savante, Head of Community Development, and Dr. Morris Hibbler, who is in charge of Neighborhood Services. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and council members. My name is Jesse Newman. I'm the Business Manager, Financial Secretary for IBW 396. I'm here speaking collectively on behalf of the IBWs, IBW 396 and 357. Thank you for allowing me to comment briefly on item 12. The city has undertaken major economic development efforts over the last few years, and nothing is more important than that we have a safe and reliable electrical supply. Local 396 members employed by Invenergy have provided that service for decades. I hope you will support the agreement with Invenergy and the hardworking Nevadans, many who live in your city, and that I am here representing today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming down. We appreciate your comments.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Hi.
Members of council. For the record, my name is William Horn. I'm the Vice President of Strategies 360, here on behalf of my client, SafeNest. On agenda item 50, I was curious, Madam Mayor, if you were going to allow for comment during that item's presentation. If so, I can hold my comments until that time. I'd like to do that, and my client is also here.
Okay. Yes, we will be allowing
Right.
comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, and good morning, City Council members. For the record, my name is Sunny Vinuya. I am the President of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce. I will make a brief statement, item 12, on behalf of the Chamber. The City of Las Vegas has largely focused its efforts on economic development, a goal the Asian Chamber shares with you. NV Energy is integral to our success, as without reliable electricity, there can be no growth. They have been a wonderful community partner to the Asian Chamber and to our entire community. I urge your support of the energy agreement you have before you today, and thank you for your time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for coming
Thank you, everybody.
down. We
Take care.
appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and make comments? Okay, I will close agenda item 9. We'll move on to agenda item 10. Business items, any items from the 9 a.m. session, council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, or stricken. Item number 25, approval of a new compliance permit for a retail marijuana store for Essence Tropicana LLC, DBA Essence at 2307 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The action was in abeyance until November 6, 2019, requested by the applicant. Agenda item 26, approval of a retail marijuana store license for Nevada Organic Remedies LLC, DBA The Source at 1725 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite number 21, was stricken, requested by staff. Item number 38, for possible action to approve staff to initiate a condemnation action for the purchase of property rights for the Charleston Boulevard Streetscape Improvements projects. The abeyance until November 6, 2019, requested by Councilman Knutson. And Madam Mayor, that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. There is a motion. Please vote and please post.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Luann, I got logged out of here for some reason. I would like to vote in the affirmative.
It did clear, something cleared there. So that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll move on to agenda item 11. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the September 4th, 2019 City Council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the minutes of the September 4th, 2019 City Council meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Orally, Councilman Creer? Aye. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Let's go on to agenda items 12 through 44, with the exception of items 25, 26, and 38 on the consent agenda, considered to be routine, recommended for approval by departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention item number 27 through 30 because they pertain to the medical marijuana industry and one of my sons involved in that industry. I'll be voting on all other items. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward? None. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve consent items number 12 through 44 with the exception of the items 25, 26, and 38. Items to be pulled off consent for discussion should be heard after the consent vote.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And Councilman Creer votes orally with an aye. And the motion passes. Thank you very much. Move on to agenda item 44. 45. Why do I have a question mark on 44? Okay, agenda item 45, administrative discussion for possible action regarding a purchase sales agreement between City Parkway 5, INC, CPV, and Vegas Epicenter LLC to purchase one parcel located at 523 South Main Street, $1,400,000 City Parkway Fund, and this is in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. And so, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. Bill Ernst, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item before you is an item to acquire land adjacent to the City Hall campus located at 523 South Main Street. I do have a map on the overhead, and it's also part of your backup. The city is proposing through an affiliate entity, City Parkway 5, Inc., to purchase one parcel, approximately 0.17 acres, located again across the street near Main and Clark. The purchase price negotiated with the seller is $1,400,000. This transaction is a willing seller, willing buyer transaction. Closing of the purchase and sale shall occur on or before January 20th of next year. The purpose of this is to assemble and acquire the entire block, or as much of the entire block across the street as we can, to do a new mixed-use project consistent with the 2045 master plan. One of the goals of this acquisition is to also introduce more open space and green space into our downtown, which is part of the master plan. And the master plan specifies that the city, and particularly its downtown, is very underserved with the amount of green space and open space. So this is the objective of acquiring this parcel. Staff recommends approval, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Could you describe what we're looking at here? And I see what looks like a building there, and then there's a red mark around one of the rectangles. What do we have? What's the building underneath?
Certainly, Mayor, and the red may not show on the overhead real well. I apologize, but the parcel that we're in question is this parcel mid-block. So this street is Main, this is Bonneville, and then to the north is Clark. And so you would see here just to the north of Clark would be City Hall. This building is the DEA building at the corner of Main and Bonneville. And then there you see there adjacent the City Hall parking garage, 500 Main Street. So this is a key acquisition in the heart of our downtown. The original vision for City Hall is that we'd have buildings around us to have a civic plaza, much like you see in many downtowns throughout the country. And so acquiring this parcel will allow us to acquire most of the land in this block. There still is one privately owned piece right here. And so we're looking to acquire as much as we can to develop it for new use. And we always try to engage sellers to try to come up with a fair purchase price. And so, again, this was a willing seller, willing buyer transaction, meaning that the seller is is happy selling and is comfortable with the purchase price negotiated.
Mr. R2, then, except for the building that's there, you just pointed out, do we own everything else then at this time on that block?
So we've acquired the rest of the land here. We do not own this piece, and then this piece here is privately owned.
So, but the rest of it now, if this should pass council?
We either own it or have purchase rights on it, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from anyone on council? Okay, could I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem? No, could I have a motion? Councilwoman Diaz, please. It's her area.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve item number 45.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 45. Please vote and please post. And the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item 46. Report from Dr. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Chief Community Services Officer, regarding the Mayor's Fund for Las Vegas Life. A discussion for possible action to approve funding not to exceed $175,000 annually to offset administrative costs, general fund awards. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Chief Community Services Officer. It's my pleasure to bring to you this update on the Mayor's Fund for Las Vegas Life. In September of 2018, the Mayor's Fund for Las Vegas Life was launched and designed to identify key priorities that would benefit from private investment in the areas of livability, innovation, future, and education. Since city officials and employees cannot solicit, the Mayor's Fund pursues restricted, unrestricted, and in-kind resources from local, state, and national private and philanthropic sector donors. The Mayor's Fund solely supports innovative City of Las Vegas programs that improve the quality of life for all Las Vegas residents. The fund is nonpartisan and is designed to operate in a consistent manner, even as mayoral and city council administrations change over time. In essence, we have designed it to live on in perpetuity. The Mayor's Fund Advisory Committee is an impressive list of business leaders, community leaders, and philanthropists. The Advisory Committee serves as the fund's governing body and provides vital guidance to facilitate the fund's multi-sector efforts and build support for public-private partnerships that will promote systemic change and have a lasting positive impact on the lives of Las Vegas residents, and we do have some of those members in the audience today. With the goal of raising $1 million per year, I'm pleased to say that in our inaugural year, we've raised $3,561,968. And that breaks down to cash donations received in the amount of $879,000, $2.6 million in in-kind donations received, and we have $30,000 in pledges. I can say that for year 2, our pledges are already coming in. The current programs that have received funding include Tech Innovation, which was a $2.68 million donation for goods and services that was brought to us by Director Michael Sherwood. The Las Vegas Courtyard, who's received nearly $300,000. Strong Start Goal Mobile Pre-K, that has received $150,000. The Community Healing Fund, that supports the Community Healing Garden and resilience in our community, has received $92,000. Reinvent Schools has received $85,000. Summer Learning Academies and Safe Key, $75,000. The Las Vegas Book Festival, $36,000. The Las Vegas Connected, which bridges the digital divide, $30,000. Veterans Initiative, $20,000. Corporate Challenge, $14,000. Youth Sports, $12,000, and Public Art, $10,000. This is just a quick snapshot. It certainly doesn't cover all of the wins that we've had in the Mayor's Fund, but because of these donations, 171 youth received a scholarship to participate in basketball, flag football, and soccer. The Courtyard Homeless Resource Center served 6,921 unique guests, of which 4,200 received supportive services to move towards self-sufficiency, and 5,100 guests stayed overnight between the time frame of August of 2018 to August of 2019. There was a mid-year school supply drive that provided school supplies to 19 community locations throughout the city and impacted over 7,000 students. And then the Mayor's Fund provided support for the Community Healing Garden and the release of the Las Vegas Healing Book. So how are programs selected? Applications are submitted to the Mayor's Fund from city departments, detailing their plans, their budgets, and their expected outcomes. Those applications are then reviewed and vetted by the city management to ensure that they meet three criteria: that they align with city council priorities, that they leverage community resources, and that they can produce measurable results. We take great care to manage the fund and the programs and make sure that they're responsible and that it's transparent. Fiscal management is provided by the Nevada Community Foundation, who serves as the fiscal agent. They receive all of the private donations and provide donors with charitable contribution tax documentation. And then implementation, monitoring, and reporting is done by the City of Las Vegas Mayor's Fund Coordinator, who manages the internal operations to ensure departments are reporting quarterly on the programmatic successes, any challenges, their progress towards the goals, and monitoring expenses. They also coordinate with the implementation partners. Our implementation partners have been the Nevada Community Foundation, again, who's the fiscal agent, Moonridge Group, who has helped inspire community partners to invest in the Mayor's Fund, the Give Better Group, who helped us internally build the infrastructure needed for the Mayor's Fund, and Faith Foley Warren, who is our public relations. This just talks a little bit about our media and mentions. The Mayor's Fund has been, there's been articles in the Nevada Independent, the Inside Philanthropy, Nevada Current, Review Journal, KNPR, just to name a few. This morning, there was a press release issued by Life is Beautiful, as they have partnered with Amazon for the Intersect Music Festival at the Sahara Festival grounds. And 5,000 tickets will be set aside at a discounted rate of $100 each, with all of the profits going towards the Mayor's Fund, which could see a donation of up to $500,000. There has been an organic embrace of the Mayor's Fund within the community. So coming soon, we have a mobile app, an impact report that is produced annually, and a quarterly newsletter. We will also be making periodic reports to the City Council on the Mayor's Fund and the Mayor's Fund activities. So currently, the Mayor's Fund operation ratio is 85 to 15. 85% of every dollar that's donated directly supports the City of Las Vegas priorities and programs. And we are seeking $175,000 annually to offset the administrative and operational costs. Those costs to date have been $211,000 from fiscal year 18 to fiscal year 20, so collectively as a total. And they've covered our costs associated with our implementation partners, the collateral materials, the donor events, the design of the website and database, and that funding will be used in the future to cover similar administrative costs moving forward. I do appreciate all of the feedback that we've received from the council about really trying to ensure that 100% of the donor dollars go directly to the priorities and programs, and we will be working towards that over the next year. So this was an extremely collaborative process. I just want to quickly acknowledge and thank, first and foremost, the donors. I want to thank the external partners for the Mayor's Fund, the Advisory Committee, the Nevada Community Foundation, Moonridge Group, Give Better Group, and Faith Foley Warren, as well as our internal partners, you, the City Council, our City Manager's Office, City Attorneys, the Finance Department, Communications, the Department Directors and their staff, Lee Quick, the Mayor's Fund Coordinator. And I have just a quick video that's going to just give us a little, captures the moments over the past year.
LIFE stands for livability, innovation, future, and education.
One of the areas that we're going to focus on is the Courtyard Campus for ending homelessness.
The way people are treated when they come to the Courtyard. They're treated as people. You know, they're not our clients, they're not just the homeless person, you know, they're our guests.
At the end of the workday, instead of trying to find a place to lay their head huddled on the streets, these two friends head to their own apartments, where they are warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and safe year-round. They just want others to know it can be done.
Come here, just come here and talk to somebody.
All it takes is the will. If I can do it from no support and get up off the street, anybody can do it.
In the area of innovation, we're going to be looking at our Connect Home program for equitable internet access.
Internet connection is critical these days because you really need it to connect to your kids' school. Banking, you can grocery shop, job search. The days of walking into an employer and handing in a paper application are over. And so you really need that connection to the internet if you're going to be successful.
Because it helped me with schooling a lot, especially since we do a lot of things on computers and tablets. It also helped me with projects that I need to get done.
Having Shania work for us was an absolute joy. She was one of our best and most hardworking workers. She was always on time to stand, never hesitated to take charge and be a leader among her peers.
So it's just been really awesome being able to be here and just learn all these new great skills, time management especially, and just being able to bond and learn these great skills inside the workforce. I'm CPR certified. That certification means a lot with going on my resume and just going in the future knowing that I did have this experience and being able to say that I was a lifeguard and that I particularly saved lives is a really big thing for me. It's something minor, but to another job, it's something really big.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hibbler. Any comments, questions? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, yes? No, you're good? Thank you. That was beautiful. Yes?
Thank you very much. I just want to say thanks for all the hard work that you guys have done and put into it. I think it was a great concept to put together. You know, as you know, the mayors and cities have a huge impact on philanthropy that is committed to projects in the city. And just recently, I think I sent you an article that the mayor of Atlanta raised like $50 million to go towards homelessness in their city. And so it can be done, and it takes the support of the community and those that are willing to not just talk about it, but to do about it and to be about it. So keep pushing. Anything we can do to help you, please let me know.
Thank you. Thank you, and we'll have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is to approve item agenda 46.
This motion, please vote and please post. Thank you. And that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, agenda item 47, discussion for possible action regarding activating and operating a temporary program by which fines for qualifying parking infractions may be paid by means of the donation of food items in lieu of payment of money pursuant to LVMC 11.10.150, all wards.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. I'm really privileged and delighted to introduce this item because I think this program really, more than anything, brings awareness to a lot of the great community groups and philanthropic groups in our community. This program was adopted by City Council on July 18 of 2016, and this agenda item is essentially turn the lights on and activate this program to allow those that are experiencing a parking citation in lieu of paying the fine to submit food donations for a worthy charity. This year's recommended charity is Helping Hands of Vegas Valley. It's a 501c nonprofit organization whose mission is to improve the quality of life for senior citizens and their families in order to maintain their dignity and independence. This group provides more than 9,000 rides annually to transport seniors to important medical appointments. It delivers food from a food pantry program and feeds more than 500 low-income seniors each month. Its respite care program gives a break to those that are providing home care, and over 600 resident caregivers with a respite get a break from their responsibilities, and also provides minor home repairs. This program would be for any qualifying citation issued between October 16 and November 16 of this year. It would exclude public safety and handicap violations, and enforcement officers will include information about the program with every qualifying citation, and then the donation must be received by December 16th and must be accompanied by a receipt. In the summer of this year, there were 58 citations that were part of the program. In addition, many unsolicited staff donations for a grand total of over $5,000. So it certainly has a meaningful financial impact, but I think more than anything brings a lot of awareness to a much-needed program in our community. With that, staff recommends approval, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? No, I think we're fine. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve item number 47.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 47. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 48. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Discussion for possible action regarding removal of a partial roadway closure at the intersection of Alta Drive and Shetland Road, $2,000 traffic improvements capital fund project, CPF, Ward 1, and Councilman Knutson's Ward 1. And good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of City Council. We're here today to discuss the intersection of Shetland Road at Alta Drive. And I'd like to start off giving you just a overview of where this location is. It is the first intersection west of the intersection of Rancho and Alta. It's a north-south street. It runs between Alta and Palomino Lane, and it has an offset where it continues down to Charleston as well. And it services the community, but it also services Wasden Elementary School. At the current time, Wasden Elementary School is under reconstruction, but when Wasden is in operation, the street sees somewhere between about 800 and 1,000 vehicles a day. And to give you some background on this item, in March of 2018, Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, former Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, received a request to fully close Shetland at Alta with a gate. Some discussion was held related to that request. Some traffic studies were done to collect traffic data surrounding the location, some crash data, some crime data. A variety of information was collected. And that led to the August 23rd, 2018 Traffic and Parking Commission, where the item was heard. And the Traffic and Parking Commission denied the request to close the street. We did a neighborhood survey in advance of that Traffic and Parking Commission meeting to find out what the neighborhood felt. And the neighborhood felt that 71% was in opposition to the street closure, 29% were in favor. Some time passed where folks who were in support of seeing the street closed requested that the item be appealed to City Council. And that followed with a February 6th, 2019 agenda item to hear that appeal. Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian at the time decided to obey that council item after hearing from a lot of the residents with concerns, and decided to have a neighborhood meeting. A neighborhood meeting was held on February 28th, and at that meeting, the item was discussed, and we also introduced a compromise alternative known as a partial closure, something that we have very close to this location, one I know, Mayor Goodman, that you're familiar with, about a mile south at Waldman and Rancho. And what was clear at the meeting that we had was there was not an option, leave it as is, install a gate, or install the partial closure that could satisfy the differing opinions of the neighborhood. April 17th, we brought an item to council to consider the intersection again. And what was approved by council at the April 17th meeting was a partial closure as the compromise alternative. It's basically a median island with regulatory signage that permits a northbound right turn only. At that meeting, Councilman Anthony, you made some comments from hearing from the citizens that came. We had many citizens that attended at that meeting, and you indicated, you know, with what we're hearing, let's use something that's temporary in case we come back here and have to remove it. So we installed a median with what's known as a tack-on median island. That median was installed on August 12th. We wanted to get that island in before the start of the school year when the traffic everywhere, regardless of Shetland being open to WASDN or not, that's the busiest time of the year. We wanted to get it open. So we had it in place August 12th. And folks had a chance to use that temporary median restrictor island. And they provided a lot of feedback on how that island was being received. So Councilman Knutson organized another neighborhood meeting on September 17th. Very well-attended meeting. We had a lot of spirited dialogue on the merits of what was done with the partial closure. What we heard at that meeting, Mayor and Council, was overwhelmingly the residents want the intersection restored to its original condition with no restrictions. September 30th, we sent out an additional survey to all the original residents to make sure that we were capturing the voice of everyone who may not have made that meeting. And that survey showed that 89% of the residents were in support of removing the partial closure. 11% were in support of leaving it in place. Based on this information and all of the meetings, discussions that we've had with the residents, many of whom I know are in the audience here today, our staff recommendation to you is to remove the partial roadway closure and allow the Shetland Alta intersection to be restored to its original condition that allowed all movements to occur. And I want to add that throughout this process, while it was a very challenging item for the community, a lot of good things have come out of it, such as in the meetings that we've had with the residents, we've identified other streets where some of the residents brought to our attention places they'd like to see some speed cushions and speed humps. We've identified locations where some signs, some lights, a whole host of things that came out of those meetings that were really good feedback from the neighborhood. And I want to add, one of the things was approval to add speed humps on this portion of Shetland, because our traffic study did show that there was traffic doing more than 10 over the speed limit, and it met our criteria for those speed cushions. So out of all this, there are some good things that have occurred with the community, but from what we've heard, that's our staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. I see former Councilman McDonald here, welcome, and knowing that you are a big advocate for the change. And I think both Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian and myself on the vote were absent. There were 4 council persons remaining at that meeting when that vote did occur to make the change to the partial gating. So let's start with you, former councilman, and then we'll turn it over, and any questions, we'll let you handle this, please, Mr. Knutson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate time. For the record, Michael McDonald, 2520 Pinto Lane. First of all, I'd like to thank staff that came up with the alternative. We met, I think, the Friday before was going to City Council. As you know, I travel a lot. I didn't know anything about this, so when it went before Council, the people that had hired me to make the presentation in the neighborhood came back, and they decided they want it. We'd like to thank them for their effort on everything they've done. The survey that was sent out, if we can go to the overhead, am I in the right place, Your Honor?
Please.
Was a great survey that was sent out. Many of the people that have identified this, it gave a good meeting after the councilman had jumped into action to show that not many, I don't know anybody really that's in support of it. My neighbors behind me, Chuck and Mindy, they don't want it. R.T. Smith, who could not be here today, he didn't want it. I don't like it. It's a very inconvenience. And I'll go back to the first city council meeting when you said, when this was first heard, and Councilman Soroka and I engaged in spirited dialogue, that you pointed out that chokers don't work. And overwhelmingly, the neighbors that wanted this, that hired me to do this, wanted a gate. When it came down that they came back with an alternative that they wanted the chokers. Am I saying the right, chokers?
Close enough.
An engineering term, that this was going to be a problem. They went with it, but you got to thank them for that. I want to thank the effort. But overwhelmingly, I would concur that I don't know many people in the neighborhood that like it. It's if you live on Shetland or on Pinto, you can't get to there, and you always forget where you're going. I'd also like to thank Councilman Anthony for making it partial, not permanent, which was helping, I think, help us sell a lot of it. But more importantly, I want to thank Councilman Knutson for what you've done. That was great to have that neighborhood meeting. I know you've been interacting with a lot of the neighbors that have had, on Pinto, that had questions about this, and after that, they said, we're not want to fight anymore, Mike, so we're withdrawing our support. So overwhelmingly, I'd say I think that it's more than that, because the people that wanted it, clearly, they wanted a gate. Gate wasn't on the radar, so I think it divided the neighborhood in a bad way, and I think that the councilman brought it back together at the neighborhood meeting, which is, thank you, Councilman, for what you've done. So that's, that was just from the people that wanted it, that I represent it. I think overwhelmingly they don't want it anymore.
Well,
I don't want it. I've been released, and I can talk as an individual, not as a representative of the people that wanted it. As an individual that lives there, I don't want it. I wish it would be removed. We talked after the meeting the other night, or last month, and it was very, like I said, thank you for helping us out and putting it together.
Well, thank you very much, and for everyone who was advocating one side or another, really appreciate the participation. That is the way government should work. And you go ahead, you don't just dictate something, you go ahead and you explore it, you hear from the people, you go ahead and get the experts in, and the only sad thing is it costs money, but in the end, you end up with a result that is the wise thing. And fortunately, knowing that Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian felt very strongly about this, but also was advocating for the balance, and I'm so thrilled that Councilman Knutson, coming on board, picked it up and even took it further. So we're at a resolution point. I don't know if there are any comments from anybody in council, but I would turn it over to you, thanking you very much for the wisdom to have the meeting. And thank you, Mr. Jansen. You always just are so helpful, so responsive, so non-judgmental, and coming up with new ideas and concepts to satisfy whatever the problem is. So for you and your team and your department, thank you very, very much. And thank you again to Mr. McDonald for doing what you've done through this. So, Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jansen and Mr. McDonald. I appreciate the dialogue. And for the residents that are here, thank you for engaging, because that's the most important part. That's how we keep our communities thriving, especially in Ward 1 and some of these older neighborhoods. It's the engagement that keeps them doing so well. Mr. Jansen, what's the time frame on removal?
We have two options, Councilman. We have our contractor that installed it, and we'd get into their queue, and it's probably going to be somewhere around 2 to 3 weeks. Another option is I'm going to talk with Jerry Walker afterwards, our Director of Operations and Maintenance. Jerry has some staff that has the equipment that could lift that temporary island out, and I'm hopeful that that could be the quickest option, so I'll follow up with Jerry after the meeting.
So I will be making a motion to have it removed. I think that if it's not out by the end of the week, the neighbors will probably do it themselves. So,
Excuse me, Councilman, could I ask you, we heard that we have representatives from the neighborhood. I would have no problem if they wish to talk and make comment. That's up to you, though.
I am going to make a motion to have it removed. If any of the neighbors want to come up and speak to that, that's fine. Okay. That's my motion.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 48 to have the temporary structure removed. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you again. Thank you
Your Honor.
again.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Happy birthday, Ms. Seaman, Councilwoman Seaman.
And Mr. Dorchek. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 49, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2019-30. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Bill number 2019-30, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual to allow the use auto sales showroom in specified land use districts, either as a conditional use or by means of special use permit, to allow the use of valet parking in specified land use districts as a conditional use, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 49. Please vote. And please post. The motion carries. Thank you. Now on agenda item 50, Councilman Anthony will Horn asked if he could speak to this at the time, and I'm going to invite him to do so. We'll have the bill read first. Is that with your
Yes, Mayor.
permission? Okay, please, if you would, on agenda item 50, bill number 219-35, and Councilman asked to go ahead and have the bill read.
Bill number 2019-35, an ordinance adding to LVMC Title 10, a new chapter to establish a city misdemeanor offense of battery which constitutes domestic violence, along with corresponding penalties, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to update everyone, this was heard at the recommending committee meeting with myself as the chair and Councilman Knutson and Mayor Pro Tem Fiore. We discussed the bill. We heard public comment. The three of us made some comments in support, not support, had questions. We decided to vote to not make a recommendation to the entire city council and let the entire city council hear it today. And that's where we're at.
Thank you, Councilman. I think what we want to do first, Mr. Horn, absolutely, I said you would be given your time. I think best to get all the information out that we can provide, and then, so we'll start with you, Mr. Jervik.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of Council, Brad Jervik on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. We're here today because there was an order of the Nevada Supreme Court that came down September 12th of this year that has mandated jury trials in battery domestic violence cases. I need to give you a little background here because where we're going to go at the end of this is a lot of options, but to understand how we got there I think is kind of important. So let's start with how did we get there. Battery domestic violence cases are misdemeanors in the state of Nevada and in most states, and as such are called petty offenses. Petty offenses don't take away a substantial liberty interest, and therefore jury trials are not required in cases where they are petty offenses. And battery domestic violence cases have consistently been found to be petty offenses, even though from time to time the legislature may put another penalty on top of it. For example, mandatory counseling, or mandatory community service, or mandatory this, that, or the other thing. Those have never triggered the Supreme Court looking at battery domestic violence as anything other than a petty offense. In 2014, the Supreme Court looked at battery domestic violence because there had been some changes made by the legislature and changes made by the federal government years earlier that said you can't possess or have a firearm if you're convicted of battery domestic violence. And what they said was the enhanced penalties, up to 120 days of community service and or 6 months in jail, did not change it from a petty offense. And they said very specifically, it's the federal government, not state action, but federal action that took away the firearms. And because it wasn't the state, it doesn't implicate the state constitution, and we're not going to visit the federal constitution, and it's still a petty offense. They said that in 2014. What happened in 2015, the state legislature decided to legislate in this area where they had not done it before. They said at a state level, not just a federal level, you can't own, possess a firearm, and that triggered the lawsuit in 2015.
Excuse me, at what time? You said 2015.
Correct.
They said after how many offenses you could not own a firearm? None.
Any, yeah, if you're convicted of battery domestic violence, out, done with firearms. So when the state did that, everybody, the Supreme Court woke up, as could well be predicted, and it was contrary to what they had said in their 2014 opinion. Now, it wasn't just a federal offense, it was a state offense, and they say very specifically in the Anderson opinion that came out in September, this gives us cause to revisit our conclusion that it's a petty offense. And they said, now that you've stepped on the rights of people to bear arms, both under the U.S. Constitution and the Nevada Constitution, it is no longer a petty offense. And if it's no longer a petty offense, it's a serious offense, and that requires a jury trial. So that's how we got to where we got. And I'm not criticizing the Supreme Court or their opinion. But here's what we have to do. And this is why we're here today. First of all, I'm going to say this at the beginning. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, because there's no perfect here. There isn't that I can think of.
Could you repeat that, please?
I said, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There is no perfect here. In a perfect world, perfect would be we could comply with this right this minute. We could do jury trials, and they wouldn't be long delays in doing those jury trials, and it would just be a different way of bringing somebody to justice other than a trial before a court. The reason we can't do that is numerous. One, we don't have jury boxes in our courtrooms. Two, we don't have enough prosecutors and enough judges and enough defense attorneys to keep these cases moving at the pace that we move them now. We moved over 5,000 cases last year. Think about this. This is a large, large number of cases. The DA's office in July, 500 submissions for battery domestic violence. Now, they're in a little different position. In Justice Court, they do have jury boxes, and in Justice Court, they are going to try domestic violence cases starting in mid-November. And we will know in a month or two exactly what that looks like. Right now, we can try about 5, maybe a little more, domestic violence cases before a muni court judge as a petty offense, which it isn't anymore, but until September, petty offense, we could try about 5 a day in front of an individual judge, times 6 judges. Here's what I believe is going to happen. Without more courtrooms, without more judges and prosecutors and the like, we're going to try maybe 1, not 5 a day. So think about this. You try a case now, you go into court, the court calls the docket, says, are you ready to proceed, City of Las Vegas? And we say yes. Call your first witness. You do. It's pretty quick. And then the judge makes a ruling. That's how it works now. And you can see how quickly that moves. Under a jury trial, you have to get a jury panel in the courtroom. You have to go through jury selection. After you go through jury selection, they have to be informed as to what the law is by the judge. The judge gives instructions at the beginning. And then there's an opening statement. And then you call your witnesses. And then at the end, you settle jury instructions. And then the judge gives instructions to the jury, and then they deliberate. And that deliberation could be as long as the jury wants to take. You're going to be trying about 1 a day, in my opinion. Now, we'll know a lot better when the DA starts doing this in November. But that will, think about this and what it does to the caseload.
Now, excuse me, you said how many cases are on our doorstep at this point? Did you say 5,000?
About 5,000 a year, yeah. That's what we get.
And you're going to do 1 a day under what you've just, the scenario?
Under a jury trial, you would.
1 a day, and we have 5,000.
Per court.
Okay.
So unless you increase the number of judges and prosecutors and defense attorneys, you're going to see a backup occur at an exponential rate. What's going to happen is, let's just say, and I'm just making up numbers here. Let's say you have 5 in courtroom number 1, but now you can only do 1 case instead of 5 cases. 4 move to Tuesday. It doesn't really work that way, but you can see what I'm saying. It moves. So now you have 9 instead of 5, but you can only do 1. So 8 move to Wednesday. So, and now you have 13 instead of 5. And you can only do 1. So 12 move to the next day. You can see exponentially the time between a charge of a defendant, an arrest, and an actual trial and adjudication is going to go stretching out a year, 2 or 3 years very, very quickly. So that puts you in an interesting position because under Nevada law, domestic violence cases are non-negotiable if you can prove them. So once we accept a case for prosecution, unless it falls apart between our accepting the case and the trial, we can't just willy-nilly dismiss these or reduce them. So you've got to try them. So you put all those things together and you get that outcome. So that's why I'm saying there is no good outcome here. So that's outcome number 1. Even if we could do it, we're going to need immediately more money for more judges, more prosecutors, and then you might be able to keep up the pace that you have right now.
Question from Councilman Anthony, please.
I don't know if you're going to get to this, Brad, but I was talking to one of your deputy attorneys, and it's my understanding that our charter doesn't even allow for jury trials for misdemeanors. So for us to even do jury trials, if we wanted to, we'd have to change the charter, which is done by the state legislature, which doesn't even meet for another year and a half. Is that correct?
It's correct, and let me address that right now because I'm done with the first argument. Jury trials have their own problem unless there's a lot more money to fund what I just suggested, or you're going to have a backlog. And before I address your question real quick, the reason a backlog is very, very important to consider, the risk to a victim increases dramatically after an arrest. Between the time of arrest and the time of trial, that's when the victim is most at risk. We all know that. And so what happens? We used to mail subpoenas out to victims to come to court. Guess what happens? The perpetrator who lives with her pulls it out of the mailbox and tears it up, and she never gets it. She never shows up. So now we have to hand deliver. We have investigators that every day hand deliver subpoenas. And they give them information about how to protect themselves during this period between arrest and trial. And we have advocates. Suzette is sitting in the audience. She's my new assistant, but Suzette was a domestic violence advocate in our office for many, many years. We actually advise people to put together safety plans, to put away money and car keys and stuff in case you have to get out of that house quickly, This is a very, very serious issue. So continuing these cases, extending the time between arrest and trial has consequences. So that's the picture if we're doing jury trials. Going to your question, our charter and many other charters around the state prohibit our municipal court from jury trials. It's actually forbidden in the charter. I think I know where this will go, and this is my prediction. The Supreme Court has said it's a violation of the United States Constitution and the Nevada Constitution to not have a jury trial for what is now a serious offense because of the change to the law in 2015, taking away your gun. If it's a constitutional violation to not have a jury trial, if we argue to the Nevada Supreme Court that we can't do them if we wanted to, our charter says we can't, guess which wins? Constitution versus charter? We know what's going to happen. So I think it's a pretty easy hurdle for the court to get over, and I would almost hesitate to make that argument because it almost sounds like we're trying to get around the Anderson decision. So having said that, it's an argument, and it's out there, but this is how complicated it is. So let's go to jury trials, number one, and the consequences of doing them. Consequence of what we're doing right now. Today, because we can't do jury trials, we're charging people with simple battery, not battery domestic violence. Simple battery does not have that requirement that you lose your gun. And it doesn't have a federal requirement either that you lose your gun. What we've been doing is getting people to plead to simple battery and then putting everything that we can put on there, like level 1 and level 2 counseling, like mandatory community service or 180 days suspended jail sentence. We've been putting as much on it as we can using a simple battery. But here's what we lose by doing that forever. One, you're not going to be on any registry. The registry allows us to know who's a previously convicted domestic violence offender for purposes of enhancement for a second offense and a third offense. If you're on that registry, you commit a second offense within 7 years, your jail time is mandatory 10 days. And a third time, it's a felony. We're not going to get that with a simple battery. We're not going to get a registry. We're not going to get the gun prohibition. We're not going to get any of that. So that's what we're doing today, because that's the tourniquet. And I use that term instead of a Band-Aid. I mean, this is seriously a tourniquet, not a Band-Aid. This is a big issue. But that's our only alternative now. So what I'm bringing to you at this moment is alternative 3, and then I'll talk about the future. Alternative 3 is not perfect, but alternative 3 is our attempt to adopt as city law the same law is on the books of the state of Nevada, the NRS, but without the gun prohibition. Because if we have that gun prohibition in, we're back to jury trials. What's the point of even adopting this? With that gun prohibition in, even at a city level, we're back to jury trials. The only way to get around the jury trial requirement right now is to go back to where we were prior to 2015. And here's the bad thing about this bill. One, people have asked me, because it's inconsistent with state law, is there a preemption argument that the state law is already legislated in this area and therefore the city can't? There is an argument. And we will only know the answer to that if somebody challenges this and we go to court. We have arguments that it's not, and we have some limited home rule. We have a lot of issues that we're going to raise. But this is an attempt to now get you back on a registry and have a second offense become 10 days and have a third offense become a felony, have all those mandatory things come back without the gun law. It's not perfect either. And somebody asked, okay, you're going to lose the state prohibition against possessing a gun, but you still have the federal prohibition. Well, you don't have that either under this solution. And the reason is the federal law is written to say you cannot possess or own a firearm if you've been convicted of battery domestic violence, and here's the kicker, under state, federal, or tribal law. This ordinance is none of those three. This is municipal law. And when the government means to say municipal in addition to those other three, they do say it. They didn't say it here. And there's a bill before Congress now to add it to that federal gun prohibition, but it hasn't passed yet. And it may never pass. So go in knowing that this solution that we're bringing you today gets us back a lot more than what we have with simple battery. It doesn't get us back all the way we were with the original battery domestic violence, because we won't have a prohibition of firearms. And so let's go to long-term solutions. I have been asked by the governor's office to talk about special session, and it's abundantly clear to me that right now, if there were a special session of the legislature, which I personally don't favor, But if there were a special session to address this, the question would be, what is it we expect them to do? Do we expect them to repeal that law that makes it a state crime, basically, to possess or own a gun, and that gets us back to where we were prior to the Anderson decision? I would advocate that. I would advocate that, and many other prosecutors would advocate that, because we'd still have the federal prohibition, and then we'd get out of the jury trial problem. But I can tell you right now, advocates won't, and people who supported the law before won't. And until we all go up with the same voice, I don't want to ever sit at a table with domestic violence advocates on this side saying, keep that gun prohibition. We need it to protect our lives of our victims and the lives of police officers and everything else. And we're over here saying, but if you do that, we're going to have this enormous expense. And another compromise might be, advocates say, then fund it. Fund specialty courts, fund judges, fund this to make this all happen. And then we say, sure, if you want to fund it. But I can tell you right now, if I turn to Gary Ambling and I say, this is how much more I need in next year's budget to do this, and we're building a courthouse over here right now, it's already been designed. What do we tell them? We're going to need 5 more, 10 more courtrooms? I mean, this is a real issue that needs to be addressed in real time. So I don't think a special session is, in my opinion, appropriate right now unless all people who are all on the same side. We are on the same side as Safe Nest. We are on the same side as every one of the providers out there, service people. I'm not saying this for no reason. When I was appointed in 1992, I got a phone call from Patricia Lynch, who was then city attorney of Reno. And she was a strong advocate, the strongest advocate in the state against battery domestic violence. And she knew how terrible our state laws were. And she was invited to a conference in 1993, and it was the first of its kind conference. It was sponsored by the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges in March of 1993, and you had to be invited by the Chief Justice of the Nevada Supreme Court to go. And a delegation of 5 people from each state went. She was the one prosecutor from the state of Nevada. She gave up her seat so I could go. And I did. And it literally, if you can talk about 5 days that change your life, that did it for me. All I had to do was meet people that had been through this, listen to what other states were doing. There are protocols out of Duluth, Minnesota, out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and these wonderful things they were doing. We came back and immediately started the Southern Nevada Domestic Violence Task Force, and I was president of it for 2 years. Frankie Sudel Papa, our then Attorney General, started a state task force on battery domestic violence, and I sat on that for almost 10 years. And during that time, those first couple of years, we rewrote the domestic violence laws for the state of Nevada to toughen them up like they had already done in Duluth and Albuquerque and other cities around the country. This is an issue that I have made a priority in our criminal division. Suzette is one of our very first advocates that we hired. Nobody had advocates before that. We had 4 or 5 at one point in time, including one that spoke Spanish, so we could reach out to everybody. There's a terrible problem with minority communities reporting battery domestic violence. If somebody is undocumented, they're not likely to pick up the phone for fear that they'll be deported. If somebody doesn't speak the language. In a gay relationship, people are afraid they'll be discriminated against. There's all that, and not just regular people go through this. The dynamic here is awful. But I want to let you know that every word I say to you, I don't say because I like saying it. I don't like the idea of the options I'm bringing to you because I can't bring you a perfect one. But I can tell you that we are committed to doing the best we can with this. I respect whatever decision you make today if you decide to adopt this law or not. I am highly recommending it because I think it is at least something more than we have right now. And if in the next few months we get information from the DA's office and we can work with the advocacy groups and we can find another solution, we'll come back to you and give you that report and get new direction. Having said that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Wow. A question, have you met with the attorneys representing the other municipalities and the Clark County Commission? So do we have a common understanding and view of how to proceed, because it's intolerable. Domestic violence to all of us is absolutely repugnant, too blown away as nothing, and I don't even think you get to 3. To me, if there's somebody that is committed an act of domestic violence one time and maybe because of some short in their brains of what happened, all right? So that one, you penalize with counseling or whatever. A second time, to me, is it, because there's not going to be a third time. I've seen too many people, there have been too many teachers I've known that have been abused, both sides, men and women. And it just, I think to have us all together in Southern Nevada, so it goes from you to the other, and your team, to the other legal branches in Southern Nevada. Do we have a common voice?
I believe we do. Ed Pileski in the audience. Ed's spoken with them. I've been on the conference calls with them. We've worked with Henderson, North Las Vegas, Reno, and I know Clark County District Attorney's Office. So Ed, if you want to fill in some gaps there on where those conversations have been.
Good morning. Ed Pileski, Assistant City Attorney. The Anderson decision came out on a Thursday. We had a meeting that following Monday with the DA's office, Henderson, North Las Vegas, the AG's office in Reno. And I know that Henderson, I believe they passed their ordinance that Brad has outlined last night. North Las Vegas is considering theirs tonight. So the municipalities in Southern Nevada are all working together with this particular remedy, if you will. The DA's office is going to go forward with their jury trials under state law. So we are working with the other municipalities.
And did Henderson last night, you say, pass this?
Correct.
Voted in favor?
Their version of it, I don't believe it mirrors ours exactly, but it's the same.
Same
in
conclusion.
theory. Right.
And by the way, we're not recommending this as like, we're stopping here. We're asking you to pass this, and then you're never going to see us again. After we leave this, we will continue to monitor what goes on at the DA's office with jury trials to find out if delay is as bad as we think it might be. Some people will tell you that, most of them are going to plead. I can tell you right now, everybody's asking for a jury trial because they know they're going to clog up the system. And that's just a reality. And so before you begin to hear numbers, please listen to Ed, because he's got the real numbers that we're dealing with right now.
And so your muni court as well, ill-prepared to hold jury trials? Same?
Yeah, I agree completely. And just for a little bit of background, I was a prosecutor in Michigan, and we had jury trials for misdemeanors. Our county was about 150,000 people. We had 4 judges to handle that caseload. It was nowhere near what we have as far as the population of Las Vegas, our tourists, the other folks that live in the county that come through Las Vegas. And we had 4 judges to hear misdemeanor jury trials. We have 6 judges. Our caseload was nowhere near what we have in our office. As Brad indicated, we have almost 5,000 DV cases roughly a year submitted to our office. We wound up approving about 3,000 of them because we deny them perhaps for evidentiary reasons and whatnot. So, our offices, not that our deputies wouldn't like that experience perhaps, because it's from an attorney perspective, it's a good experience, but from the perspective of moving these cases through, we would have a huge backlog. It would be dangerous for our victims. It would be impossible at this point with our staffing and our infrastructure to do these.
How many victims are we going to lose in the length of time it's going to take us to fix this? How many people are going to be killed?
It's a good question. Here's what happens. The number I got when I was doing domestic violence training in the early 90s was 75% of victims recant their testimony prior to trial. That doesn't mean it didn't really happen. The pressure's on them.
Right, of course.
I'll tell you a real quick story. Because of our advocates, one of our advocates came to me and said, we just have a victim in here, and she claims that the guy didn't do what she said he did. And I said, what did she say he did? She said he punched her in the face. And something had happened where she received a cut in the process too on her arm. And I said, well, what's she saying now? And she's saying, oh, she's got a great story. The story is they have a bird in a cage hanging over the kitchen table. And she went up to change the bird seed, and the bird bit her. And I said, well, the bird may have bit her, but it didn't break her leg. Oh, that happened when she fell off the chair onto the floor. Well, how'd she get the black eye? Well, then she fell into a doorknob, and she got the black eye. And this is a story she made up, because this is what happens between charging and trial. And we couldn't prove the case because she would not testify, and she showed up a few months later looking like she went about 2 or 3 rounds with Mike Tyson. I didn't recognize her when she got off the elevator because it happened again. And that's why promptness is absolutely critical. Right now, 90% are either not showing up or recanting.
Right.
And the longer we make that timeline, it'll go to 100%.
Right, well, I mean, obviously, timing is critical, but we have a lot of questions here, so let me start. First on was Councilman Anthony,
Thank you.
and then we'll hear from Councilwoman Seaman and Councilman Knutson. Anybody else, please?
So I think you did a good job explaining this. I have a complete understanding. You know, we don't know what the future holds for this. Anything can happen with court decisions and legislatures getting together, but we have a problem today. And the way you've laid it out is today we just can't do jury trials. In fact, we don't do jury trials for any misdemeanors in the state of Nevada. They have to become a felony, enhancement to a felony. So we're just not set up to do jury trials today. Maybe in the future we will be, but we're not today. And what we can't do is we can't treat battery, domestic violence cases as a simple battery. We can't do that. As you mentioned, we've been working years and years to treat domestic violence batteries different than simple batteries and have put more elements in there that you've explained about it and make it harsher and have the law try to help the victim and get the abuser back out of abusing. So we can't treat them as simple batteries, and that's what we're doing today. So I think you've come up with a valid and excellent option today with this ordinance to go back to, if this passes today, tomorrow, go back to treating battery domestic violence as a battery domestic violence, and the firearm incident is in there, but that's not our fault. I mean, that's the Supreme Court made that decision, and we're not going to argue whether they did a good job or not. We're not talking about that today. They made their decision. So I think this is a great argument. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Seaman.
Okay, so I just want to get clarification for myself and for the public. So without the city's ability to perform these jury trials, it forces us to charge simple battery in domestic violence cases. The charge of simple battery does not carry mandatory counseling or mandatory jail time, but more importantly, it fails to escalate a third count of domestic violence to a felony. That's what I'm understanding.
You understand correctly. That's exactly right.
So this ordinance will fix that.
This
for the
ordinance will
time
put
being.
those things back. That's correct.
Oh, puts them back. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Knutson, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Jervik. That was a great presentation. We've talked about this, and I had the CEO of SafeNest, Liz Ortenberger, in my office. And I think I maybe took my colleagues back at the recommending committee because I asked for 30 days. I do think I understand at the city's perspective. I think you did a great job of evaluating it. I think the challenge that I had was understanding the comprehensiveness of what this decision is today. I'm supportive of this decision, of your recommendation, but what I still struggle with is the implications of longer-term strategies. And the way I look at it now is government is complex, just the city is complex, but this issue is affected by local government, county government, state government, judicial branch of government, and that makes it even more complex. And so my request of you, with permission from the mayor, is I would like to stay engaged with your office as you reach out to the county and the state. One, because I want to feel comfortable with the decisions that I make, and I want to be aware and knowledgeable about what I'm doing and the impacts it has on the community. For this particular decision, I'm comfortable now. I wasn't a couple of days ago. I feel more comfortable with this recommendation. My request also is to be as someone who can learn. I need to learn a little bit more about this issue moving forward. So I would like to be in a city that is progressive and thinking about long-term impacts. We're the largest city in the state. We're one of the largest cities in the country, and I think we should be leading the charge on what's right for our community and what's in the best interests of victims and our entire community, including the legal community. And so with more permission from the mayor and Mr. Jervik, if you're comfortable, I would like to spend a lot more time learning about this issue and working with our colleagues at the county, state, obviously the state legislators, because this will have long-lasting impacts on our community.
I genuinely welcome that. Thank you.
And if I might add to that, we're going to hear from Councilwoman Diaz, and we'll hear from Mayor Pro Tem in a minute, that I think this is of such significance to all of us that you can be assured none of us want to be left out. This is about a human being, one at a time, that is in a predicament that any future, any delay looks so bleak and awful. And I think we want to be included and kept, not to interfere, not to take more time because you're having to brief us all the time, but to be advocates to help you and help your team of colleagues that you're going to be working with. But I think we all need to and are passionate about seeing this get its teeth and take care of those who are abused. We can't wait. We just can't delay 2 more years for that person that last week, last month, 6 months ago is still with us today, but continuously under this horrible, horrible nightmare. So with that, Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first and foremost, I want to recognize the efforts of us as a southern region coming together to talk about something that is so critical, making sure we're keeping our residents safe, because we know that domestic violence is real, and we know that going through the motions of reporting it and having that person who is victimizing the victim really come to justice is so difficult based on what you've just shared, Mr. Jerbick. And so I wanted the public to know and not to lose sight that we are here for the residents, that we are hearing your clamors, that we are trying to do the best to our ability to resolve this issue with the Supreme Court ruling. Unfortunately, there's lots of layers, as Councilman Knutson has just explained, that get in the way of us offering the best remedy for keeping everyone safe. But I think that them getting away currently with just a very minor slap on the hand and a simple battery charge is also not the correct way to continue to address these cases. And so if moving the ball down the field and doing something more expedient is going to help, I'm all for that. And I want to echo that, you know, the mayor has mentioned in previous meetings about us having a legislature that only meets every 2 years really hinders our ability to act expediently, because we are waiting on the legislature to remedy a lot of these rulings, and we don't have the ability to say, oh, we're going to go meet in February of next year. We're an annual state that meets every year. We know we meet every 2 years. And so just for people to start really thinking about the consequences of having a legislature that meets every 2 years and how it really does tie our hands, and then we're facing maybe, you know, if the governor chooses to call a special session to address this issue or many other issues, that's his decision. And so with that, I'm all about making sure we're moving expediently to meet the needs of everybody, and so I will be supportive of this measure because I think it's way better than what we currently have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. What I'd like to do now, both Councilman Greer and Mayor Pro Tem would like to make comments, but I think we'd like to hear from Will Horn and anyone else. I mean, I think this is an appropriate time, but I will limit you to 2 minutes, but would like you to come forward again, restate your name if you don't mind, and then keep your comments, if you can, to 2 minutes, and we will put a timer on that, please. And Mr. Jerbick, I'm sorry, I mean, I could get you a chair, but I know you, probably a lot of the questions will warrant comments back from you.
I'll be
so
sitting
we'll
over
go
there.
forward. Thank you.
Morning again, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is William Horn, Vice President at Strategies 360. I'm here on behalf of my client, SafeNest, who is present, and Ms. Ortenberger will come forward and speak on some statistics that were mentioned earlier, particularly about our objections on this. We understand the council is in a tough spot, but we believe that this ordinance, and I appreciate the time that Councilman Knudsen has given us, and also we met with Mr. Jerbick yesterday for about an hour on this. There are some things that we do disagree with, and I won't get into those legalities about, the Supreme Court's decision, trumps your charter. We get that. But one of the things that we find objectionable is guns are so violent in a domestic violence instance. It makes it more violence. It makes it more lethal to the victims if they remain inside the home. In way of background, many of you know, I served 12 years in the legislature. I've been recognized for my work in domestic violence legislation. But I was also, during that time, in the interim, a criminal defense attorney. So I've seen both sides of that. And to remove that provision, we think is a step backwards. We also are looking for leadership from our municipalities to speak out openly, like here today, and say, Nevada legislature, Mr. Governor, we would love you to come into special session and provide a fix for this that has occurred that is tying our hands. We haven't heard that. I believe that a special session, while that remedy will not be the complete remedy that we need, I think it'll be more of a remedy and safer for victims and police officers than what capable of at this level. Lastly, I haven't seen anything of a petition to the Supreme Court to say, can we have some time? Because the Supreme Court has basically said, you have to do something that you were physically unable to do at this point. That's like the court saying, Mr. Horn, before you can appear before a court, you need to be in a size 44 long suit. Okay, I can do that if you give me some time, but today, I can't fit in a 44 long suit. So it would be helpful if the municipalities could say to the court, okay, give us the time to do it, but your order today is physically impossible because you don't have the jury boxes. You don't have the access to the jury pools. But we haven't seen that type of effort either, and we'd like that. We'd come to the table and we'll work with how that looks in a special session as well. But removing the guns will make it only more dangerous. And I grew up here, and there's never been a year there hasn't been a fatality in domestic violence. And I shudder to think that after
Thank you,
this...
Mr. Horn. You're over 3 minutes now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz Ortenberger, CEO for SafeNest. Thank you to Councilman Knudsen and to City Attorney Jerbick for meeting with us over the last week. We also met with the DA's office and many other folks to talk about this issue. During committee on Monday, Pro Temp Fiore demonstrated some frustration over the stats that we were giving being too national, so I want to give you local stats. In 2017, which is the most completed homicide report we have on domestic violence, there were 19 incidents statewide of homicide with 28 victims. 17 of those incidences of homicide were inside the city of Las Vegas. 10 of them included gunshots. The youngest victim was 1. The oldest victim was 74. Clark County as a whole, including the municipalities, carries 88% of the domestic violence misdemeanors for the state. So when our Reno colleagues tell us we're going to wait and see, they are talking about 40 cases. When we say we're going to wait and see, we're talking about 13,000 cases countywide. When it comes to the city of Las Vegas in particular, you carry alone 30% of all domestic violence misdemeanor cases for the state. But we're not even talking about guns in the home after a charge and the other side of it. SafeNest is unique because we deal with victims, batters, and children affected by this epidemic. In our batters treatment classes, we hear about guns under pillows, guns being put in the mouths of victims to get them to comply, and guns being used as a constant sign of threat and imminent homicide. And these are in houses where no homicide has yet occurred, but the chance of homicide is there in convicted misdemeanor households. That is what will be happening in the future under this ordinance. We recognize that the city is in a tough spot. There is no easy solution here. We like the idea of requesting a delay, of course, and continuing to at least follow the mandate of guns being removed. The most important thing to know here is that there are systems around the country that work very well. And as we're getting ready to design a new court building, there are DV specialty courts that deal with the entirety of the case. We haven't talked about the most dangerous point for a victim of domestic violence is at child custody swapping. When we extend these cases, family court waits for municipal court to make a decision, and child custody continues to be swapped.
Thank you.
This ordinance puts victims of domestic violence and police officers at inordinate risk of homicide and death. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that we do have Metro officer here. Mr. Officer Callaway, yes? And if you could just make your comments, and we'll hear from a few others if they would.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I wasn't planning on coming forward and speaking today. This is a very tough issue. I believe we're between a rock and a hard place here. From Metro's standpoint, let me say this. Our commitment is on reducing violent crime and ensuring the safety of victims of domestic violence in our community. And as such, in the field, we're not going to change anything we currently do based on this Supreme Court decision. We will continue to make arrests for domestic violence. We will continue to hold those that commit these crimes accountable. We do understand that on your side, you don't have the resources or the infrastructure to deal with these cases in a jury trial. And one concern we have is folks slipping through the cracks, folks that either plead to a lesser crime or are charged with a lesser crime other than domestic violence, so they don't get those services, they don't get plugged into those anger management and programs that help reduce domestic violence. We obviously have a great concern about folks being able to retain their firearms when they've been convicted of a domestic violence. We do think that the legislature does need to convene and hold a special session on this. I agree with the comments made by Mr. Horn that I think effort needs to be made in addition to this ordinance to try to push for more time, to push in case the legislature doesn't meet or there isn't an easy answer to this, that down the road jury trials could be had. I see this as a temporary move to prevent these cases from being addressed as simple battery. So we support the intent of the ordinance, but obviously we have concerns about the firearm component, and we want to work with everyone. We will continue to work with all stakeholders. So we thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
You know, I worry as much about this as a firearm. I've seen too many just from this, or a chair, or a brick. And so a firearm is a piece of it, but this piece is the bigger piece. And the time that all of this is going to take, and for us to get the legislature to act on an annual basis, to me, and thank you, Councilwoman Diaz, because to me, we are dinosaurs in Nevada. We are dinosaurs that are extending everything, and it's time to do something, which this is just one huge significant piece. But I worry about this as much as I worry about every firearm in the hands of the wrong person who will manage to get it regardless. They will get a firearm, and they have these. So I'm going to turn now, anyone else that wishes to come up and make, and thank you, officer. And if you will, keep it to 2 minutes, and then we're going to go ahead and turn it to Councilman Creer and then Mayor Pro Tem. So please, sir, yes.
Daniel Braisted, citizen of Las Vegas. This definitely is very important. In the Air Force, what we used to do in maintenance when we had a write-up that there was oil on the hangar floor, we would come in and just wipe it up and then clear in the forms, wiped up the oil. And that was okay until General David C. Jones took over Air Force Europe. He came in and said, okay, the effect is the oil on the hangar floor. But what was the cause? Was there a bad seal, improper training, improper manuals? It was massive that we changed a lot of the manuals that the employees didn't use because they were incorrect. What it appears to me that we're doing here with domestic violence is that we're focusing on the oil on the hangar floor, which is very important. You don't want to leave it there. You do need to deal with domestic, but as people pointed out, it's not just a gun. It'll be a knife, a bottle, a frying pan, all that stuff. So yes, we can stop guns, but they'll use cars and trucks and whatever. I would like to have more focus placed on the cause. And I think, yes, alcohol and drugs are there, but a big part of it is not knowing how to manage anger. We don't really know how to handle anger. And in today's society, with social media and all this other stuff, we need to come some way to start teaching people about the 4 different personalities. There's 4 different personalities. There's the emotional bank account that Covey talks about. These are things that a lot of homes have never even heard about. And I would like to see, and this could be taught a lot of ways, but it could also be put in commercials. Anger happens when you don't meet my expectation. If you meet my expectation, there's no anger. So we need to start talking to people that if you're angry, you may want to change your expectations.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, come right on up.
Good morning. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor, for letting us be heard. My name is Claire Hooper, for the record. I am here as a member of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense America, part of Everytown for Gun Safety. I am here to ask you to vote no on 2019-35, which would add to Las Vegas Municipal Court Title 10 a new chapter to establish a city misdemeanor offense of battery, which domestic violence along with corresponding penalties. I am aware of the arguments in favor of making this change by city code in order to avoid jury trials, which the city cannot conduct. But this fix or workaround will further harm survivors of domestic violence. We cannot ignore the harm that will be caused by allowing people convicted of domestic violence to keep their weapons. I urge you to reject this bill and instead take a step back, work with county and state officials to find a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Okay, anyone else? I'm going to turn this now over. Oh, yes, please.
Hi, my name is Sasha. I'm here as a member of Moms Demand Action.
Sasha, I'm sorry, we need the last name.
Oh, sorry, Sasha Baris.
Would you spell that? Last name, please.
B-A-R-R-E-S-E.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman, Mayor Goodman. I'm here as a member of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, part of Everytown for Gun Safety. I'm here to ask you to vote no on Bill 2019-35. Domestic violence and guns are a deadly combination. An abuser's access to a gun makes it 5 times more likely that the woman will be killed in a domestic violence incident. In Nevada, a firearm was used in 57% of all intimate partner homicides between 2013 and 2017. Nevada's strong firearms safety law enables Nevada law enforcement to hold domestic abusers accountable if they acquire firearms after they're convicted, and they also ensure that abusers turn in their guns upon conviction. 46 other states have figured out how to provide the right to a jury trial to those convicted of similar crimes of domestic violence, and I think that Nevada can figure it out too, and we must in order to protect victims of and domestic violence survivors.
Thank you very much for coming down. Okay, I'm going to close public comment now and start with Councilman Creer, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me start by saying I don't believe that there's one person in this building that doesn't want what is best for any victim of domestic violence, battery, whatever you want to call it. And I really believe that the city has an intention to try to do what's right and to do what is best. I do have some concerns. I don't know if we've exhausted all of our options prior to us getting to this point. I concur with Mr. Horn that I believe that we should make an effort to try to, whether it's advocate to the Supreme Court, ask for a stay so that we can have some time to figure this out. I would not want to proceed with something that does not have some type of gun prohibition within it. I would hate to think that something would happen after a person is released from our custody and goes back to the gun that they have and bad things happen. And I don't believe that there's one person in here, or especially on this dais, that would want that to happen as well. I would like to see if we could take a step back and see if we can make an opportunity to go to the Supreme Court and see if we can grab some time and figure out a better strategy towards this. I don't know if we're under some time constraints or not, but I would like to see all options exhausted before we go into something that potentially could have ramifications to victims of battery and domestic violence. Brad, maybe you can answer that question.
I can. I didn't want to interrupt. It's a good point. Here's what happened in this case. The Supreme Court is not going to entertain a motion to stay. They've even cut off our ability to ask for one. Here's what happened in this case. This is how serious it is. This normally goes to a 3-judge panel, not the entire 7-member Nevada Supreme Court. It went to a 3-judge panel, and without any petition, it went right to the whole 7-member body of the Supreme Court. And then the next day, they issued the writ on this, cutting off any ability to ask for a stay. They have sent a very clear message here that they are not going to entertain it. And even if they didn't, here's what I think would happen. But that's a fact. We can't ask for a stay. We would love to ask for a stay. It's a great idea, but we legally can't. But even if we did, we'd be looking at the Nevada Supreme Court, and we would say, please suspend a constitutional violation for 2 or 3 weeks while we get our ducks in a row. We would still have to charge simple battery. They're not going to let us charge battery and domestic violence when they've already said it's a constitutional violation to not have a jury trial go with it. And so I appreciate the thought, and I think it's a great one, and we would love to pursue that, but we can't.
But, so, we're charging battery now?
Just simple battery.
Simple battery now. And I think if we don't make an effort to at least, whether we petition the governor, petition the legislature, or even try to attempt to go back. I know you said we can't, but you always can petition any public body for anything. Now, what they respond to it is subject to them. But it seems as though those things need to happen before we go into something like this, and to try to work it out on both sides. There was a comment that was made that there is consensus on the entities that deal with domestic violence on the ground, and obviously that is not the case. We have some dissension, and I'm sure they would love to have an opportunity to be a part of the conversation that can come up with something that would be more harmonious, and to figure out this gun prohibition. I think that's obviously a huge sticking point. I've heard to say that we can't do it because of our charter, but there's at least attempting ways to go about trying to get that overdone as well. I would like to see that, and I wouldn't be a supporter of something today without having at least attempted to make those concessions into any type of ordinance that we pass. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem, then back to Councilman Knutson, and then we'll make a motion. So please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So time is of essence in this particular situation, because right now, as of when the Supreme Court made this ruling, that put our municipalities basically taking domestic violence and putting them to simple battery. So if you're truly about getting guns out of the hands of domestic violence, this is the ordinance that's going to do that, because on the 3rd step, their guns get taken away. If we don't pass this, then it's a simple battery, and they can come back 10, 20 times, and it's not taken away. So I really think that it's quite misunderstood. I was in the legislature when SB 175 was passed in 2015. That bill allowed for the ban on firearms for individuals who were convicted of certain misdemeanor domestic violence offenses. I also sat on the Assembly Judiciary Committee that heard all the testimony for and against that bill. I voted for that bill in the Judiciary Committee and on the floor of the Assembly. I supported the ideas of the bill, and I still support those ideas. Unfortunately, today, we are forced to do something. If this bill does not pass, there will be no domestic violent convictions in the city of Las Vegas. Let that sink in for a minute. You guys are here about taking the guns away from felons. This is how you do it. The city of Las Vegas prosecutes, as Mr. Jerbick has said, about 5,000 domestic violence violations a year. If we do not pass this bill, we will have to prosecute those cases as simple battery cases. The bill requires counseling if you are convicted of domestic violence. A battery charge does not. The bill has steps for increasing penalties for those convicted of domestic violence. Simple battery does not. This bill allows for felony charges for the 3rd charge of domestic violence. Simple battery does not. For those of you that oppose this bill, I have a simple question. What's your solution? Because waiting around for the Supreme Court to let us talk could be a year, 2 years, and in that time, we're looking at $5,000, $10,000 criminals getting simple battery charges. If we don't pass this bill, we will have to prosecute domestic violations as battery cases. There is no other solution. Last night, the city of Henderson passed a similar bill, and today, our city and North Las Vegas are considering the same legislation. This should not be a controversial bill. It is a compromise bill that will protect the vulnerable domestic violent victims. Finally, this bill does not take our ability to prosecute domestic battery cases based on state law. It only gives us another avenue until the law is fixed. And I was in the legislature for a couple of terms, we cannot call a special session to fix statutes. So that is not allowed. In the meantime, we need to protect the victims of domestic violence, and this is the only solution on the table.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilman Knudsen.
Thank you very much, and I apologize. I know it's not protocol to speak twice, but
No,
I
it's
speak so
fine.
rarely that I really want to use my time.
No, you have the floor.
So in 30 seconds, here's what I'd like to say. Mr. Jervik, given my request, and I'm putting you on the spot, and I apologize for that. I usually don't like to do that. But is it possible for you to kind of outline what your next steps will be? And again, my thought is I hate being a city of tourniquets and Band-Aids. I think that's not the place that I want to be in. So what I'd like to do is work with you on what that strategy would look like. But for the folks in the audience who have different thoughts about this bill, can you lay out what the next steps will look like and how we will work together, including some of the folks in the room?
I will. I met with Ms. Ortenberger and Mr. Horn day before yesterday. I just talked with Ms. Ortenberger a moment ago, and I said, we need to have a meeting next week. We don't have a council meeting. We need to get on this right away. My goal is to, again, just put the tourniquet on this with this ordinance right now, knowing we haven't sewed the patient up and sent them home to heal yet. We know we have more work to do. But what I want to do is get us ready. If there is a special session, I want everybody singing from the same page of music. It would be terrible if we didn't all agree we're going to have jury trials or we're going to go after funding, or we're going to take away the state prohibition on guns, or if we're talking against each other, imagine how difficult it is as elected officials when you hear that yourselves. And so I think what I need to do is reach out to every advocate and reach out to every person in the legal community we've already talked to. So we have a counterpart in Henderson, North Las Vegas DA's office, and reach out with Metro as well, and sit down and see if we can't work toward that compromise that we can all agree on. That would be my goal. And if we can, then I think that's time to pick up the phone, call the governor's office and say, if you call a special session, you're not going to hear conflicting testimony. You're going to hear one solution from the community that's most at risk. That's my goal.
Well, and I think that's well stated, and make sure that we get the unincorporated Clark County, every municipality speaking the same song or singing the same song. It just infuriates me as how mixed up, messed up we are legally, and that we work against each other all the time. So at this point, Mr. Dorchuk, you had a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to do everything by the book, the City Attorney's Office is a very minor textual amendment. We wanted to reiterate that we brought up at recommending committee. Line 11 of page 1 should read Title 10 of the Municipal Code of the City, as opposed to Title 10, Chapter 32, Section 10 of the Municipal Code. So if we get a motion to approve this ordinance, we would need it to be a motion to approve with the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so at this point, I would turn to Mayor Pro Tem, please, for a motion with that amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we are forced to prosecute domestic violent cases as simple battery with no resolution for our victims, this is a solution to fix this until our state goes back into session. And with that and this amendment, I move to approve agenda item number 50.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And Mr. Jervik, as always, thank you for the clarity, your history, your knowledge, your efforts, your passion. I mean, it comes clear. We really are grateful to you. It's very difficult to handle and understand situations. None of us are lawyers, to my knowledge, and us to understand the history and what the laws on the books are, and the difficult choice we've just had to make. Councilman Creer, are you orally voting in favor? Are you?
I am voting, my system won't come up. It sounds like I might be the only no vote, so maybe the system even doesn't want me to vote no, but
Okay.
I am going to vote no.
Okay, and if you'll please post, so as we see the motion carries, thank you very much. And for all of you, just know our hearts and souls are there with you. This is a very difficult time. We're hoping to get a resolution, and certainly time is so critical in this for all our victims.
I appreciate it, and I promise all of you it doesn't stop
Thank
here.
you.
We're just beginning to get our arms around
And
this. Thank
please
you.
do, apropos of Councilman Knutsen's original request, to make sure that we're all kept duly up to speed on every part of this. It is
I've
so
just notified,
critical.
I just notified my assistant in the criminal division. We're setting up a meeting next week with SafeNest and other advocates. I'll invite you to all the meetings, Councilman. If you can make them, great. If you want to just get a report after the meeting, that's fine too, but we'll keep you in the loop.
But-
And the rest of you as well, who would like to be kept in the loop.
Are
and
they
know what's going
allowed
on.
to
Councilman
come?
Diaz?
That violates the open meeting law. So the only thing I'd like is the information to come down to us all equally, so we're all on the same page, please.
You got it.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move now on to, what time is it? Okay. We are moving on to agenda item 51, bill number 201937. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2019-37, an ordinance creating the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Tourism Improvement District Area 15 and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 51. Please vote and please post. Motion carries, and we'll move on now to agenda item 52. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items number 52 through 55, bills number 219-31, 34, 36, 38 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills, number 56. Item numbers 56 through 60, bills number 219-39 through 219-34 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Monday, November 4th, 2019. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Yes, Mayor. Bill number 2019-39, an ordinance granting to Crown Castle Fiber LLC, a limited liability company organized and existing under the laws of the state of New York and authorized to do business in Nevada, a non-exclusive franchise for a telecommunications service within the corporate limits of the City of Las Vegas, subject to and in accordance with the certain franchise agreement entered into between the City of Las Vegas and Crown Castle Fiber LLC, and providing for other related matters. Bill number 2019-40, an ordinance to generally prohibit within the pedestrian mall and surrounding areas the use or possession of certain types of weapons and implements, as well as toy and replica firearms, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2019-41, an ordinance creating the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 814, Summerlin Villages 21 and 24A, ordering a street project, storm sewer project, sanitary sewer project, drainage project, and water project within the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and providing other matters related thereto. Bill number 2019-42, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District 814, Summerlin Villages 21 and 24A, and assessing the cost of local improvements against the assessable property benefited by the local improvements, and providing other matters related thereto. Bill number 2019-43, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale by the City of its Special Improvement District number 814, Summerlin Villages 21 and 24A, local improvement bonds, Series 2019, approving the form of certain documents with respect to such bonds, ratifying action taken by city officers towards the issuance of such bonds, and providing other matters related thereto.
Thank you very much. New bills, number 2019-39 through 2019-43, assigned to the November 4th, 2019 recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony Knutsen and Councilwoman Fiore, if any so designated, are unable to attend the clerk's office, will coordinate fighting substitutes as necessary at my discretion. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Agenda 61. And for possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Do we have any? There are none. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 62, public hearing. to determine the advisability of granting a telecommunications service franchise to Crown Castle Fiber LLC pursuant to the purpose, character, term, time, and conditions of the proposed franchise agreement. This has to do with all wards. It's a public hearing which I declare open, and I don't know who is presenting.
Correct. Mayor, we don't have any presenter at this moment. If no one comes forward for public comment, you can close it and move forward. This is just required under the charter.
So no one is coming forward, so we are just going to close out, do anything with number 62? That's it? And move on to items number 63 and 64 may be considered one motion, one vote, and are considered routine, non-public and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item number 63, RQR 77026, applicant West Coast Billboards LLC, owner Reese Real Estate and Investment Company, Inc., on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0109-94 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1767 North Rancho, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Agenda item number 64, RQR 77027, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Rank Brewing LLC, on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0086-86 for a 65-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign, 831 West Bonanza Road, M Industrial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Staff recommends approval on both items, which are public hearing items, and I declare them open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on either of these items, 63, 64? I'll close the public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote, item 63, 64?
Madam Mayor, I move for approval on the one motion, one vote on items 63 and 64.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Madam Mayor, I was remiss. I'm going to vote on items 63 and 64, but I just want to disclose that I do own an advertising billboard company that does not compete with either one of these applicants, so I will be voting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I gather that complies legally.
It does, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So please vote and please post.
I believe my system is down, so I would vote in favor.
Okay. And that motion carries unanimously. Now we're on to agenda item 65, GPA 75814, public hearing, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, possible action request for a general plan amendment to amend portions of the southeast sector land use map of the general plan from C commercial and MXU mixed use to FBC form-based code and approximately 226 acres, Fremont East District, generally located south of Interstate 515, west of Eastern, north of Carson, and east of Las Vegas Boulevard. This is referencing Wards 3 with Councilwoman Diaz and Councilman Creer in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, I have the pleasure of being the applicant on this one on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. This is a request as a part of the implementation actions for the vision and goals as set forth by this council and the Las Vegas community in the adoption of the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan. The scope of this request does cover all the properties that are located within the Fremont East District and represents laying the groundwork for the second of 12 downtown districts set to implement this updated development standard process through the use of form-based codes. The proposed amendment and rezoning is compatible and consistent with the Vision 2045 Las Vegas Downtown Master Plan, the redevelopment area plan, as well as the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan, and all of its associated elements. With that, staff is recommending approval of these requests and continues to seek support of the City Council as we move forward with the historic West Side, the Arts District, and the other downtown Las Vegas districts. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I closed public hearing, but I'm going to make sure by closing it again. And let's go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem may have a motion on agenda item 65.
Yep, Madam Mayor, I motion to approve agenda item 65.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. Yes. Great. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 66. ZON 76747, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, possible action or request for rezoning from C1 limited commercial, C2 general commercial, R5 apartment, R4 high density, R3, what haven't we covered here? Medium density, and R2 medium low density to T4 and T4 neighborhood, T4 MS, T4 Main Street, T4C, T4 corridor, T5N, T5 neighborhood, T5 MS, T5 Main Street, and T6 UC, TC urban core, approximately 226 acres in the Fremont East District, generally located south U.S. Highway 515, east of Las Vegas Boulevard, north of Carson, and west of Eastern. Again, Wards 3 with Councilwoman Diaz and Councilman Creer, and Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Again, this is public hearing. Anyone interested in making comment? I'm going to close public hearing and turn to you, please, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, my comments from the last item are for this item as well, and again, we would just ask for your approval.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve item agenda 66.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, if I may, before we
Yes.
take a vote.
Please.
Being that part of my ward is affected by the adoption of the form-based code, and good job on getting through the alphabet soup, because that was a lot of lettering in there. I just want to let everybody know that coming on to City Council, form-based code was one of the first things that I had to take a deep dive into and learn more about, and I feel we have addressed many concerns and just questions that the public had and landowners had about adoption of form-based code. So first and foremost, I want to give kudos to our amazing planning and development team for meeting with all of those individuals, really answering their questions, and being super graceful as far as hearing their input and taking that in and applying this form-based code. And I've also been hearing a lot of excitement around the adoption of it as well. So with that, I just want to say we did our due diligence. We're hopeful this is smart planning, taking us through 2050 master plan and our vision as a city, and I appreciate all the work staff has done on this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and concur in that applause and gratitude. So please, there's motion to approve, and please vote, and please post. Great, motion carries. And we will now move on to agenda item 67. 68 and 69. 67, ZON 76884, and a request for rezoning from R4 high-density residential, R1 single-family residential to C1 limited commercial. Number 68, SUP 7685, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed multifamily residential development. Number 69, SDR 76886, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed three-story tall, 18,600 square foot mixed-use development, including 2,675 square feet office space with waivers of Appendix F interim downtown Las Vegas Area 2 development standards. The applicant owner is EL or L Walker LLC on .48 acres southeast corner of Bonneville Avenue and 8th Street at R4 high-density residential, R1 single-family residential, proposed C1 limited commercial zone. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items which are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz, and our public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please come forward.
Tom Schuman, 519 South 6th Street. I'm actually an architect, but in this case, I'm also the owner of the proposed El Walker project. I'm here basically to answer any questions council may have regarding the project. I know we had an abeyance for a month to do some redesign work on it, and that's what I'm here for. So with that, I'll let you ask what you might.
Okay, well, let's hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, although this requested site development review for this horizontal multifamily residential and office space development does include some waivers and exceptions, the proposal is compatible with the overall vision for the Founders District, which encourages corridor redevelopment that includes mixed-use residential, creative office space, in this case over some ground floor retail, and some community-oriented amenity spaces. For those reasons, staff is recommending approval of all entitlements, subject to conditions, and any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to be heard? And council, any questions for Mr. Schuman? Okay, with a closed public hearing, I'm going to turn this over to you, Councilwoman. Yes?
Okay. Well, this one's going to be just smooth sailing, so with that, I move to approve item 67, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 67. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. And on agenda item 68.
Move to approve item 68.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 68. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And finally, on agenda item 69. Please vote. Oh, no.
Move to approve item number 69.
I got in a roll there. Couldn't wait. Thank you. It's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. The motion carries, and now I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Mayor Pro Tem Fiore as the next item, number 70, and thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pertains to issues of medical marijuana, and as you all know, I have a son engaged in the industry. So if you would, Mayor Pro Tem, number 70.
Absolutely. Madam Mayor, SUP 76230, public hearing, applicant owner Main Street Investments 3 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3720 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 1319 South Main Street, CM Commercial Industrial Zone, Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? I don't see any. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, the subject site does comply with all current minimum distance separation requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the surrounding existing uses. As such, staff is recommending approval of the proposal subject to all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I see none, so I'll be closing the public hearing, and I'll be turning it over to Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing that the applicant isn't here, I have met with them. I have seen the work done with this structure and this building. It is in the Arts District, and before they acquired the property and cleaned it up, it has been a place where vagrants kind of continually break in, and I'm hoping that we can make the building a usable space in the downtown area. There's so much amazing life coming to that part of the ward, and so with that, I will move to approve item number 70.
There's a motion on the floor. Please vote and post. That motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll move on to agenda item 71, 72. 71, ZON 77074, and a request for rezoning PR Professional Office and Parking to C1 Limited Commercial, number 72, VAR 77073, request to allow a 75-foot lot width where 100 feet is the minimum required. The applicant owner is Juan A. Fernandez, 0.017 acres at 4224 West Charleston Boulevard, PR Professional Office and Parking Zone, proposed C1 Limited Commercial. Both items, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson, or public hearings, which I declare open. We'll turn this over to you, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, as the request adheres to the overall vision of the Service Commercial General Plan, future land use designation of the Las Vegas, the 2020 Las Vegas Master Plan, as well as all the existing commercially zoned lots on the block with lot widths of less than 100 feet, staff does recommend approval of both entitlements subject to conditions.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to come forward on these items? I'll close public hearing. Councilman Knutson, these are yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the recommendation from the Planning Commission and the staff recommendation for approval, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 71?
Correct.
Thank you. Subject to any conditions? Were there? Does that need to be added?
No, ma'am, just the existing, if approved, conditions.
Okay. Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And he stepped aside. Okay. And that motion carries, and let's move on to agenda item 72.
Madam Mayor, for item number 72, based on the recommendation from Planning Commission and Planning staff, I would move for approval as well.
Great. There's a motion to approve agenda item 72. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move now on to items 73, 74, and 75. VAR 76903, a request for variance to allow 35 parking spaces where 146 are required. Number 74, SUP 76904, a request for special use permit for 3,470 square foot liquor establishment tavern and a 5,025 square foot outdoor seating area with a waiver to allow 638-foot distance separation from a church where 1,500 feet is required. And agenda item 75, SDR 76905, a request for site development plan to review proposed 5,025 square foot outdoor seating area addition to an existing 3,470 square foot commercial building. The applicant is Joe's Bar. The owner is 2851 North Rancho LLC on .92 acres at 2851 North Rancho Drive, C2 General Commercial Zone. On all items, Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
And your name, please, sir.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Joe Signor. I own Joe's Bar, located at 2851 North Rancho Drive.
Okay, anything you would like to say at this particular point?
The reason why I'm here is I wish to amend my approved use permit to allow alcohol sales in conjunction with outdoor activities. That outdoor activity is playing the game of cornhole, which we play in the area in the back of our parking lot.
Wonderful. Okay, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing an expansion without providing parking that meets Title 19 development standards. As such, staff has recommended denial. I will note that the Planning Commission has added a condition to the special use permit that will restrict the hours of operation on the outdoor activity to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Within that area. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
And did you concur with that?
Yes.
You did agree?
Yes.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda items, where are we, 73, 74, 75? Close public hearing. Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good to see you today.
Good
Thank
seeing
you
you.
for having us out. to your bar.
Well, thank you for coming.
Your facility. It's a nice facility, and I appreciate all the work that you've done to improve it, to make it aesthetically, pleasing, and
thank you.
To be a good business operating in Ward 5. So thank you for that. We did go out and take a look at the facility. I can completely understand what he's trying to do. I concur with what you're trying to do. As you and I spoke, one of the challenges is that once we issue this SUP, then it also allows you to do a lot of other things under that certain variance that we're giving you. So you could go out and have concerts and loud music and do all types of things, and it backs up to some apartment complexes that are there. So we have to be cognizant of the neighbors that are there, and in ensuring that we don't cause them a lot of angst by your patrons being in the back of the bar playing cornhole. And I know that's what your intention is, but like any business owner, cornhole works, and they say, well, why don't we throw some music out here? When anyone listen to some music while you're having cornhole, and your cousin plays in a band, and your cousin comes by and starts playing, and even though you say you don't do these things, you would have the right to do that. And so I'm going to be in favor of this, but we want to put some conditions on the SUP in terms of hours of operation back there. I think 7 a.m. to sort of 9 p.m. I know that's your limitation, but it seems a little, 9 p.m. for a bar, especially on a weekend, seems kind of early for business. I'd be willing to, if you put it maybe 11 a.m. and give it a shot and do a one-year review on it with administrative review for the SUP.
You said 11 a.m.,
No,
is that
excuse
what
me.
you meant?
7 a.m. seems early, but 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. would
11
seem like
p.m.
more appropriate time for you to operate your business. People like to come out at, 9 a.m.
We do have tournaments in the morning, in the summertime, to kind of beat the heat, so sometimes we will start at 9 a.m. We will not start at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
9 to 10 a.m. To 11 p.m. would be great.
Yeah, okay. If there's any other discussion, I'm unsure, by my peers?
No? I think
So I'm going to make a motion to approve item V73, VAR 76903.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve number 73.
I'm sorry, Mayor and Council. I guess for the record, could you clarify the hours of operation again, just for the clerk's office?
We'll do that under the
10 a.m. to
SUP.
11, when he gets
I'll do that on the next item on the
Okay,
SUP.
thank you.
Thank you. There's
I've been doing
motion.
this a while.
Okay.
Mr. Scott.
Okay, and please post. Number 73 passes. Let's move on to 74.
I just had to get that in under for Mr. Scott, by the way. Item 74, SUP 76904, I move for approval with amending the operations for the expansion from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then I'd like to have a one-year administrative review to ensure that all is going according to plan. You fine with that?
No, that's fine.
Excuse me, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just so that, for the clerk and for my staff, so your motion would be to amend Condition 1 to make the hours of operation 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., and then to add a condition that an administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from date of final approval.
Sounds good.
To which you agree, I'm sure. and
Yes, I do.
Now you got better hours. Wonderful. All right, please vote and please post. That motion carries. And finally, agenda item 75.
I make a motion for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 75. Please vote and please post. I'm having a good time.
All the best.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Motion carries. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 76, VAR 77093, public hearing, applicant. Image 360 owner, 5600 West Sahara Holdings LLC, possible action or request for variance to allow a proposed 50-foot tall on-premise freestanding sign where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed, to allow 3 signs on the street frontage where 2 signs are allowed, and to allow a 71-foot separation from an existing monument sign where 100 feet is the minimum required on 3.38 acres. That's 5600 West Sahara, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilman Knutson. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant or representative present? You've been sitting here a long time.
Yeah, well,
But you're alive and well. It's noon.
We're going to still make lunch, so.
Good.
My name is Terry Whalen, and this is Benjamin Kay with MH360, and we're representing Dana White and the former owners of Newport Motors, who are doing a new dealership at 5600 West Sahara for Lotus cars. And we were approved by the Planning Commission, but there was one item that we wanted to clear up before we voted, and that is that the plans, as we submitted it, we neglected to point out the fact that we were going to delete 2 signs that are already there. So we're really only asking for permission for 1 sign, and we made a commitment to the Planning Commission to remove the other 2, but somehow it didn't get in the documentation. I don't know if that's just the way the paperwork works for us, but we're willing to commit now to remove the other 2 signs.
Thank you very much.
So that leaves us with, we're asking for permission to build a 50-foot pylon sign on property that's actually only zoned for 40. And the reason for that is they have competing properties on either side of them that do have 50-foot pylon signs, and we felt like that would be, our client feels like that would be an unfair competitive advantage for their competition. So that's our statement, and I want to know if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, as the applicant has indicated, they have amended their original request, or what we believe their original request was, and they do now only seek 1 freestanding sign that is requesting to exceed the height limitations of our development standards. So staff has determined, though, that because of that height deviation, even with the elimination of the other 2 signs, that proposal is still inconsistent with Title 1908-120, development standards. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of the project. Condition 1 of the variance spells out exactly what the applicant mentioned and specifies that this approval, if approved, is for sign height only, and all existing signage located on the Sahara frontage shall be removed and replaced by the 1 proposed freestanding sign that is a part of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone interested in comments on 76, please come forward. I'll close public hearing, and Mr. Knutson, on to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for taking the time. With the presentation given, with the conditions outlined by Mr. Summerfield, I would move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item number 76. Please vote and please post. There it goes. Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice sign. Okay, agenda item 77, SUP 77032, public hearing, applicant Round One Entertainment, Inc., owner Seritage SRC Finance LLC, possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 42,518 square foot liquor establishment tavern use with waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation from a church house of worship and 100-foot separation from a private and public school where 1,500 required at 4,000 Meadows Lane, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I'm Allison Gigante with the law firm of Colsar and Latham, representing Round One Entertainment, Inc., here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the subject site that's proposed is located within a tenant space within a regional mall that is physically suitable to the intensity of the proposed land use. As such, staff is recommending approval of the application with the associated waivers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone having comments on agenda item 77? I'm going to close public hearing and turn this over to Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the Meadows Mall, just for everyone to be aware. I think this is a good use for the space, and much of the work that was done prior to me coming onto this council was on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian, who's looking out for the best interests, making sure that the provisions outlined in the conditions and that you worked on are in the best interest of children and in the mall. So I trust that the councilwoman made very good decisions, and I think the plan that has been worked on with our business licensing staff and our planning staff are appropriate for the area. I'm grateful for new business coming into the ward. So with that, I will move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 77. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 78, SUP 77086, public hearing, applicant Octapharma Plasma, Inc., owner 199 LLC, for possible action, request for a special use permit for blood plasma donor center use at 2101 South Decatur Boulevard, suite number 23-25, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 1. Councilman Knutson, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and is the applicant or applicants present?
Yes, we are. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and council. My name is Dion Wren, and I am also here with Octapharma's corporate representative, as well as a representative of the landlord, to speak to any matters relevant.
Okay, thank you. And your name, sirs?
Ryan Miseresh for 1999 LLC.
Thank you.
Kerry Klish with Octapharma Plasma.
Thank you very much. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the proposed use is located in a shopping center which can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the existing and future land uses within the surrounding area. With that, I believe in discussions with the councilman and the applicant, there are a couple conditions that when the councilman's ready, I can read those into the record that would be added to this application.
Okay, thank you. This is public hearing item. Would anyone care to make comment here? I will close the public hearing, and Councilman Knutson, do you want to hear the conditions?
Madam Mayor, if it's okay with you, I would like it if the applicant could go through a brief presentation to talk about the use of the space and the plans. And there were several questions that I asked in our meeting, and I'll probably ask those on the record as well.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Certainly. Octapharma is a business that is focused on collecting blood plasma for the purpose of use in life-saving medications. And this is important because plasma, which is often referred to as the gift of life, is a base material needed to create therapies for thousands of people living with bleeding disorders, immune deficiency disorders, undergoing dialysis, and who are also undergoing organ transplants and many other uses. Across the nation, Octapharma has now growing 88 plus donation centers, one of them that's already actually based here in Las Vegas, and hopefully another over at the Decatur location that we're talking about today. And Octapharma is dedicated to improving the health and lives of the donors, employees, patients, and citizens in the communities where they live and work. Now, what's important and generally about Octapharma is that it is under high regulation by the federal government and also by state regulations with regard to the facilities that they run, which have high-tech machinery that is used to, when an individual comes in to donate the blood plasma, that is then later taken and pulled apart from the blood, and that's kind of a weird way to say this, and then tested, made sure that it's clean and appropriate for use, and later to be then sent off and used for medicines as discussed before. Octapharma's donation centers have done quite a bit in other areas and even in Las Vegas to positively impact communities. There are 4 major areas in which it has done so: new job creation, donor payments, retail support, and partnerships. With regard to new job creation, each facility generally creates upwards of 50 new jobs per center, and the employees receive valuable skills, training, and the amount of money that they make either in salary or hourly wages is upwards of $2 million annually in their competitive employee wages. The types of individuals that are hired to work at Octapharma include retailers, construction trades, janitorial staff, delivery services, et cetera, as you see in the slide. And particularly for this location, as part of the build-out, that is creating jobs for that part of it. And Octapharma will even, once it is just before opening, which will be later in 2020, about springtime, it'll hold a job fair to provide people opportunities to come in and hopefully be able to apply and become employees of Octapharma. Now, it was an interesting concept that you call it a donation center, but individuals are paid. An important thing that's different about plasma, that is different from just giving blood, is that it is a longer process, especially when you come in for your first time to give plasma. It takes about 2 hours for the screening process. And then after that, about an hour, hour and a half each time you donate. But there is an intensive screening process where the individual provides their license, proof of residence, also proof of their social security numbers, those items to show that they are here, they're in the community. And even before we came to present here today, and in our meeting with Councilman Knudsen to discuss and getting ready for this, we showed that there is a map of numerous donors that live in Ward 1 who are currently having to travel over to the Fremont location to be able to donate. And this will provide an opportunity for those individuals to be closer to their home and to be able to donate within their ward. Another major support is in the community, is in retail, because the money that is provided to an individual, and let me step back and say, when an individual comes in to donate, the funds that they receive are placed onto a type of reloaded card, debit card, that it is assigned to them. It has their information. They actually have to put their information in to have it generated for them. And those funds are used, for example, college students use this as additional income to pay for extremely expensive books. Your other average donators are single mothers who are looking to supplement their income. But another way that the money is used is in retail support, when individuals take those funds to go and purchase things that they need at other stores. Another important part, and the fourth major item, are community partnerships. Octapharma partners with local chambers of commerce and intends to do so here in Las Vegas with its new facility and with its current one. Supports multiple healthcare and patient advocacy organizations. And I think is also very exciting is, although it is a little offside from the medical district that is housed within Ward 1, it is perfectly placed in that ward, because Southwest Medical, for example, opened recently at 186,000 square foot facility. Dignity Health also opened up a sizable facility all down the street from where Octapharma will be. And there's an example in the slide. The individuals and our donors that actually come in are between the age, generally from 18 to 65, average household income 30 to 50,000. They're here, their primary motivation is to earn supplemental income. They must be in good health, and as I mentioned before, providing a valid photo ID, proof of social security, proof of residence. They are full-time or part-time employees, students, job seekers, and they must demonstrate a suitable past and present medical, social histories, medications, things of those nature. So I'll leave this up as far as the plasma donation process, but I want to make a very important and crucial point that along the lines of the growing medical district, if I could quote you, Councilman Knudsen, only a few months ago had mentioned that the ward includes that medical district, and he believes that the city could advance the district further. And I think in adding Octapharma to what Southwest Medical has built and what Dignity Health has built is very important in continuing on with that endeavor.
Thank you. Very well done. Thank you very much. So, Councilman, the conditions now for Mr. Summerfield?
Yes, Madam, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Through you, Councilman, so the two conditions that, based on our discussions, that would be added to the special use permit, first condition would be that an administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance. The second condition would be a security plan shall be submitted for approval by the director or their designee prior to the issuance of a business license.
Madam Mayor, if I can, I appreciate your presentation. I was ready to be very intense with my questioning, but you did a really good job at answering all the questions that we discussed in our meeting. And you quoted me, which I haven't had that before. I appreciate that, so thank you. 'Cause it sounded brilliant, but maybe you made it up, I don't know. So I appreciate the time and effort you put into this presentation. I appreciate you going over those facts. I think many times my decisions are guided by perception, and so it was something I was a little bit anxious about. We talked about the possibilities, the opportunities that exist, and some of the challenges. Given the conditions read into the record by the Planning Department and Mr. Summerfield, and given the presentation that you just made, thank you very much, and I would move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion then to approve. Let's do them one at a time, or are they not? Hold on one second. It's just on agenda item 78. Thank you. This motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Well done. Good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Thank you, council
Thank
members.
Thank you.
Boy, you're booming along in the medical district. It's great. Okay, we're going to do agenda item 79, 80, 81. And then we will do 82 and 83, and then we'll recess for a break. Okay, number 79, EOT 77106, request for seventh extension of time on an approved special use permit SUP 25267 for proposed 550-foot building within an AO airport overlay district where height limitation is 200 feet. Number 80, EOT 77105, and a request for a seventh extension of time and approved special use permit SUP 25268 for mixed-use development. And number 81, EOT 77104, and a request for a seventh extension of time and an approved site development plan review SDR 25265 for proposed 50-story mixed-use development, including 15,000 square feet of commercial space, 700 residential condominium units on .80 acres. The applicant owner is Solterra Holdings and Nevada LLC at the southeast corner of Gas Avenue and First Street, C2 General Commercial Zone. Staff recommends denial on all three items, which are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. These items are non-public hearing. Is the applicant or representative? Yes, here.
Hi, Madam Mayor.
Hello.
Good afternoon. J.T. Moran, a member of the Moran Group in Las Vegas at 630 South 4th Street. I'm representing the applicant on these items that are before the City Council today. There are a number of them. They aren't new. This, I believe, is our, is it the 8th or 9th request for extension of time on the use permits and all of the
7.
correspondent land use applications?
7.
7,
All right.
okay. So, I have represented Solterra and Neradia for quite some time. This is a strategic parcel as far as I'm concerned for the downtown area. My business takes place and has taken place here in the downtown area for the past 25 years. My family has done business in this area for a substantially longer period of time, Madam Mayor. And this project is a project that will eventually get built. And will eventually bring more people to the downtown area. And in my opinion, it is consistent, compatible, and harmonious with all of the rules and the regulations in the City of Las Vegas code. We are here again. I was not going to make I'm going to make a very brief affirmative presentation. And that brief affirmative presentation is going to just touch on two things. The reasons why we have not moved forward on this application or these applications. Number one, you'll notice the time frames when we first submitted our applications were back in 2006 and 2007. We went through a very difficult time frame in terms of a recession. Even though the economy has somewhat stabilized over the course of the last, 4 or 5 years, 3, 4 or 5 years, the condominium market in general, anyone who has their finger on that pulse would know that it was decimated. And it is slowly but surely coming back. That is our market. You'll notice in the application that we're asking for approximately 800 residential units, condominium units. These are for sale units. And we also have the mixed-use component to these applications. You'll also know that these are 3 towers. We're looking to go forward with tower number 1, which is our 14-story tower, to see and test the marketplace, and then we'll move into the southern parcel, which has the 2 50-story buildings, which will contain, again, residential, office, commercial, retail, and all the fun things that we want to have available as amenities and perquisites in the downtown area. Another item that happens to be lining up, you know, they say the planets come into alignment and timing is everything. Well, timing is becoming everything for the Naradi and Solterra company. This is a very, very big company out of Canada. We have projects that are under construction now. We have done major construction projects in a variety of different marketplaces in San Diego and then also up in Canada in different provinces. But the more important thing is that we have 3 what I would call regionally significant projects that are under construction as of right now. We have the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority expansion. We also have Resorts World, which is currently under construction. And finally, we have the Resorts World. Bear with me, I'm now 47 years old. I'm starting to get old. We have the Resorts World project, we have Boyd's project downtown, and we also have the stadium. With those projects, most of the really true contractors that could handle a project of this size are already accounted for, are already called for, and the correspondent subcontractors that come, that trade that comes with some of these better contractors are already hired. The good news is that these projects, these 3 big projects in Southern Nevada that are driving infrastructure are coming to a conclusion. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority is getting ready to wrap up on their construction in the next year and a half. Same thing with Resorts World and their grand openings, soft and hard, that are planned first quarter next year, maybe second quarter and third quarter next year. And then finally, the stadium is wrapping up on time as well. With that, we have now put ourselves into a position where we can really take a look at some contractors that can get this job done. We've never listed this property for sale. Well, I tried to buy it to expand my cab company and limousine company, but it wasn't the appropriate use at that location. We ended up moving. Western Cab is currently at a different location, but was on gas for a long period of time, and that's our neighbor, which is the project that's presented before you, Madam Mayor. But with that, we understand staff's recommendation. I think what staff is saying is that their denial is based on the timeframes and not based on the integrity of the project. And so timing is right. We're asking for 2 years. We agree with staff's conditions in terms of the conditions that they have, the if approved conditions, Madam Mayor, membership, and we're here to answer any questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, as indicated, it's been 11 years that have passed since the date of the original approval and public input on a project at this location. During that time, the applicant has not exercised their special use permit or their site development plan approvals. No building plans have been submitted for review at this point. The applicant has not demonstrated at this time the ability to develop the site in a timely manner, and for that reason, staff has recommended denial of these requested extension of times. To be clear for the record, if approved, the condition that is in there gives them a 1-year time limit for this extension of time. If these extensions are denied, the special use permits and the site development review will expire in January 9th of 2020. And nothing in that would preclude them from bringing forward a new updated package of what they would be proposing to do when the market is adjusted and they're able to move forward with their proposal.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Moran, I have a few questions. Which one is considered Tower 1?
Tower number 1, which would be the one that we would move forward with first, is the one that is directly on the southeast corner of First and Gas.
Madam Mayor, so just for the record and to keep clear, so that's the next set of projects. The applications that he's referring to are not opened at this point. That's the next set of
Step.
EOTs, yes.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to see, because there are 2 properties listed in these EOTs, I thought maybe one referred to one land and land use, the other one, but no.
Madam Mayor, through you, so yes, Councilwoman, so items 82 and 83 are what the applicant's representative is referring to as their Tower 1, that's the 14-story project. The items that are currently open, 79 through 81, those are for the 50-story towers.
Mayor, this is Brian down here, Mayor.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you'd like, you can go ahead and open those 2 up as
I would.
well, and then we
I'd
can
like
just
to.
vote on them
Yeah.
individually.
Thank you. Let me go read in then 82 and 83. EOT 77108, a request for a 7th extension of time on an approved special use permit SUP 25070 for proposed mixed-use development. And number 83, EOT 77107, a request for a 7th extension of time and approved site development plan review SDR 25072 for proposed 14-story mixed-use development, including 5,000 square feet of commercial space and 130 residential condominium units. The applicant owner is Solterra Holdings, Nevada LLC, 0.48 acres in the northeast corner of Hoover Avenue and First Street, C2 General Commercial Zone. Staff recommends denial on both items, which also are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. These items are non-public hearing, and there we go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So now knowing that the before-mentioned Tower 1 is on Hoover and First, how quickly are we looking to start this project, and do we have the financing there in place to make it already happen?
Oh, we own the property free and clear. That's probably about $25 to $30 million worth of real estate that we've held here and paid taxes on for the past, I think, 12 to 13 years. The financing is not an issue. The group is financially suitable. That's not an issue. But I think I knew where you were
Mr.
going.
Moran, my colleagues are saying they're having a hard time hearing you. Can you lift the mic and maybe speak a little bit more directly into it, because
No.
they can't hear your responses?
Of course. This is a financially suitable company. The company owns the property. The property is not encumbered. The real estate portfolio here in Southern Nevada at these 2 locations is approximately $25 million. So as far as writing a check for the construction, it's not an issue. As far as the timeframes are concerned, it's just a matter of just having the right timing for the market and making sure that what we decide to develop doesn't cross-cannibalize everything else in the downtown area. So the idea is, and I think I know where you were going in terms of having the first building, which is on the southeast corner of First and Gas, that's the 14-story single building. You'll notice that it's all basically 8 city lots that have been broken up into 3 city lots and 5 city lots. So the first one that we would go forward with is the 14-story building, approximately 150 feet tall, approximately 130 units. Again, you'll notice that we're not asking for any parking variances, and they're all mixed-use projects. But as far as moving forward, we're probably looking forward at to specifically address your question, Councilwoman, we're probably looking at the next year to submit permits, actual building permits. In the past, we have been a very good and strategic partner to the City of Las Vegas in the sense that both of the properties that we currently have are being utilized for staging of your Project Neon for the past 3 years, and then also for your 3rd Street Promenade and all of the associated on and off-site improvements. So all of your meetings that you have gone to presumably in the temporary building, that was all compliments of my client while we were trying to get a pulse on the marketplace as it relates to the condominium market. We didn't want to move forward until we knew it was the right time. We wanted to respect, again, our neighbors and other colleagues in the marketplace, number one. And number two, we didn't want to throw too much onto the marketplace that would just devour all of the marketplace in general, as it's finally coming back into play where condominiums can actually be profitable to move forward to. There are profit margins in developing them.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions before I proceed?
Nope, I think we're good.
No? All right.
Could I ask one question?
Go ahead,
I said
Madam
we're
Mayor.
good, I'm not good. Is this a 1-year request extension or 2 years?
I was going to just actually state that.
Okay.
Mr. Moran, I just think that staff are concerned that we've been renewing, this is the 7th extension, but we're not seeing the project gain any momentum. There's no permitting to build, there's no starting the project. And so at what point do we just say, you know what, come back to us when you're ready? And I've seen many different projects come in very different iterations, because initially you thought your concept was going to be X, and then you end up having to change it to Z, and you're going to have to start a different process for it. So I'm going to go ahead and be gracious enough to give you this extension of time with the conditions that my staff just stipulated. It will be with the 1 year's conditional frame. Can you state it, Mr. Summerfield? Because you can say it better than I.
Yes, Councilman Diaz?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, through the mayor, of course. Just quickly, and I appreciate your consideration, of course. So we came in early on this as well. They don't actually expire until January of 2020. So if it is a 1-year extension of time, we're asking for 2 years, just because we don't want to waste your time, again, coming back in a year from now when we're in the process of working with contractors and whatnot to put this thing in motion. We thought that the 2-year would be okay, but if it does end up going forward where it's palatable enough for us 1 year, we would just ask that it be tied to the January 2021 expiration timeframe.
And Madam Mayor, if I can, so Councilwoman, that is exactly what it would be tied to. So as currently conditioned, the approval shall expire, and this goes for each of the EOTs, this approval shall expire January 9th, 2021, unless another extension of time is approved by the City Council. So that gives them a year from their January date, so more than a year from today.
Obviously through the mayor, of course, Councilwoman. The only other things I thought that would be relevant for your consideration are, in considering a 2-year timeframe, is because of the substantial size of the project itself. I mean, it is, it's robust, it's big. There are a lot of moving parts, and thank God we have the financial part of it carved out that we don't have to deal with, which would really add to the timeframes associated with us timely completing this and bringing it to market, because ultimately this is a place that I would like to go. Not to live, but there's going to be restaurants proposed, as you know, they're in the materials, and a lot of other fun concepts. But since the project is so big in scope, that's really why we were asking for an additional year on top of the 2 years to bring it to a January 2022 expiration. And I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Believe you me, you want to see this thing roll and get moving and continue development in the downtown area. It's just from a logistics standpoint, we want to be able to deliver, and I'm not so certain. Even though the market is coming back, even though there are contractors that are saying, you know what, our portfolio is somewhat coming back a little bit where we can bring on some new clientele, like us, like our company. I'm just afraid that we might not be able to, again, we may be back asking for another extension.
And I understand, Mr. Moran, but my staff have briefed me, I completely get it, but at the same time, they have told me that there's nothing that precludes you from starting the process once more. If you're not ready by January 2021, hopefully one project is underway by that time frame, and if you can't get to the bigger project at that time, then you just start it anew when you're ready. There's not much that we're losing here in not extending it by 2 years, but I do think that time is of the essence. We got to move. I'm not going to say what Mayor Pro Tem sometimes shares with me about just getting things done, but we just need to make sure that we're being diligent and that we're not stringing our staff along, making sure we're keeping on top of the projects. I think you would have the opportunity to come and present a new concept if that's what the market determines at that point, because this is what you initially penciled out, but it might not be what pencils out in a year and a half's time.
No, of course, and through the mayor, again, you know, I totally agree, Councilwoman Diaz, with everything you're saying, and we're excited to come into your neighborhood and your ward and do business and deliver a project that you will be proud of and all of your constituents will be proud of. I'm hoping that your staff also had the robust discussion relative to the FAA and what that buildable envelope would look like under the current code, and what that buildable envelope looked like back in the early 2000s. And so
Okay,
that
I
would
think that's,
significantly change.
Let's go ahead and let's move, because I think this is, I think we understand, we're all supportive, you know that for sure. We just know there's a great request now for housing and development, and so just to pass that on. So let's take them one at a time. Number 79.
So let's move to approve the extension of time with the limited condition that staff have provided.
With 1 year?
Yes, 1 year.
As of January 9th, 2021. Okay. Agenda item number 79, please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Number 80, please.
Same goes for item 80, move to approve with the condition of 1 year.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item to approve on agenda item 80. Please vote, please post. That carries. And number 81.
Move to approve item 81 with the condition of 1 year.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 81. And please vote and please post.
Move to approve item 82 with also the condition of 1 year.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 82. Please vote and please post.
And move to approve item 83 with the condition of 1 year.
And item 83, the motion is to approve on extension 1 year, and please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Good luck. You got a year. We'd love to see it happen soon.
No, terrific.
Please.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just say one last thing. Councilman Diaz, I just can't help myself. We're really excited to bring this project to market. I mean, we've really worked hard. If you spoke with your predecessor, Councilman Coffin, I mean, he had the same concerns that you had. You know, he wanted us to get moving and see this thing come to fruition. And I mean, the city has been doing so many great things. I mean, we've been working with redevelopment, and we're going to deliver something really, really cool to you, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised when it's all said and done. We appreciate your consideration. This is the first time you're looking at this, so, and we appreciated the time that you also took to sit and meet with us and go through the project. And if there's anything in the meantime
Thank
that you
you.
can think of.
Mr. Moran?
Hi, Madam
Thank-
Vice Chair.
Thanks.
Yeah,
We're
so
going to
thanks,
go
yeah.
into recess, our best to the family, and we will
Yeah.
recess for,
Thank you.
we'll be back here at...
I'm billing by the hour, Madam Mayor.
Listen, Councilwoman Diaz
I'm
was
filibustering.
generous. I would have been
All
making
right.
you bill.
Yeah, you are filibustering, but I've known that talent
Well, one
you
last
had.
thing.
We will resume at 1:15. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody, it's 1:15. We said 1:15, and here we are, we're ready to roll. And of course, aside from a wounded Dr. Maxwell, who hit you? Did Dr. Jara just punch you in the arm? Wow, violence all the time. What can we do? Welcome. Okay, we are here, and it is agenda item 84, reports and presentations, and report from Dr. Jesus F. Jara, Superintendent, Clark County School District, CCSD, regarding a status update on various educationally related matters within the CCSD. And we have you being introduced by none other than the wonderful Dr. Morris Hibbler.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Chief Community Services Officer. With me today is Dr. Jesus Jara, the superintendent, and Dr. Michael Maxwell, the acting Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation. And we also have Dr. Joe Morgan, the Assistant Professor at UNLV and a Co-Director of Targeted Creative Solutions here in the audience. And Dr. Morgan has been integral to the research and data collection and analysis of our programs. So today we will be providing an update on the Focus 24 plan and the educational partnerships between the Clark County School District and the City of Las Vegas. You've heard me say before that strong cities are built on a foundation of strong families and empowered neighborhoods that support every child. And so Las Vegas, like many cities across the country, is committed to working across systems with multiple stakeholders to ensure all children have opportunities for high-quality education. This is irrespective of the fact that we do not oversee the school district. Education drives a healthy economy, impacting all areas of our community, and the steps that we take to strengthen neighborhoods and improve outcomes for children and youth are among the most important investments that we will, that we make in the health and economic vitality of our communities. One of the council priorities is to support the continuing education from pre-K to workforce development, and there has been a concerted efforts towards that goal. And part of that is through the pre-K infrastructure development, Strong Start Academies and Strong Start Go, improving attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism, both through awareness and through interventions, using after-school programs and summertime for extended learning. Also, our integrated full-service community school model. That part of that program led us to be named an All-American City. And then also expanding our pathways to education and workforce through the Strong Future Youth Employment Program. This is just a list of our programs and partnerships, but we have been doing more than just these programs that we have before you today. We've also been serving on the School Justice Partnership, the Superintendent's Equity and Access Committee, the Commission on School Funding, and working with the the legislature education committee. Those are a number of ways that we influence, those are a number of ways that we advocate, and a number of ways that we engage. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Hibbler, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Great and excited to be here and sharing a little bit about some of the work that took place last year in my first year, and celebrating and really getting into the weeds, into the education, into our student outcomes. So I really appreciate the partnership on behalf of Clark County School District. So as you know, last February, the Board of Trustees adopted a Focus 2024, which is our 5-year strategic plan, which brings very rigorous and ambitious goals. And the reason that they are ambitious and rigorous is because there's nothing more important in this community than our children's education. We have some ways to go, and we have a great team, and I know a great partnership with the City of Las Vegas. So obviously, when you look at increasing our student achievement and academically increasing our student achievement and really narrowing of the achievement gaps that we're facing within our schools. So when you look at our academic achievement data as a whole, we made some minor improvements. I don't consider them I'm not excited about the growth, but we didn't go down, and we went up a little bit, and especially in our high schools, we went up almost 2 percentage points, close to a percentage points in ELA and mathematics. So it was moving in the right direction, but not necessarily as I expected and want to, and really where we need to move forward. One of the things that we also highlight here is where we are, not only Clark County, but where the City of Las Vegas schools lie. We separated that information for you, where you see we have some challenges and some gaps in our high school English language arts, and our middle school and our high school mathematics. So we have an opportunity here, and I say this, one of the things that I've been able to really get into the academic data and into what we're seeing in our classrooms. In an effort to move forward, in an organizational structure that we reorganized the district, I believe I shared this with this council and the mayor last year, where we went into regions. I felt it's important to break down a little bit of the district and bring some consistency as a whole. We used to have about 13 school associate superintendents, now we have 3, a little bit more of a strategic vision down to the classroom level. So it was important to do that, and here are the results from that. There. One of the things that when you look at, and one of the things that we need to be honest around our data is really our achievement gaps, and we break it down by student groups. I don't call it subgroups, because all students are students, and we call them all student groups. There's no sub in our student population. When you look at, we made some gains, but we have some gaps, and especially around our minority, our black or brown children that we face within our schools. And again, broken down as well. One of the things that we have here in ELA and mathematics, some of the largest gaps are, like I said, it's around our minority children. One of the things that we're very clear, and really appreciate Dr. Hibbler serving in partnership with us in My Brother's Keeper Alliance. I think it's important for us be a huge part of that success. One of the things that when we shared our data last year and at the end of the year and looking at our suspension data, which is one of the things that we're turning. Last year we suspended around our schools around 31,000 student suspensions. That's way too many. So we really have to change the focus and really get into schools, because they're not in school, they can't learn. So one of the things that we're very clear in really how we provide within our school justice partnership, and I think I really appreciate you allowing us to borrow Dr. Hibbler, and because she also serves in that committee and serves in a lot of the work, because you are key partners for us. So some of the other work that we're doing around Refocus, our efforts are maintaining that our children are in school with us. Access and equity, that is critical for not only this community, but for our children. Some of the things that we continue now, we're assessing we're assessing our data. How do our staff, students, and parents feel about our efforts and our culture in our schools? So we do a culture and inclusive school analysis. Again, our school justice partnership. If you saw about a month ago, we changed the criteria in our magnet schools, because when we started digging into the data, we saw that our magnet schools, phenomenal, nationally recognized, but we weren't serving all kids. So we took away some of the criterias, not lowering the standards, not lowering the academic rigor, but giving more access to students. Today we have seen that we've seen an increase of about 1,200 students applying into our magnet. So we're excited about that. Again, increasing our college and career readiness, increase AP, our advanced coursework in our middle schools, and apprenticeship programs. We all know very clear that not all kids are going to college. So how do we help our students when they graduate get into a high-paying job as well? So high skills and high-paying job for our students. One of the things that we have not invested as a school system, it's in leadership development. When you started looking at the budget for the last 8 to 10 years, we have not invested in our people, in our staff. So one of the things that I'm really excited about, something that we forged this year within Clark County School District with national experts, and NWEA, Khan Academy, and ANET are really partnering with us to provide job-embedded professional development for our teachers and for our principals. Again, providing students an opportunity, our adults an opportunity to invest in them as well. We have a balanced assessment system for the first time. Now we know whether you're a student in City of Las Vegas or you're in Moapa, you're in Laughlin, and within the entire county, I'm able to now track and monitor how all our 320,000 children are doing within the K-9. So then it gives us the opportunity for us to pinpoint into the individual data for each student. So it's really exciting of where we're going as well as a community. Again, ambitious goals, but our children deserve nothing but the best. So now I'll turn it over to Dr. Maxwell.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and council. Again, Dr. Michael Maxwell, Acting Director of YDSI, Youth Development and Social Innovation. And I am happy to be here again to talk about a couple of the programs that we have within YDSI and talk about some of the outcomes, especially our Strong Start and also our Reinvent Schools. But before I go on, I do want to make sure that I thank Drs. Jara and Dr. Hibbler for just being great partners, and of course Lisa being a great leader and boss to work for. So, and with that, I will go into go into the initiative for our Strong Start. So looking at what we are trying to do. So Strong Start Early Learning Academies, including the mobile. There we go.
With one arm.
There we go. I think I can still make it. We serve early learners from infant to 5 years old. High quality early childhood education is proven to have the greatest impact on dual language learners, children with special needs, and children from low income households. So Strong Start Las Vegas provides high quality programs that foster early learning and development for our youngest citizens. Okay. So we have 3 academies, 3 brick and mortar academies, 1 Strong Start Academy at Lorenzi, Strong Start Academy at Alta, and then Strong Start Stupak. And you can see the numbers there before you that are served at each location. Our Strong Start locations are operated by, the brick and mortar operations are conducted by Oscillero Learning. They are the Head Start grantee for Southern Nevada. So they have a complete curriculum, they have activities that are well suited for 3- and 4-year-olds, but then they also are serving infants and toddlers also. So in a couple of our facilities, we have kids that are served from just a few weeks old through 5 years old. So infants and toddlers through 5 years old. Oscillero Learning, they are the Head Start grantee, and they also use, again, I talked about curriculum, but they have male involvement activities, so you will see fathers that are highly involved at the centers, at the Strong Start centers. Not only just bringing kids back and forth to the school, but also there are regular activities that are meant to engage fathers. And so when you go to the schools, you will see, or to the academies, you will see pictures of fathers and families up on the wall because they understand how important that is for the families to be engaged, but especially also getting fathers involved. Okay. So then we have our Strong Start Academy, our mobile pre-K Academy, Strong Start Go. And that opened last year, or in the spring actually of this year, last school year. And when it opened, this was the first, or is the first Strong Start Go, which introduces an innovative system of delivering high quality pre-K education, where we can actually take the Strong Start Go, the mobile pre-K academy, into communities with the greatest need. And right now, the 2 locations that we serve are in West Las Vegas, 89106, right behind the West Las Vegas Arts Center. And the other center, the other location, is actually right between the East Yard and the park on Washington and Mojave, across from the fire station and across from the animal hospital. So with our Strong Start Mobile, we also have one more facility that is in design right now, and that's the Strong Start Academy at Wardell. That is a partnership with the Housing Authority. There we go. That is a partnership with the Housing Authority. It's going to be a 13,000 square foot facility with 10 classrooms, and we are looking at that being a fully just a 4-year-old facility that serves just 4-year-olds. And the intent behind that is so that we have up to 200 4-year-olds that every year when they promote from Strong Start Wardell, those 200 kids will go right into schools that are in Ward 3. So we want to see an impact almost immediately with kindergarten, and then we'll be able to track those students over the years longitudinally to see how they're doing and how much of an impact they're making on our schools. So that's Strong Start Wardell. The next page that I have here is just a sample of an assessment that we do with our kids at the very beginning, and this is from a Brigance assessment. It's important for you to understand where our kids are actually starting out. So our initiative is called Strong Start, and you can see from some of the indicators on this assessment why we actually need to provide a strong start. If you look there, we ask students colors. Can you tell us, can you identify colors? Can you identify parts of your body? Recognizes quantities. So when you see some of those, many of those dash marks, those are indications that the kids that are coming in at the very beginning they cannot identify those colors, body parts, and so forth. So there is quite a bit of ground to make up, but with our programming, we make sure to accelerate what the children are exposed to as far as vocabulary, literacy, counting, so forth.
Dr. Maxwell, are you at first, even before you go to that, are you having an eye and hearing exam at the beginning as you begin to admit students and make your selections?
We have not integrated health services and screenings, but at our brick and mortar locations, we do have those screenings available, but we have not done that with our Strong Start Go.
I would highly recommend, even before you go into anything, that you make sure the child can see, because as parents don't parent so well to show them colors and ask them questions, they may not know their child can't hear and can't see. And that really, that needs to be step one, I think, even before you do this, which is something that we had discussed, Dr. Hibbler, way back, as this program was trying to integrate into the 3- and 4-year-old to get them ready for kindergarten. And I don't know if the district does it at all, and at what point they do a physical assessment of hearing, sight, et cetera.
We do not, but something that certainly it's critical.
Yep, I mean, really, I've seen it so often over the years. A child who, until 3rd grade, could never do anything, but it was because they couldn't see. So I just highly recommend that it be a preliminary to this.
And early intervention is key, and you're right. So we will take immediate steps to get some screening available to our kids, both hearing and vision.
Thank you.
The next slide, you have another assessment for 3-year-olds, but similar results. Of course, the 3-year-olds, they missed quite a bit more information than the 4-year-olds. So the next slide, you start to see some of the demographics of the kids that we are serving. High percentage, almost half, or a little bit more than half, are African American, and then Hispanic and Latino. And then you see that we have low levels of most of the other demographics. The students that are being served, coming from a number of different zip codes, but mostly from 89106, 89108, 032, 031, and 030. With all of our Strong Start locations, the brick and mortar locations, the children are coming from over 45 zip codes. So they're coming from all over, and what we tend to see is that some of the parents are actually putting their kids into our programs as they make their way into work. If they're heading in onto the Strip or wherever it may be, they're actually taking advantage of it for that reason. So the next slide, you'll start to see some of the outcomes for our kids, and that is when you look at our 4-year-olds, as far as the social emotional gains, that's in the blue. You will see that across the 3 brick and mortar locations, social emotional gains are pretty substantial. We're not showing the individual gains. We're looking at the gains per site. because we don't want to show the individual student information. But we are working on that so that we can, through the data systems that are available to us, to be able to generalize those and remove any identifiable information so that we can then show you, say, for example, the average gains that are made by students. And so if you also look at the 3-year-olds, you'll see the same thing. 100% of the students at Lorenzi, for example, showed gains on the assessments, and for our assessments, we use Teaching Strategies Gold, which is the same assessments that the school district uses in their pre-K, and it's used nationwide. So you saw the assessment earlier with the Brigance. We do the Brigance pre and post, and then with Teaching Strategies Gold, we do that 3 times a year with our students. And again, as far as making sure that their vision and hearing are up to snuff, that could have a play as far as the progress that students are making, so we will.
I'm wondering, too, if I might interrupt again, I'm sorry, but at Wardell, as you're looking at the construction and how that's set up, where you could bring the children, I mean, certainly we have so many ophthalmologists, optometrists that are very successful in town, and I'm sure they would love to do this on a volunteer basis every periodic time. But wondering in Wardell if you can just set up an area so there can be that type of testing. You could bring your Strong Start Go students over there before you admit, and the ones obviously on Alta and everywhere else. So the testing component doesn't have to travel so much, it's just we bus them over.
Right, Mayor, Lisa Morris-Hibler. We've actually been in communication with volunteers in medicine, as well as Eye Care for Kids. So Eye Care for Kids is one of our partners that's mobile, and so we've been looking at those mobile services. So we will definitely put something in place for Strong Start Go, but we do have some partners that have expressed an interest with, we like the mobile services because transportation sometimes is a problem, and so that's why at the Strong Start Academies, the physical facilities have those services or has a provider. The mobile has proven to be a little bit more challenging, but we'll certainly get that in place.
And it should be mandated for every child. Mandated. You can't lose one. Every child counts.
Right. And as you brought that up, our Reinvent Schools, we have those services, as Dr. Hibler said, the mobile services. So it's just a matter of doing the same thing with our mobile, and that's bringing them out. We can actually probably get parents to also take advantage of some of the services too.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
All right, so moving from our Strong Start Academies, we also want to look at our Reinvent Schools. Our Reinvent Schools started as a partnership between the Clark County School District and the City of Las Vegas in 2016. We have 4 areas that we focus on, and that's academic enrichment, extended learning opportunities, health and social supports, and then family and community engagement. So those are our major priorities that we focus on as part of with our program. We also have City of Las Vegas Safe Key before and after school program, which focuses on academic enrichment. At our Reinvent Schools, Safe Key is scholarship. So we remove that barrier as far as parents being able to bring their kids to school on time. They can actually bring their kids to, if they're working, they can bring their kids to Safe Key at our Reinvent Schools, and again, it is free. So they don't have to worry about maybe leaving their kids at home and then expecting the kids to get to school on time, or come to school on their own. And so we have our Safe Key available for kids before and after school. We have AmeriCorps, and we have a sizable number of AmeriCorps service members. We have 50 that serve at the 13 Reinvent Schools. And they focus on chronic absenteeism and also literacy support. So they serve as chronic absentee or absentee success, attendance success mentors is what we call them. And then they also provide literacy support, so they provide tutoring during the day, and a few of them after school also. And then we have summer learning academies. This past summer, we had 2 summer learning academies. One was operated out of Red Rock Elementary School, and the other one was operated out of Cambero Elementary School. With our summer learning academies, they are not relegated to just the students from that school. They actually open up the schools. That's something that we talk about with the principals prior to opening the summer learning academies, that we want the students from the larger neighborhood, the larger community, whoever can actually get to the school by walking or possibly even driving, we want them to be able to come to the Summer Learning Academy. So that is a large or a unique thing to our Summer Learning Academies. And then finally, we also have our Safe Summer Nights and Fall Festivals. These are very successful activities that bring out parents and students for, it's basically similar to a resource fair, but it's also, we have music, the teachers are there, the staff are there, there's all kinds of games and activities, and many of them also focus on some academic areas like literacy, utilizing math during the games and so forth. So that's our Reinvent Schools, an overview. Now I kind of want to get into some of the successes. And the numbers kind of speak for themselves. When you look at Cambero Elementary, which came on to our program or joined our program last year, you notice particularly in reading is what I focus on, because we are AmeriCorps service members. As I said earlier, they provide literacy tutoring. We have literacy elements that are built into SafeKey. Apple Core, Reader's Theater, and then we, of course, encourage kids to constantly read while they are in SafeKey. So if you notice, you see the results at Cambero Elementary. You see the year before, in 17-18, they were at about 35%, and then last year they went all the way up to 52%. Now, can Reinvent Schools take all of the credit for that? No, we work in partnership with the school district, of course, and then with the teachers, but we do like to think that we are definitely having a major piece, or a major part in some of the successes at the school. So there's Cambero. Then when you look at Doris Reed, the Doris Reed, same thing, just under 20% last year, or excuse me, yeah, just under 20% the year before, and then last year with us, it jumped up to about 26%. So again, the numbers sort of speak for themselves, and then lastly, I wanted to show you Ollie Detweiler. Ollie Detweiler, just over 30% the year before, and then last year jumped up to just under 40%, so about 38%. I wanted to particularly show you these three schools because these are the three schools that made up the last cohort that joined Reinvent Schools. And so one of the things that we asked over the last year was to actually do our programs to fidelity. Prior to that, you had some principals that were kind of, when you have an additional 4 bodies at the school, principals want to use them in ways that, they see fit and they think are needed, which is part of their autonomy. But what we asked last year was, please use our programs to fidelity, and these are the 3 schools that had the greatest successes. So that's why I wanted to show you those, and then you'll see it again on the next slide. 10 of our 13 schools saw substantial gains in literacy last year. And so if you look at Clark County School District last year, the rate of growth was at 1.8%, but then if you look at our Reinvent Schools, over the last 3 years, 25.5% at Cambero Elementary. Vail Pittman just joined us this year, so we can't take credit for Vail Pittman at all, but we do look forward to seeing some great increases with Vail Pittman next year. And then also some of the others, Ollie Detweiler, again, 17.5% rate of growth, and then Doris Reed at 6.3. So our schools are really, our programs are really having an impact on student achievement. Again, partnering with the teachers, partnering with the principal, working as a solid team, we know that we can get results like this. And the improvements that we've seen, especially on the last few slides, they show you that overall progress, not just in literacy, but you saw the overall progress. One of the things that we want to add is We now, with our partnership and working with Dr. Jara and his deputies, we now have access to Infinite Campus, which allows us to really dig into each and every student's academic growth and performance, whether it's behavior, academics, we will be able to see that. And we did not have that access before, but when we asked Dr. Jara and said we really need to be able to see so that we can prove what we're doing, we need access to Infinite Campus. And we got that access, and so we're getting trained on that now. So I look forward to being able to give you even greater numbers next year for our report. And then also with our early childhood, the Department of Education has created in Infinite Campus, they've created an early learning district. And through our partnership with them, all of our kids that are in Strong Starts are now going to be entered into the Infinite Campus Early Learning District, which means we will be able to see the students' results longitudinally all the way through graduation. That's a huge step, but it takes partnerships that, like what we have with the Clark County School District and with the Department of Education. But we are definitely having an impact, and so I wanted to make sure that the council knows, and with your support, our schools are really making some great gains. We've got a long way to go, but we're making those gains, and we appreciate your support. And with that, I will conclude.
Thank you, Dr. Maxwell.
Sorry, I think I left out.
So I want to say that when you see that when our schools make gains, don't make gains, or whatever, the great thing about having a partnership with Dr. Joe Morgan and UNLV is that he digs into that so that we can learn what's working, what's not working, we can make those course corrections. And I think that's critically important. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We need to run it quickly, but it still is a marathon. So when you see those gains, or if you see some schools that didn't, doesn't mean that the program is not working. It means we have to take a step back. So at this time, if I may,
Want to bring up?
yeah, if we could bring up Dr. Joe Morgan. His parents are visiting here today, also in the audience. Thank you, parents, for coming in.
And
We
while-
interrupted their sightseeing downtown. We want to get them back out there for that, but thank you so much.
With Dr. Morgan here, we had that great news, and that's the last actual bullet on the slide, is the announcement of the grant that was received for $2.5 million to support our Reinvent Schools. And if it were not for Dr. Morgan putting that grant together, he's very humble, we might not have gotten that grant at all. So we are very appreciative of the work of Dr. Morgan.
Well, welcome back. You've been helping us for a long, long time.
Yes, and we have a couple of things, Mayor, if you will, indulge us to give Dr. Morgan. So one is,
How about a vacation?
It's coming.
one is a proclamation from the City Council for Dr. Joseph Morgan Day. And can I read it? Is that okay? I don't want to take up too much of y'all's time, but whereas Joseph Morgan is and has been a committed servant and leader to the City of Las Vegas and the students we represent, and Joseph Morgan has worked alongside Las Vegas City staff and the Clark County School District staff and countless community partners to improve the quality of education for Las Vegas students. And Joseph Morgan and his team at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas have developed trainings, programs, and services for Las Vegas students and their families. And Joseph Morgan is a dedicated husband, son, brother, uncle, and friend. And the City of Las Vegas is indebted to Joe Morgan for his tireless work on behalf of children everywhere. And now we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, proudly proclaim October 16, 2019 as Dr. Joseph Morgan Day, and it is very, very well deserved.
We also have a plaque. We figured we would, in addition to the proclamation, we would also give Dr. Morgan a plaque so that he can basically have one at home and one in the office. So I also would like to read this one, just as very short. With our deepest appreciation, the City of Las Vegas honors Dr. Joseph Morgan in recognition of your educational effort and commitment for Reinvent Schools Las Vegas.
Wonderful.
And Mayor, that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly Dr. Jara. Dr. Morgan's been with us for, I don't know how many years. It seems you've been part of our life, even though you're so young, for the longest time, and doing data and just really helping coordinate and pull us together, become part of the university soul as well as ours. And so this is just grand, because we know to write a child off, children learn from the moment, obviously, physicians will tell you while they're in the womb, but in my opinion, as soon as they're here and those little eyes open, every minute counts. And so to be able to start to deal with what we're doing with the preschool and the infants even, but for everything that you've meant to this city, thank you so much. We are so grateful. It's been so important, because without facts, you don't really have much of anything.
That's right.
So we thank you. And Mom and Dad, you must be very proud. And we're proud and we're grateful. Your genes are very good. Thank you. Thank you, and Dr. Jara. Thank you also. Are you going to tell us what happened to your arm?
I cannot pinpoint any one thing that led to this. It's a suspected torn rotator cuff.
Oh, okay.
But twin 14-year-old boys that I try to keep up with, so
There you are.
I can blame it on
There you
them.
are. Sorry I asked. Thank you, Dr. Hibbler. And any, yes, please.
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you. First, thank you all for what you do, both collaborations with the city and with the Clark County School District. It is imperative that we have these relationships, as you guys mentioned many times, and we cannot accomplish this with one without the other. As you know, we have 12 reinvent schools now. What's 13, 12 now? And 7 of them are located within Ward 5. And so this is an extremely important initiative that the city advances. And we don't take it lightly. We work hand in hand with you in order to ensure that our schools are getting its fair shake as well. You see some of the schools that were there, some of the reports that you put in. I think 2 of those were in Ward 5 of the 3 that you showed. So we want to do everything we can to help support and to grow our reinvent schools and our programs and relationships with the school district. Dr. Hodder, is there something that you think that something else we could be doing? You know, what I know we're doing a lot, it seems, and I'm going to go on the record and say I think we're doing more than most as a municipality. But is there something else that you think you'd like to see that maybe we can work on with you?
Mayor and Councilman McCreary, I think one of the things that we have done this year is really tighten up the partnership and the expectations. You heard a little bit of the sharing of the data. Some of the things that we have done as a school system is really to get into more of some expectations as a whole. To really hold some of the adult accountability. I think what you're doing is great. I think we're now bringing it all together and becomes part of the fabric at the school. So I think the partnership with my deputy superintendent and then the regional staff and then the principals, so they see the value. Maybe, and I don't want to speak for the past, maybe they didn't see the value. So I think now, including it as part of the school improvement plan, it becomes part of that fabric, and I think that's where you're going to start seeing some gains. As a system, one of the things and that's why I wanted to include it in there, one of the things that we have not done, and my board has been very clear because I've been sharing that, is really investing in adult professional learning on our teachers and our principals and our assistant principals. So that's what we are focused on this year. And then that's going to then start really where we're going to see some of the data start moving in the right direction. So what you're doing is great, and I think it's enough because then it'll become part of the fabric that we then become one collective whole for that school.
You know, we hosted, I might have told you this, we hosted a dinner with the principals of our schools in our ward, and then a couple of high schools that feed into our ward. And I got to tell you, and it was my first time last year doing it, we're going to do it again this year, but it was an amazing experience because these principals got together, and we brought maybe the vice principals, and some of them have not spoken to each other.
Correct.
And it was powerful when they got up and told their story, if even just from
how do you manage dealing with your own maintenance, or how do you manage dealing with this? And they sort of shared stories, and it was great to get them in a room, and I look forward to doing it again. I think it was very, very powerful that we did this. So thank you, Dr. Maxwell and Dr. Morris-Hibler for that as well. Just one more question. It seems like every year, and this is before you've come and in here, we're challenged at the start of the school year, come about July or August, it starts coming out that we have a shortage of teachers, that we're always scrambling to find teachers. And I just believe that if you're scrambling at the last minute to find teachers, I don't know, the quality ones are probably working, and here we are trying to find people. And how do we get ahead of that, do you think?
We're hiring now. Well, I mean, and you're right. I think it just really start addressing and making sure that we strengthen, and we have a great partnership with UNLV, Nevada State College. So how do we strengthen that partnership so then we can then start hiring early, hiring the interns that we have now? And these are some of the things that we're working on. And then being a little bit more strategic when we're recruiting. But then also retaining our teachers. One of the things that we're trying to now get into is why are teachers leaving our school system, so then we can pinpoint what the challenges are, so that we can address them. And if they're leaving certain schools to go to other schools, and so we're taking a close look at all that data. I have a new chief of HR that's been laser focused on the teacher pipeline, but then also it's just the hiring process. That we have to then just get ahead of ourselves and then start looking at using some of the strategies in some other urban districts. What they do is they offer contracts to the interns as they're still finishing their last semester, to then offer them a contract early on, because we know we're going to have vacancies. So it's how do we start getting ahead of what other school systems are doing? Obviously not in Nevada, but when we go to Arizona, Texas, and some of those places, to try to get ahead of it, if that's what we're going to do.
Well, we'd love to assist. We have a pipeline of our newsletters, our social media channels, different things to get information out, and I would love to include that information. If you send it over, have someone send it over to our office, we'll make sure we include it in our newsletters.
And you're
to get
way too
information out.
kind, Dr. Jar. It goes back to the legislature. It goes back to the government and the state, but that we are far behind in salaries and benefits that attract. In order to attract and keep the best, you have to pay them. And when you allocate in the Clark County School District $5,700 per child, when in other communities, up in the more wealthy communities, they're getting a better distribution of dollars, his work is severely handicapped, and this has been a call that needs to be addressed in this state. The money needs to be in education to attract and keep the best. And until we have that, and until our legislative body is responsive enough to get the Department of Education allocating the appropriate funds, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I agree. But thank you very much, Dr. Hara.
You're the best.
Thank you.
The best. So, yes.
Mayor, thank
Please,
you, and Dr.
Councilman
Hara, thank you
Knudsen.
very much. And Dr. Morris-Hibler, and there's a bunch of doctors up there, so thank you all. Dr. Morgan, can you come back down? I rarely get to do anything, but this is something that's really important to me. Dr. Morgan and I actually sat most times at a bar and came up with this.
I never
It's
thought
true.
that of you. Dr. Morgan, I knew
Yes.
was a drinker, but...
But we came up with, and when I say we, I mean Dr. Morgan came up with a large part of the city's educational initiatives.
Yes.
8 or 9 years ago.
Yes.
And so I've been working with Dr. Morgan for many years on looking at ways the city can engage in appropriate fashions. And because of that, children's lives are better. As a community, we are blessed to have him here, so I'm grateful his parents are here, because the community is blessed to have you here in our town and fighting for children in a way that we all need to fight for children. So all I did was a proclamation, but I'm gonna try and get a street named after you. I think I can. Right? We'll see. I'm going to test my limits of what I can do. I think you've done an amazing job here in the city of Las Vegas, and I'm so grateful that you're here. guiding the efforts, and for Dr. Hara and all the doctors up there, for the work that you do for children. I think this is the most important thing our city can do. Our community desperately needs to look at not only our education systems, but our mental health care systems, our transportation systems, our housing systems. All of those have significant impacts on what happens in a classroom. And the city has a key critical role to play in making sure that children are ready and prepared to learn. And I know that's an important component to being in the classroom. Dr. Morgan has taught me that. And so I will forever be an advocate for children because of what Dr. Morgan and the time we have spent together, most times at a bar. But it's been very productive and effective in thinking through how the city can be engaged in education and making the world a little bit better. So on behalf of myself, thank you for making the world better. Thank you.
Yes, I think Councilman Knudsen was working on staff at that time that you started with us. And that was in my very first year of my very first term, so. But whatever you're drinking and he's drinking.
I wasn't working at the time. I was working after hours.
Okay, let's go to Councilwoman Seaman and then Councilwoman Diaz.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the report and the success of the program. And I just have a question. How proactive is the Clark County School District in creating more magnet schools? We recognized someone this morning, Walter Johnson Junior High School, for their great success. They went from a 2-star to a 5-star school, and we see the successes of that. And I'm just curious about how proactive we are.
One of the things that we're looking at when we looked at the magnet data, as I mentioned within the criteria, Councilwoman Seaman, it was really opening access, because we were limiting access to certain students that were not able to participate. So that was my priority. So this year, which is what we're doing. One of the things that we looked at the academic data in kindergarten as well. Our magnet school started in first grade. So then we opened up kindergarten magnets for our elementary schools. You know, so as I appreciate the mayor's comments on the funding. So we're with our funding formula and our funding that we receive, we have to be strategic as we're looking at the growth. So we have a plan in the next 5 years. So kindergarten, opening access. The other things that we have going as well, Fremont is going to become a K-8. One of the things that within the next couple of years, one of the things that we're looking at is making that a dual language. In this community, not having a dual language program to me was a priority as well. Given that we are an international city with over children coming to us from 158 different countries. So one of the things that I wanted to do was a dual language program as well. Our bond oversight, I mean, we're looking at 2 CTAs, which are, what we're seeing is a lot of our kids are coming back into our high schools from charter schools and private schools to our CTA, so we're opening up 2 new ones. And then we're really excited in the one that, the old Gorman building that we purchased. We're looking at a workforce, magnet or program there. We don't know what it's going to be, whether it's going to be a magnet. So, I kind of recited a lot of the different things that we have going in the next 5 years. So it is a priority in how we then make the school relevant for children through our schools.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you up there for ensuring that we're doing our best to provide cradle-to-career exceptional education access to, right? We know that pre-K is a fundamental, especially for our kids that are at risk and come from a challenging background in terms of socioeconomic status and upward mobility. They don't have access and they start in kindergarten behind, right? And so the more that we can help provide that access, we're doing the work to make sure that when they get to kinder, they're where they need to be. So I am very, very much pleased with the city's involvement with the pre-K initiatives here in our city and making sure we have those strong start academies, but also the mobiles. And I think that the more we can collaborate with other partners who want to expand the scope of work for our community, our kids are going to benefit. And just like the mayor said, every child matters. And so if we're helping I don't know, 40, 60, 80 additional children, it matters a lot to them. So kudos on that front, and I'm glad we have a superintendent that's supportive of pre-K efforts. I think in the past, speaking from my experience, I didn't really see the openness to want to embrace and see that pre-K really does matter and is super important, and we need to make sure we're doing our due diligence to provide that. So anything that we can do to expand on that front, know that I will be there with you advocating for it. I also, being someone who represents a ward that's 60% or greater in terms of Latino or Hispanic students, I am a little concerned about our disparate gaps in terms of achievement between our English language learners and those that are not. And I've heard some, just very sad numbers or data that basically speak to if our children are not English proficient by the time they leave our elementary schools, it becomes increasingly, if not a long shot, for them to get up to par in middle school or high school. And so just wanted to hear a little bit about our efforts in terms of making sure that our programs are not losing sight of making sure we're bolstering that. I love that we're trying to be culturally sensitive to our diverse populations, but at the same time, we also need to make sure that we're providing the scaffolding for our English language learners to be successful in the school setting. So what are we doing as a district to make sure that that gap doesn't continue to increase?
So great question, Councilwoman Diaz. One of the things that we're creating and something that didn't realize that we lacked is a literacy plan. We did not have a K-12 literacy plan as a district. What do we expect our children to read in kindergarten, first, second, third, all the way up to high school? So we're working on that. We had an ELL master plan, but really the way that I see it working is really having a literacy plan and then scaffolding how we support our English language learners within that plan, and then provide that professional development for teachers. One of the things that we have witnessed, and I witness as I'm walking into the classrooms and I visit classrooms, is that we have teachers that are working on strategies but not really addressing the rigor, really, if you will, of the standards. So getting into the technicalities of the education is that we're spending a lot of time giving strategies, but not really setting those high expectations with scaffolding for the children in our ELL classrooms. And then sometimes, and I face that as an ELL student myself, it was like we have that pobrecito syndrome, because you don't speak the language, we're going to put you aside. So this is how do we include them, provide the support. So we're spending a lot of time now and in the spring for next year is to make sure that we provide professional development not only for teachers, but then also for our principals, because our principals also need to have that clear understanding. And that, so thank you for the question, but we are doing some of that work now, because when you go back and look at the data for the last 5 years, it's not very flattering, especially for our students, our ELL students. I appreciate your comment on pre-K. As a former high school principal, I said all the time, high school redesign and improvement starts in first grade.
And then just my last comment, Madam Mayor, because this would be my soapbox and I could talk education all day. But last thing is, I am concerned when I'm seeing the numbers around our math, right? Math is a universal language. So regardless of whether I'm coming with, if my parents are from China, or my parents are from India, or my parents are from Ecuador, math is universal. Numbers are numbers. And to see that we're so underachieving in math gives me a lot of anxiety, because we know that increasingly the job force of tomorrow requires kids to be high tech, high math skills. And so we need to make sure that we're getting the workforce development in our children so that they can meet the demands of tomorrow's jobs. So what efforts are we doing there to make sure that, because I know that forever we've been focused on literacy, even though we didn't have a literacy plan forever. I know we're like, we got to get the literacy scores up, we got to get them reading, they got to make it. But what about math?
I think it's the same thing. And when you get into, when you look at the curriculum, the alignment, so that's lacking. So these are things that we're also looking to provide the support in for our principals. Again, you get into, I believe, is really looking into where we have with, it becomes a language barrier and then we put them aside. So I think you got to challenge the students. One of the things that we did last week, October 10th, because I wanted to really pinpoint, we partnered with the College Board. The College Board has the Spanish SAT, and we piloted with the first district in the United States that's doing that in a partnership for in a global high school for our newcomers, because I wanted to really look at to see if the data, is it a language barrier or is it a competency? So we're waiting for the results. We'll get them within 2 weeks, so then we can then start placing our children, I still call them children even though they're in high school, placing our children in the right math courses to then help them and then challenge them, because as a kid, they're going to take the easy way out. So it's how do we then start identifying what their skills and then placing them in the right spot.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
So I'm not going to belabor anything. I'm going to be really short and sweet. I just want to let you know, Dr. Hara, I think you're doing an amazing job. We're very lucky to have you here as our superintendent. And thank you for bringing your team out. And of course, I'm biased towards Dr. Hibbler, but she's ours.
Okay, it's going to be learning time. One last lesson, because I've heard it from both sides of me right here. Would you tell us about your name and what your father said? Because I have announced again and again, you either Jesus Hara or Jesus Jara, and I've said that. Wait till you hear the response, so you know
You
from
did,
now
Mayor.
on in what. First of all, what's your name, please, sir, doctor? No, wait. What is your name?
Jesus Jara. I'll tell you why.
Jara.
I tell you why. I know, Mayor.
I make fun of it all the time. Sorry, I make you
do.
do it
It's my dad. I
everywhere.
blame my father. I do. My poor father. Rest his soul, please. So when we moved to Miami from Venezuela, I was in 4th grade, and he had studied in Pittsburgh. He was an engineer from the University of Pittsburgh. And when we moved to Miami, he said, the J is a hard J in English. Everybody was okay in the family except Jesus, right? So it was Jara, and then we tried to change it and we couldn't, so it's always just remained Jara. So, but you can call me whatever you want, and I do love this city and this community, so thank you so much.
To be an old friend of this great guy, you got to pronounce his name correctly. So it's Dr. Jesus Jara.
Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you. No, we love you, and I'm sorry I do it to you all the time, but I just think you do great, and I'm thrilled you're here.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Maxwell, Dr. You forever
Thank
for
you.
being with us, and of course, Dr. Hibbler, too. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, we'll move on now to agenda item 85, a report from Scott D. Adams, our city manager, whose name is easy to pronounce. Thank heavens. And he's always at the first of the alphabet. You can't get much further forward.
I could tell you all about the family origins of my name, but I'll skip that part for my emerging issues report, because I didn't have an S on the end of my name. But Scott Adams, city manager. I just have 2 quick emerging issues to mention here. The first is, as you know, Shawnee Coleman is unfortunately leaving the city to go to Clark County to become their Director of Economic Development. You appointed Shawnee to the AB 73 committee, which is the committee that was formed out of our homeless legislation that went through the legislature this past session. And I will serve in her capacity on that committee until such time as we can get an item before you to formally replace her. I will strongly encourage you to appoint me, because I went to the first meeting and the county manager serves on the committee as well as the North Las Vegas city manager. And I think it's going to be very important as we move through that process, and given the importance of homelessness to our city, that we have a peer-to-peer conversation in a regional forum on homelessness. So you certainly can appoint whoever you'd like, but I will strongly encourage you to do that so that we have the right voice at the table to speak to the other managers within the region on that very
May I
important issue.
suggest that you go ahead and with the concurrence of City Council, serve interimly to fill in for Shawnee Coleman's position on it, but be the position, fill it until you've gone ahead and figured out who's,
And
whatever, with your concurrence. And
we'll do that.
I would recommend interimly fill in.
Unfortunately, we're not agenda to take action here, so I'll
No.
take that as
So
advice.
it's an interim, yeah,
Yes.
advice.
Yep.
Okay.
The other thing that I want to mention is, and this is more of a public announcement, again, to remind our public that the public hearing on the encampment ordinance 2019-36 will be on November 6th. I think as we approach that date, it's going to be important to pinpoint as close as we can when that'll be taken up on the agenda. I've been contacted by a number of stakeholders on particular downtown who would like to appear and speak at that meeting, and I've been having to be a little nebulous about when it might actually be on and be taken up on the agenda. So I think that's something that we'll just have to work out, is
Well, if I
trying to
could on
pinpoint that.
this, just knowing how well today went, it may be a little inconvenient for your directors and chief as you figure out how they fit in, but this whole issue of doing the work of our citizens first on the agenda and then hearing reports later on, because this issue, and we've heard in the mayor's office, and I'm sure council has as well, a lot of opinions, and they want to talk about it. And my sense would be that it would be trailed
Yes.
until later in the agenda, maybe after the midday break, and then take the afternoon and let them
Right,
go at it.
and-
Let's take care of citizen business
Right.
and planning, everything else in the morning that requires us and them to sit here. We don't want them sitting through something that is not important to them, that has business, and it costs them money to be here. So my suggestion would be, and it's not agendized to do this either, we'll go ahead, if I could ask the city clerk to look favorably about having it in the afternoon as you prepare the agenda, so that we can be trailing it after city business.
In that way, we can at least give those who want to come and appear a ballpark idea of when they should appear, and they won't have to sit through the entire meeting.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So, and that's the end of my emerging issues.
Wait, don't go away. Any questions, comments here from council that you might have? Nope, we're good? Oh, my goodness. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we go on to DIR 77214, Director's Business Presentation by Department of Planning regarding progress in the Las Vegas Downtown Master Plan, which was accepted by the Planning Commission with a 6-0 vote. And Mr. Summerfield.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. With me this afternoon is Michael Howe. He is our section manager for long-range planning in the planning department, and him and his team have led the way in a lot of what I'm going to talk about, so he's going to be here to help answer any questions if you have any. So this afternoon, I just want to do a quick update progress report on the status of the implementation of the 2045 master plan, the Vision 2045 master plan for downtown Las Vegas. This plan is for those of you who were here in 2016, but we've got a lot of new faces, so I'll try to give a brief just recap of how we got to where we are today. The downtown master plan is a subset of your citywide master plan, so it is specific to our downtown area. It provides guidance and vision for downtown. And then through the work that we do with the zoning, and specifically with the implementation that we're working on with form-based code, we implement that vision. So again, to recap where we got to on this. So now it's been a few years ago, back actually in the days when our city manager was the head of economic and urban development here at the city. He was meeting with stakeholders and developers in downtown, trying to recruit new business, new development. And one of the things that he heard and resonated with him and the city manager at the time was that we need a vision. We need a coherent thought for what downtown can be, should be, we want it to be. And so it was really under his direction and initiative, then working with the city manager, that began what we called City by Design, and as one of those projects was the Downtown Master Plan. From that Downtown Master Plan, we came up with 5, what we call them, big ideas, and these big ideas help create the themes that the master plan works under. Diversify the economy, create what we call mixed-use hubs, create streets that are for people, create a greener downtown, and finally, expedite implementation, because we know time is money, and the sooner that we can get the plan rolling and get development occurring, the better it will be for everyone involved. This effort was one that was one of the largest to date public outreach efforts that we've ever taken with a planning process here in the city of Las Vegas. Involved hundreds of interviews, so many meetings with the public, and more specifically, meeting the public where they were instead of asking everybody to come to us. We went to them. We went to open houses. We went to neighborhood associations. We went to church groups and things like that to talk about what we should be doing in downtown. As a result of all of that, downtown expanded. What we considered downtown for planning purposes. For those of you who remember the old Downtown Centennial Plan, it was the historic core, down the strip, and that was kind of it. Through this planning effort, we learned that there were a lot more people who considered themselves downtown, and there were a lot of other areas that had synergy with all of the efforts and energy that was going into downtown development. And so as a part of the Downtown Master Plan, we added the historic West Side District, we added the Medical District, and we added what became known as the Founders District, 3 areas that previously had not been a part of the downtown planning process. And we're seeing results. We're seeing new residential development. We are seeing new opportunities for parking and mixed-use development, where we're using our parking facilities for more than just parking. They also include retail and office opportunities, and they're catalysts for other development that is coming, like the convention center at World Market, like the hotel that is proposed for Parcel B in Symphony Park, and other things. These planned goals center around, when we go back to the plan, sort of a scorecard, a goal sheet, if you would. And that goal sheet was pretty ambitious. In 2016, we were still just coming out of the recession. We had a pretty well-known economic firm as a part of the team that looked at this, and when they looked at our market and what we could absorb, these were ambitious goals at the time. Some of them we maybe undersold ourselves, and we, through the efforts of our city management team, through the efforts of this council, and through all the other directors here at the City of Las Vegas, we're actually hitting a number of these targets way, way ahead of time, and so there's a lot to be proud of here. But just as a kind of reminder, particularly for those who weren't on the council then, these are the targets that we were hoping to hit. In these, we're talking just under 6,500 new residential units. We're talking more than 1 million additional square feet in commercial space, new office and R&D locations, and then new civic spaces. And these civic spaces include not just things like the new courthouse that we're building now, but new schools and new other institutional higher education opportunities to come to downtown. So here's where we're kind of at. Again, we've done an analysis. We've taken a really hard look at all our entitlement applications that we've received, so we can see what kind of activity has been produced since 2016 when the plan was adopted. And so the plan is just a little over 2 years old, so it has not been in place that long. We do have some areas, as I mentioned, that we're excelling. The team here at the city has done tremendous work with the private sector in bringing forth quite a bit of projects in this area. So hospitality, we all know what's happening downtown. I think Scott has said it best. You know, the crane is the new state bird or city bird, because we've got them flying all over, and hospitality is where a lot of those cranes are focused right now. We also have a number of residential units. We have residential units in Fremont East, we have residentials in Symphony Park, we have residential units in Founders District, and all over downtown, we're seeing an interest in creating places for people to live. I think there's still more work to do in that space, but we have made tremendous inroads into that 6,500-ish number. So a lot of work there. A lot of work in civic space. We have the new courthouse, and it's not as if the courthouse is leaving the RJC and that space will be empty. The RJC will repopulate the area that the municipal court is moving out of. So again, we're not just trading one building for another one. So that's a tremendous opportunity. We have the convention center occurring at World Market, which again is a great addition. Some areas that we still have some focus on. So we have not seen at present a big absorption in the office market. So while we're seeing a lot of property owners invest in their existing buildings, and that's tremendous and to be applauded, in terms of new development or expansions of existing buildings, we do have some awesome examples. We have the Dapper project that's proposed on Las Vegas at the old post office, where he's going to be rehabbing that building and expanding onto it and adding new square footage there, which is tremendous. But that's another opportunity and I know EUD has been working very hard in looking at partners to bring in new office space. Additionally, retail is another one of those, and as our mixed-use projects come to fruition, we'll see more opportunities for some of that retail and commercial space. Education, that is going to be a big one that is going to take a larger conversation for downtown. Many of the schools that service downtown right now are at or over capacity. And as we continue to bring on new residential units and expand our conversation beyond some of the studio and single bedroom housing options that we've seen thus far come into the market, and we begin thinking about the idea of people growing their family and living in downtown over the course of their life cycle, and not just maybe in their younger years or in their empty nester years, we need to be thinking about what about education and providing opportunities for those children to go to school in the environment in which they live. And then secondary education, we have a tremendous relationship with the local universities and continuing to build on those partnerships and bringing some of the classes and opportunities that they provide our community downtown and provide this urban context for some of their learning is also something to continue to work on. This third group is kind of a summary bucket. It's not in the original scorecard, but it's kind of meant to show just how much activity that this council and this community are working towards. We have had a tremendous amount of commercial square footage that has been approved and or built in the last couple of years. Mixed use, which is that blend of the residential component with some other commercial or retail component. And then activated ground floor. My team put this number on here because this is vital for the downtown mixed-use concept to work. The way you get that vibrancy is you create at the pedestrian level things that interest people. They walk by, they window shop, they actually shop, they visit offices, they're doing business, and then they're living above, and they're going to restaurants for dinner and what have you. And so that active ground floor retail is a key component of creating that vibrancy that the plan calls for. And like I said, there's just so much work that's going. We've had groundbreakings in Symphony Park. We've had the new Muni Court building. We've got the World Market, the Expo Center that is underway. So just tremendous opportunities for new development, and those become catalysts for other development going forward. This has been an awesome 2 years for that, for former members of the council, the work that they did, and then the work that the current council is doing in this regard. So development downtown. So as we know, we entitle more than we build. We know that there will always be a segment of the development community where there's a lag, where there's projects that get entitled that for whatever market changes may not get built. But right now we're doing a tremendous amount of work in this area, and a fair amount of development that has been entitled is getting built, and permits are being pulled and dirt is being turned. And so this is a tremendous success for this area, and that last column kind of totals that. We've entitled approximately 5.5 million square feet in projects right now. We've got almost 2 million, 1.75 million square feet that are under construction, that are in permits. And so that's a tremendous thing. And as we heard earlier today, projects, some older projects, they've been around for 11 years. These are projects that are entitled and really moving today, and dirt is turning on those. But it's not just the development, it's also the business. So under this vision, it calls for a diversification of our economy and growing our business. And so here you see the top 20 business license categories and the growth in those areas in downtown. We also are aware, and it doesn't make the top 20 because there's only so many of them, but downtown is also where half of our marijuana dispensaries have located in the downtown area. There's more than 300 new businesses that have located in this area. And that's new, so that's not taking into account all the existing businesses that have expanded some of their operations and other things. These are new businesses. One of the things, though, that the plan addresses, and one of the things that we're looking at as a measurement tool for success for the city for implementation of the plan, is land vacancy. The plan identified that we had, particularly for an urban area of our size, we had a high vacancy rate in our downtown area. And the vacancy rate is either undeveloped or land that maybe had previously been developed but had been wiped clean. This doesn't include our parking lots because, as our EUD department will tell you, parking lots are economic drivers. They produce income, they provide opportunities for other businesses to be able to thrive without providing parking for themselves. So this just includes land that is vacant. It doesn't include parcels that do have buildings that may not be occupied at the time. But right now, 12%, that is a huge number, but it's a huge opportunity for our community to attract new and interesting and different development opportunities.
Mr. Summerfield, go back if you would, just that one. In cities our size and of somewhat comparable business, what should that number be?
So I don't have that number right off the top of my head. I apologize. It's somewhere less than 10%.
Okay.
And a lot of the times, that's going to be actually land that's not, in a lot of cases, we have land that's never been touched because we've leapfrogged development in a number of areas. But that's going to be land where maybe there was something there in the 50s or 60s, then it went away and it hasn't been redeveloped yet.
But attributable to anything? Is it attributable to the growth in Major League Sports that has landed in the south part or not?
I think in part it's because for us, it's a little bit, it's our history. So when we think particularly of why businesses went to the Strip versus being in the city, our history has played a lot of, it's been a big player in why development is been in certain areas and leapfrogged past other areas. And we're also very young still. As a city, we, compared to some of our peers in terms of size, we've had extreme rapid growth. And so we have, again, leapfrogged a little bit. We've done a lot of things in the suburbs. We've done a lot of things in the other communities that surround us. And so I don't think it's been necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just a product of our history and our youth.
Okay.
But we're maturing, and so that provides a lot of opportunity. Excuse me, almost fell there. Current initiatives. So we've got the downtown wayfinding standards. Part of the implementation of the downtown master plan said downtown needs identity and it needs ways to clearly get from one area, one district to the next, and provides that particularly as a tourist destination. And so we've been working very closely amongst the Public Works Department, EUD, planning, and communications on how that wayfinding message goes through. We've developed and adopted standards for how that wayfinding package should work, and your Public Works Department is working very closely with the RTC to make sure that as future roadway projects go in we're putting those wayfinding components in to help direct people into the downtown. The development process improvements, one of the things, again, and this is Scott and Jorge and Tom's leadership, we continuously look at development process improvements. So, and I think you all have had briefings recently to talk about the innovations that have occurred, the things that the city has done and all of the development departments have done to help streamline processes and allow projects to move through the timeline, securing our community's interests, but getting those projects out in a more timely fashion. And finally, new development standards. So you see here just kind of examples of the different transects. Council unanimously, thank you, earlier today adopted our second form-based code district for downtown. And just actually as the last presentation was going through, I got a text amendment or text message that said the city has won an APA Nevada award for best implementation plan, which is our form-based code adoption for the medical district. So this new development standards is providing new opportunities for developers to see what we expect before they invest a lot of money, so that they know what we as a community are looking for and can help collaboratively work with us to get projects out of the ground faster.
Wonderful.
Current initiatives, so the council has adopted the downtown civic space and trails plan, and you're seeing that come to fruition with the project on 3rd Street. Again, just today you approved one of the elements of a land acquisition for across the street from City Hall, where civic space is one of the components of that ultimate development, and again, working very collaboratively across multiple departments to see that happen. Infrastructure investments, the work of Public Works and O&M to make improvements throughout the city and rebuild our streets and maintain our existing streets to address the streets for people concept that is in the plan. We're seeing that all over the place. You see that Main Street is a great example, the Main Commerce Couplet, a tremendous opportunity, particularly if you go down into the area in the Arts District where that is at. And then 6th Street is currently under development as well. And Fremont Street, I believe City Attorney Jerbick is going to come up and talk to you here in a moment about the exciting work that's happening in the Fremont Street area around this infrastructure project, again, helping to bolster the goals and objectives and the vision that City Council put forth in the master plan. And with that, Michael and I are here if you have any questions about what we're doing and what's next.
Simply great. It's very exciting to be part of it, and I envy the fact that all of these council people have more terms ahead of them. We'll watch this happen, and it's just, you've done a great job, and fortunately, we're out of the abysmal recession and moving forward, and just hope for that. So any comments? Mayor Pro Tem first, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job, and as I look at the 12% vacancy area, and with nationally it being a little less than 10, I see that we are growing in a rapid speed downtown, and I just want to make sure, because I know how generous the city is with folks and, looking at businesses coming in, I just want to make sure that our vacant land, as we are growing and as people really want to move into the downtown, that we look at fair market value.
Oh, good point. Very good point. And I know the reason, it's because your ward is exploding just like the South is. So you're sucking up all, that's why we're only at 12% instead of a 10. Ranchette living. Yes, Councilman Knudsen, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Summerfeld, for the presentation. I don't think I've talked about this with you, but I've talked about this with my constituents, and especially with the university. In the medical district, because there will be a school of medicine, there's already a school of dental medicine. I think there's hopes and dreams around a nursing school and allied public health schools coming in there. I think there's opportunity in framing the conversation, especially in a document like this, as a medical district in addition to an education district, or maybe a fancier way of saying that, but making sure that education is a focal point in Ward 1 is important to me in addition to the medical district. So I appreciate just your thought and consideration about how to memorialize how much learning is happening in Ward 1 with specific specifically to the medical district.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please, Scott.
Scott Adams, City Manager, in response to what Councilman Knudsen just said, I spent quite a bit of time during the master plan process with the economist who prepared the underlying economic projections for the plan. And when he found out that there was going to be a medical school downtown, he said you could almost virtually double your projections. He said that a medical school's impact on a downtown area is profound. So I would tell the councilman that those numbers are robust due to the existence of a known development and plan build out of a medical school. I just thought I would share that with you.
No, I think that's critical. It's critically important, and certainly to put in your bag knowing the future. And as we look at the expansion of the Cleveland Clinic, LaRuvo Institute for Brain Health, and the potential of other medical groups coming into the heart of downtown and certainly into your ward, it really boasts well of a great future. Just hopeful that it continues to grow and that we support the right things going forward. So it is an exciting time, so hopefully you get 2 more terms. Anyway, we thank you, and any questions, Councilwoman? Okay, we're good. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Howe. Okay, and we are now, I hope the energy continues here. We have a report from our wonderful Brad Jerbick, who did such a great job this morning. It was so, a very foggy mess this morning that had great clarity brought through your historic review of what we were looking at. You really did a superior job. I mean, I was really pulled in different directions, and especially by phone calls, people stopping me and voicing their opinions, but hearing you just made it so clear. So anyway, we're not on that right now, even though you are our city attorney, but it's on the progress and future plans of Project Enchilada, the all-encompassing project to revitalize downtown Las Vegas, wards 1 and 3. Councilman Knudsen and Diaz, and how did you get the name enchilada? Where did that come from, Mr. Jerbick? One day it was there, and the day before it hadn't been.
In noodling around with the idea, I was thinking that downtown has got everything we need to have a vibrant city. It just hasn't all been put together. And so the idea was, let's make the whole enchilada. And it's funny because I showed it to my brother, Tom Perigo, and I actually took off Project Enchilada and I put Project X on it, and Tom took off the X and put on Project Enchilada. And so that's been the way it's been ever since.
Well,
So-
and I know too the spirit of this all, and maybe you were planning it before, but I'll bet you not, 1 October 2017, and the Healing Garden, and all that you both did working with Jay and everyone else, that what you can do with streetscapes and gardens and beauty. I mean, I somehow felt that the enchilada came out of that, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it was just
It
one of
just
those just
kept
out of
going.
nowhere, but it stuck. If I could, Jeff, I just received word from my videographer that the new Vimeo is ready. It's under the same code. He says you just have to reload the page. So, cool. So I'll signal Jeff when it's time to play it. I got a couple of things to surprise you with today, hopefully a couple of good updates for you today. As you know, thanks to our manager, number one, we're able to put this project together, and this really is as cross-departmental as it comes. Mike Howe has been our leader in planning. Randy McConnell has been our leader in public works, but over them, of course, is Jorge and Tom Perigo, and this would not be happening if it weren't for this multi-departmental approach to the project. And I got to tell you, I've learned an awful lot. And I've annoyed an awful lot of people too in the process. But let me tell you just briefly where we started. The concept was to bite off an entire area of Las Vegas, and I'll get to that at the very end, but to be about 12 square miles downtown. And that would be from I-15 to Eastern, from US 95 to Charleston, taking in the Arts District and taking in the Huntridge Theater and the Huntridge Circle Park. And so with that, we started with phase 1. And we started with a phase 1 downtown on Fremont Street, which you're going to see the progress report on. It goes from Las Vegas Boulevard all the way to 14th Street. And the reason we picked that for Phase 1 is because we have one significant owner that owns almost all the property in that area, and that's Tony Shea and his company, Downtown Projects. And so in working with them, this has been a very collaborative effort. The responsibility of the city has been the design and installation of new sidewalks in some areas, installation of trees, which you're going to see, installation of special streetlights for special districts, which you're going to see, and traditional things that city do. The Downtown Project's responsibility is to take all of their old motels and on their dime, resurface the parking lots, repaint the buildings, bring them back to the condition as if they were new. And the responsibility of the Centennial Commission, after they gave us $750,000, was to redo every neon sign for those 7 motels. One of them you're going to see today, one of them gets installed next week, and we work on the next 5 starting next month. So we've already made a lot of progress, and 2 motels have been completely repainted and repaved. The project started on October 7th, and October 7th, Las Vegas Paving Corporation, the city's contractor, started at 2 ends. On Maryland Parkway, working west, they're putting in storm drains right now, and they're dewatering, so that's under construction. And at the same time, they've already started the portion that you're going to see a video of in a moment. You're going to see a 3D model of that portion of the project between Las Vegas Boulevard and 6th Street. So a couple of interesting stories that I could tell before we run the first video that I'm going to show you. The city fortunately approved 2 sets of contracts, one with Civic Visions. They're our consultants from Harvard that have been working with us on the cultural authenticity of the project and the architecture. And what they have done to make this an authentic project, I cannot tell you. I literally get calls sometimes in the middle of the night, can you get me another picture of the 1929 streetlight, because I'm not sure how many flowers were on the side of it. That's the level of detail we're going into the project. Then we have Midge and Kelly with their project, their company, Downtown Works. They're urban retail specialists, and they are working with Councilman Creer on a project in West Las Vegas, a retail project as well as development, and they're working with the city of Las Vegas on Enchilada and the Arts District and East Fremont Street, and that's bringing specialized urban retail to Las Vegas. We've already had some significant developers and significant designers come here that are highly interested right now in getting on the ground in Las Vegas and getting involved in our downtown project. And they've actually reached out to the property owners and told them that they are interested. Without going into details, some are even interested in talking about the old motels being motels again. I don't know if you're aware, but around the country, mid-century modern motels are on fire right now. You see in Palm Springs, the Aces Motel is just a shining example of what you can do with one of these old structures. In Austin, Texas, the San Jose Hotel is another example. They're getting $400 a night to stay in a mid-century modern building. So we really think that we might be onto something here. We really think there may be a market for it, but that's the pieces of the puzzle. So what I want to show you first, with your permission, if you're ready, Jeff, let's show the video. So I have a videographer from Los Angeles. His name is John Moody. He did an award-winning video on the rebuilding of Pershing Square, and he has done a test video for us on the Enchilada. And Jeff, if you'd roll it now, that'd be great. I think we need to back up with no sound. I tell you, something happened. I don't know what. I am not a mystical, religious, anything kind of person, but something happened that day, and when this whole thing happened, and it's happening still. It kind of shakes you right by the root ball, and you kind of go, what am I here for? What am I supposed to do? You just have an idea and sit on it? Do you just have a town you care about and do nothing to make it better? Do you just go to work every day for a paycheck? If that's what life's all about, count me out. I kind of grew up on Fremont Street because my dad had a business on Fremont Street and he worked downtown. Back then, everything was open.
Las Vegas was a small town and looked very much like a small town everywhere in the country, I believe, except we had gambling.
Everybody in Las Vegas at this time was marching to a different drummer.
Every hotel was independently owned. The competition was incredible.
Fremont Street became our place.
Everybody who knew me knew I lived on Fremont Street.
If there was a way to get in trouble, I was there.
I accepted the job and I was a cage cashier on Graveyard. I said, oh my God, what did I just do?
People didn't really think that we lived there, that there were schools and that there were places to shop.
He was a very unusual person. I really think he could almost tell what was going to happen.
merely turning something back into what it was before doesn't guarantee success. It may bring a tear of nostalgia to somebody's eye, but at the end of the day is to have a community that you'll get more of that in the future. Let me just tell everybody who's listening, that is a draft. That's not for rebroadcast or publication. We need to get some waivers from some people, but you heard Your Honor's voice on there. You heard Jack Binion. You heard Senator Richard Bryan. You heard Bob Stoldahl. When you heard we used to hang out here, Bob told many stories about the old days that I remember, and I'm sure Councilman Krim may remember too, the end of it, the cruising on Fremont Street on Friday and Saturday nights.
You know, you know this, you know, I purchased my wedding rings from his brother at their jewelry store right on Fremont Street, and 25 years ago.
Wow.
And so I definitely know the business. Your brother was kind enough to actually finance me because I didn't have all the money, but that was what Vegas was all about, right? I went in there with a friend of mine who knew where everybody went down to the jewelry store to patronize you guys. That's where you went. And a friend of mine went with me, and he vouched for me, and he said, this guy's a good guy, he'll pay you back. Your brother said, will you pay me back? I said, yeah. He goes, okay, here goes the ring. And that's what it was. And I got a little receipt. And I remember, I still have the receipt. And it was right when you wrote out the receipt, it was a pad, you know, and I got the carbon yellow copy of it. And so, yeah, you're preaching to the choir, man.
That's a great story. That's a great story. Yeah. We remember high school days cruising Fremont. After it became one way, it was a little more boring. Yeah. But when it was two way, it was a lot more fun. Bob Stoldahl can remember a restaurant called The Sills, later became the Tip Top on the corner of Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard. Big round restaurant that everybody gathered at afterwards as well. But I could go on and on, not to bore you with stories, but downtown was the center of Las Vegas. It was a center of retail. It was the center of the casino industry. It was the center of life. All the Centel employees, remember Centel, Central Telephone Company, before we got CenturyLink, all the workers were downtown. And at noon, when they let out, they flooded the streets and shopped and ate. The police department was downtown, lawyers, judges, everybody. And so after the Boulevard Mall opened, you began to see that attrition. And then we got to the point where we're at now. Well, I really believe, and I think most people believe, that the real authentic urban experience is back. People want genuine. They want authenticity. We get stopped right now, and you'll see it as I go through the PowerPoint. As people have seen these motels painted and see the lights on, they want to know when it's going to open so they can get a room. This is what's going on. And people are eating downtown again, and they're shopping downtown again, and I think it's just the beginning of it. So with that, what I would like to do is go through the PowerPoint and give you a little hint of what we've done so far. This is the today's update. This, if you haven't seen it before, most of you have, this is the enchilada. This is the boundary I told you, I-15 to Eastern, US 95 to Charleston, and you see the little part that goes down by the Huntridge and the part that goes into the Arts District. This is phase one. Which we're giving each phase a name. So phase one is called Mackey's Back, and you'll see why in a little bit. But this yellow area is Las Vegas Boulevard, Fremont Street, down to 14th Street. Let me say that I call it phase one because this is a multi-phase project, and we're already on to phase two. So this is phase two. So phase one in yellow is Fremont Street, that portion of it anyway, the Huntridge Theater, and Huntridge Circle Park. And then in phase two, I've already talked to Councilwoman Diaz, and with her liaison, Ito, we had our first neighborhood meeting with the Mayfair District, which is a large area you see next to the first phase, to talk about a neighborhood project there. And then you see what I would like to do on second phase is East Fremont from Eastern all the way up to Bruce. That's another area with these classic old motels and the original neon signs. Let me stop right here and let you know that I'm going to go through the Fremont phase right now as we show you where we're at with the construction and with the paint jobs. I will tell you, Huntridge Circle Park is already in the process of conversion. About 20% of it has been made as a children's park by the city council. It's already fenced off, and Jay Dapper is raising about $100,000 for specialized children's equipment for it, and I think he showed it to you in one presentation earlier. I've seen the most recent version. I want to go play on it. It's really cool stuff. The other part is the other 80% is going to be an outdoor sculpture garden with no eating, sitting, anything in it. And so there will not be a problem with maintaining that park. And one of the things that I want to surprise you with today is that other little square there is the Huntridge Theater. About 1 hour ago, I have a signed copy of the purchase and sale agreement to buy the Huntridge Theater. And it'll be on your agenda on November 6th. So we got, I think, I called Jay Dapper today. He's going to be our assignee and our developer for the project. We'll bring the whole thing to you on November 6th. We're not allowed to talk about it today, but because it's part of the enchilada, I thought it would be a good idea to give you what your appetite with what's coming in 2 weeks.
So you can't tell us what you're going to do with it today?
Well, I'll give you a little hint. It will not probably be a movie theater, but it likely will be a performing theater of a different kind. I'll brief you confidentially what Jay has in mind and some of the developers he's talked to. I think they're game changers for Las Vegas. And so that's all I can say.
I bought my first yo-yo there.
You did?
At the movie theater. They used to have the yo-yo company used to, in between movies, used to demonstrations of yo-yos.
That's
So
outstanding.
They were on the stage there, and it was, they're showing the yo-yos doing all the tricks and everything. He said, I got to have one of those. So it came back the next time. Maybe not the next time, because I never had any money, but we figured it out, and I got a yo-yo. I bought my first yo-yo.
I love it. It's funny,
Oh, yeah.
People like Councilman Carrera and myself, that people grew up here, remember that, and we have fond memories. I remember my parents dropping us off on weekends for the matinees, and they have a double billing.
And the Fox Theater is right down the street, and look, we can go on and on. But I tell you, spent some good times at the Huntridge, man.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, they're coming back. They're coming back. So anyway, I wanted to show you today, for the first time, we have a signed purchase and sale agreement. And so we'll be talking about that more, and I'll be giving Mr. Riggleman a lot of information in the next couple of weeks. So having said that, let's talk about the project. Again, it's streets. It's landscaping for the streets. It's restoration of the motels and 2 gas stations and the neon signs. So what I've done in this PowerPoint, unlike the PowerPoints you've seen before, is I've cut out the stuff that we were going to do. I'm just going to show you today the stuff we are doing that is in the ground now. So this is the Travelers Motel. It's on the corner of 11th and Fremont, and that's what it looked like in 2006. These are all Google photos. You can see it had its landscaping. It was still open. The sign was still intact. This is what it was in 2019. So this is it this year. This was it 3 months ago. The sign is destroyed, it's all boarded up, it's been broken into, it's fenced off, the landscaping's dead. And here it is today. It's been completely landscaped, repainted, redone. The sign is all been redone from top to bottom. It's all original neon. That little bit in that video you saw with the guy with the glass tube in his hand with the flame, he was making the neon tubes for these signs. So we've got all the video of that. That yellow blob up above the driveway that you walk in, there's a sign that goes there that's finished. They just didn't have time to install it before I took the picture. So that'll be put in. This is the courtyard of the Travelers when it was still alive. And here it is today. All new lights, all new everything, all new surfacing. Like I say, people drive by and they think this is open. The Lucky Motel next door is the second one we did. We did a whole block all at one time. This is the Lucky when it was open, one version of the Lucky when it was open. And one of the things you can tell, and I always point this out to people, look in particular at the trees in all of these photos. Yeah. This is how people kept cool back then before they had central air conditioning. They had trees and fans. This is the Lucky Hotel today, all repainted. That parking lot wasn't refinished at the time we took the picture, so there it is now. It was just repaved last weekend. And they're going to stripe it in the whole bit. So you can see the old pool has been redone. That's not water, that's blue AstroTurf. We can't put water in because it's just unsafe. But pretty soon you're going to see various things out on that pool. One of the things they're going to do is they're going to cut mannequins in half, paint them up like people, put inner tubes around them, and float them in the pool.
Cute.
And so you can imagine what you can do with this. Santa Claus in there at Christmas time, zombies in there at Halloween time. You can have a lot of fun with this.
Are these motels, though, safe? Were the owner ready to open them? Are they, fume-wise and everything else, asbestos, whatever, are they safe for occupancy?
They're not safe for occupancy for a couple of reasons. One, in the inside, the air conditioners are all going, they're all rotted. Some of them, the floors are a bit rotted. The plumbing was stripped out by street people downtown over time. So copper pipes and wiring and things like that would all have to be redone. In fact, one of the reasons we turned the water on the outside but not the inside was we just didn't want one of the rooms to flood. But they could be. The only asbestos in there that we're aware of is in the caulking for the glass pane windows. And it's a very safe kind of asbestos to remove. It doesn't float in the air so you can inhale it. So it's very easily removed and remediated.
So
we
have
think,
they been costed out estimate-wise to refurbish the insides of the motel to make them
we have not. We have not, but I do have a commitment from Downtown Projects. We are taking the lobbies of these motels and we are fixing them up. So I've already asked them to, gut the lobby of the Lucky and gut the lobby of the Travelers. And then we'll go in and we'll put in new power supply, we'll put in new overhead lighting, we'll put in refrigerators, we'll put in air conditioners, and then we'll turn them over to the police department and/or our marshals to be used as mini police precincts. So
Brilliant.
now people don't have to drive a police car up and down the street, or if you're walking up and down the street, 115 a police officer with all the accoutrements on, that's pretty brutal. But now they'll have 1 or 2 places on each block
Great
where they can
idea.
use their computers, file reports, things like
Great
that.
idea.
So these, by the way, these are all the original colors. Our folks came out and scraped all the buildings right down to the original, matched up and had them painted. So there's the Lucky before original, here it is today. That's another older one. And that's it from the same angle. And on that same pole, the original sign that you just saw in that picture will be reinstalled. So let's talk about, look at one more of the Lucky, signs currently. So signs are really critical here. One of the things that we believe is that neon downtown is a real attraction. People come to town and they want to see the old neon, and you don't get it on the Strip. It doesn't exist anymore, but we have it, and it's all coming back. So these are all original signs downtown as they appear today. And these are those signs restored. So the Alicia sign is originally the Star View, and that one is going to get full treatment here in the next couple of months, and it'll be relit. The Travelers, when we showed this, we didn't know that the original color was that green. The original color is leprechaun green, so we have pictures of this completely being restored. They came in, repainted everything. And then about 4 weeks ago, we flipped a switch just before Life is Beautiful and lit it up. And that's when the cars started stopping and asking us when they could rent a room. Just amazing.
Do we have that hanging person on the new one?
Pardon?
That hanging person? on
Yes, we do. We do. Downtown Projects bought a number of these mannequins that look like a climbing person, and they put them on everything. And they wanted it reattached when we did it, and we said, no problem. So.
And are you using LED lights so it's less costly to maintain, or no?
Yes, well, the bulbs themselves are LED because you can't tell them from incandescent, but the neon is not LED, it is authentic neon. They're hand forming the glass tubes, filling them with the colored neon, matching it up.
And what's a life of one of those? So are you
Yeah.
building more than one of them so they can be replaced and
You know,
kept up?
It's funny, I learned a lot about neon during this. What you do is you trace, let's see where it says Travelers, and you see that's all in neon.
Yeah.
They trace that, and they take this paper with the exact lettering, and then they start forming the tubing, and they lay it on the paper and exactly fit it. You'd be amazed what an art this is.
Wow.
And so they can remake any of this literally in a day. And so the neon lasts a very long time. The LEDs last even longer. The thing that will not last as long is the paint. So about every 3 or 4 years, they're going to need a touch-up on the paint. So let's go to this one. This is the great story. This is the Valley Motel sign, and it's missing. And we thought we had to rebuild it. And that Lucky sign that you saw before is missing, and we thought we had to rebuild it. And so we accidentally got a picture of the Lucky sign on the ground, and we realized somebody had plucked it and kept it. And with that picture, we went on a treasure hunt, and we found the lot where it was stored. And then we found who controlled the lot. And the lot was controlled by a magician that performed here in Las Vegas named Steve Wyrick. And so I went online and Googled him, and up came an article in the Las Vegas Sun about how he collected neon signs, and there was a picture of that sign. This is the picture that was in the Sun newspaper. That's it on his living room wall. So I sent him an email and said, I'll fly you to Vegas on our dime. I want to talk about your signs. And he came, and he donated them both back to the city of Las Vegas. So here is the Lucky sign as it appeared with some burned out neon, but that's what it was on the ground. And here it is today. That we have that, we possess that. It's at the sign shop now getting repainted and re-neoned, and it'll be installed next week.
Hey, Brett. Brett.
I'm sorry. There's only one speaker, Councilman. I can't hear anything.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, it'd be neat to, since we have our neon museum, and you're restoring all of these signs, like, if, to find a way to incorporate, and this is just sort of talking out loud, incorporate them into the process, or sort of like, maybe if there is a authentication that the Neon Museum could, you know, sort of give a stamp to show that these are authentic signs that have been recreated, or something like, you know what I mean? Kind of incorporate them, and because they have, there are really our bearers of neon and bearers of all the old signs, and if they sort of lent their, like their
You know, we think
stamp
so much
or
alike.
something.
The first person I reached out to was Rob McCoy at the
Yeah.
Neon Sign Museum.
Yeah.
And we'd had a second talk. I hadn't thought about what you thought. I think it's a great idea. What we were thinking is a cooperative agreement, and we are long away
Yeah.
from that right now. But it would be wonderful to be able to have an exchange program, maybe.
Something,
where we
yeah, I don't
fix
know.
things, display them and the like, and so we're going to continue to pursue that conversation, but I like the idea of the authenticity.
Yeah, it'd be kind of good to have a stamp, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe even they can display images of them at the museum in some way, shape, or form, and sort of work hand in hand with each other, so we're somewhat driving, you know, the people, because the people coming down to the Neon Museum will have an interest. If they're at the Neon Museum looking at that, they're going to have an interest with what's going on Fremont Street and Fremont Street East, and vice versa.
I agree, and I think what we're going to do for free, without even, you know, we're just going to give it to them, on every one of the signs, it'll say, if you like what you see here, visit the Neon Sign
Yeah,
Museum.
so,
So
yeah,
we'll
you know,
cross-promote
something.
it. I agree with you. And I'd love to talk more about that. So let's talk about streetlights for a moment. The 1929 was the first year Las Vegas got streetlights, and these are the original Review Journal newspaper articles from 1929. On the left is February of 1929, in the middle is June of 1929, on the end is November of 1929. So the first article, they want them, the second article, they fund them, the third article, they install them. And this is what they installed. That is the original 1929 Las Vegas streetlight on Fremont Street. These were massive concrete streetlights. They were meant to send a signal. They were built by the same people that built the streetlights in LA in 1929, and designed by the same guy who designed the LA streetlights. This is a picture of them on Fremont Street as you're walking towards Sunrise Mountain going down the street. This, well, let me back up a minute here, give it a little more dramatic effect. We couldn't find them anywhere. We looked high and low to see if we could find a 1929 streetlight, and nowhere. And one day, I'm giving a tour to Mike Mullen of Nevada Hand, and I'm on the west side, and I got lost, and I'm on Revere and Blankenship, Councilman, and I stopped the car, and right there is the original 1929 streetlight pole in front of a church. It had been moved, it was all alone, had no headpiece, but that is the last of the 1929 poles. So now we have one piece that we can make a mold from. We didn't have the headpiece, so our Harvard people went looking. When they found out the LA connection, they started looking in LA, and they found this. That's the original headpiece, and it happens to be in Hancock Park in Los Angeles. In April of this year, the city of Los Angeles gave that to me to make a mold of. They took it down, there's only 3 left. They took it down, we shipped it to Pennsylvania, and they're remaking that headpiece right now.
Unbelievable.
So those streetlights will go from Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, and eventually from Stewart to Bridger. That's 12 square blocks. That'll look like an old town with those streetlights. The rest of it, the recommendation is to treat it with these streetlights, which you've already seen downtown. We call them the hairdryer lights because they look like a 1960s hairdryer you might sit under. The Public Works has restored a number of them with LEDs and new glass globes, and they're gorgeous. And this is what they used to look like when they were on Fremont Street. So they'll be coming back. And the final slide I have is streetscape. One of the things, and I got tons of articles that people sent me as we were putting the project together, trees do mean business. When you have to walk, you're not now in a mall, you're not now in downtown Summerlin, you're in a really hot urban environment, and you have to go from place to place. Trees are what get you there. They shade it, they make it comfortable, and they add beauty. And so the city of Las Vegas has invested significantly in very, very large specimen trees. I'm only going to show you one of them, but in March of this year, our city arborists and others went down to Houston, Texas, and got 105 of these.
That's magnificent.
So they'll be in the ground.
How
You'll be
old are those?
Pardon?
How old?
I don't know how old, to be honest with you. Nobody's ever asked me that question. I know how old they are. I know that that's a Shumard oak. They picked 4 different kinds of oak trees, and those will be going in the ground before December 1st on that part of Fremont between Las Vegas Boulevard and 6th Street.
And of course, you alerted Jerry Walker that operations and maintenance, when those leaves fall up, need big-time cleanup of dead leaves.
I've avoided that conversation so far. So, anyway, with
Your Honor,
that,
Your Honor, just real quick, I would just ask Mike Howe, who was actually down there in Houston as well. He said those trees are 3 years old.
How old, 3?
30 years old.
Oh, 30. I was going to say, wow, beautiful.
Aren't
They are
they?
magnificent.
So it's a game changer. So with that, I would like to show you the PowerPoint, and I'll let you know why Mackey's back.
Oh, the shark, babe, has such teeth, dear, and it shows them pearly white. Just a jackknife has old Maggie Heath, babe, and it keeps it out of sight. You know when that shark bites with his teeth, babe, scarlet billows start to spread. Fancy gloves, though, wears old Maggie Heath, babe, so there's never a trace of red. Now on the sidewalk, ooh, Sunday morning, lies a body just oozing life. And someone sneaking round the corner. Could that someone be Mac the Knife? There's a tugboat down by the river, don't you know, where a cement bag just drooping on down. Oh, that cement is just, it's there for the weight to dare. 5 will get you 10 old Mackies back in town. Don't you hear about Louis Miller? He disappeared, babe, after drawing out all his hard-earned cash. And now Maggie Heath spins just like a sailor. Could it be our boy's done something rash? Now, Jenny Diver, yes, Susie Tawdry, ooh, Miss Lottie Lenya, and old Lucy Brown. Oh, the line forms on the right, babe. Now that Maggie's back in town, I said, Jenny Diver, whoa, Suki Tawdry, look out to Miss Lottie Lenya and old Lucy Brown. Yes, that line forms on the right, babe. Not that Maggie's back in town. Look out, old Maggie is back.
Yeah, beautiful.
And that's it.
Beautiful.
I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Timeline.
Timeline, it started October 7th. My understanding is, without change orders, it'll be done May or June. Is that about right? That's
May or June.
And that's all the way down to 14th Street.
And how about, I know the Centennial gave a grant. How else is it funding? Is Tony Shea, other than giving, leasing, lending, charging for?
No, he's writing a check for all the motels and all the restoration that you see going on there right now.
So you get an estimate of what it's costing you per block as you go and take on more and more areas?
I know, and I'm going to give a rough number. I think 15 million was what I heard, somewhere around there for, I look at Jorge because.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes, that's true, but Mayor, it was just not just the streetscape. We also had to go into a lot of the utility work. So a lot of that was the water lines, the sewer lines have to be done. Typically, the blocks we're doing downtown with the streetscapes are costing us about $1 million a mile. And so this one was more because of all the water and sewer utilities we had to replace as part of the project. Taking advantage that we're tearing up the road, we're replacing the infrastructure underground, but the streetscape portions run about $1 million a mile.
And so
I'm sorry, a
as
block,
you-
$1 million a block.
As you look to the future and what's going to be next on, this is number 1, number 2, number 3, is that out of general fund? Is it set aside public works funds? How does this lay out financially?
So Mayor, this qualifies under the motor vehicle fuel tax, so we use Regional Transportation Commission funding to do that, and so that's what we're paying for all this.
Awesome.
It's
Well,
amazing.
tell us
the,
when to celebrate whoever we're to celebrate, and thank them for their participation and continued support as we go forward.
We have so many partners in this, and you can start mentioning, you always see somebody at RTC is doing funding. We've got, I got to tell you, City has just been, everybody that I've worked with, just been incredible. But this really is a group effort. And it's not just a group effort inside the city, it's the people outside too that are just flocking to it right now. And that's been really great to see. So,
Well, it's obviously a public-private partnership of magnitude and of braggadocio. I mean, that everybody in different cities that has this opportunity perhaps to find out how you went about it. I hope you're documenting it and writing a book.
well, I'm not writing a book, but I got somebody who will. There's a fellow named Alan Hess, who's the #1 expert in the United States on mid-century modern architecture. And I've known Alan for 18 years. He's been here a lot, and I have already got him very interested in a book. We got details to work out. But he does Mid-Century Modern Week in Palm Springs every year, where they think they have mid-century modern motels. Wait till we get done with ours. We will have more than they have, and they'll be 100%. So I think there is a story there.
And how do you project your consulting costs and things like that?
How do we pay for it, or how much do I think it is?
Well, both.
Okay, I think right now we're a little over 600, 700,000 into consulting costs for 2 years. That's Civic Visions, that's Downtown Works, that's experts that we've flown in, separate from those contracts. That's trips that we've taken to look at other development in other cities, and that'll continue to grow. It'll be a year-by-year decision that the management will make, but I think if they continue to produce, we'll continue to recommend them. But, and that comes out of, some comes out of RDA funds, and some is coming out of other city funds, and maybe we're printing it, I have no idea.
Okay. Wonderful. Congratulations to everybody that's been involved in the planning of it. Incredible. We
Thank
just
you.
can't wait.
Yeah,
Any
I can't
comments,
either.
questions? Yes, Councilman Knutson.
Very briefly, Mayor, and Brad, thanks for the presentation. I rode around with you a year and a half, 2 years ago, and learned a little bit more about Project Enchilada. I would say, as being working for several cities as an employee, working for a state as an employee, what you've been able to do is incredible to bring people to the table and move something forward. And it takes an enormous amount of passion to get a lot of city departments together to do something, and then to bring in the private sector as well. So your dedication and passion to something is something that this entire city should examine, because all employees, if they demonstrate that level of passion, you can move mountains in this city, because there's such amazing things going on. So thank you for being passionate about the community.
No, thank you, and thank you, Scott and Hori, and everybody for funding it. So,
No, it is wonderful. And I must say that about 3 years ago, he's been a lawyer for us for a long, long, long time, as well as in private practice. And he got a whole new life and a whole new energy and a whole new spirit that, fun. You're having fun again.
I am.
I mean, you can see it. So beautiful. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to say that you really are a true Las Vegan. You love the city, and you're bringing the best back, what you remember and what you want to see for future generations to enjoy as well. And bringing all of the historical elements back to life is a super cool thing that I can't wait for the future generations to get to witness, because I know I don't remember. I see all those old pictures flashing of Fremont, and when I was growing up, I don't remember those images. So it's mind-blowing how we can kind of bring the best back to a place that is so deserving. I think our downtown is amazing. And in that vein, Mr. Jurbick, I have received questions from some business owners about the placement of some things along the sidewalks and how they would want one closer here, there. Where should they take these, I guess, requests to? Who can they contact about wherever the lighting fixtures will go? If they're not going to get one, how, I don't know. They're just wanting to know who can they talk to.
Well, the project manager from the Public Works side is Randy McConnell, but I would have them call me, and here's why. I kind of filter that before I call Randy. Some of it I can answer so quickly, and it takes the burden off of him because he's in the middle of the project right now. But I will tell you, before this started, you will not believe the number of meetings we've had. I've been to every Fremont East Entertainment District board meeting with the exception of one in the last year, and worked with them on placement of everything in their portion of the project. We've worked with the Downtown Alliance. We've worked in, we go door to door and walk with people and talk with them, but there'll still be things that come up in the middle. So start with me, and if I think it's a Public Works question, then I'll forward it to Randy.
And then my office will be joining forces in your work. I know the Mayfair community is excited about the opportunity of beautification extending its way into that beautiful neighborhood. And so we'll continue that conversation, and hopefully we can get that extended, that beauty and that vision extended into the neighborhood that's been there.
I would love it.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
whatever we can do from the council to help get the motels operative with whatever it would take, to me, I do see just what's happened with bread and breakfasts around the country, but this is so special. And if those could be occupied, motel rooms, hotels, whatever they are, what an experience.
Like I say, they're privately owned. It'll be a DTP decision what to do with them. But in the meantime, the immediate activation that you will see will be food trucks in the parking lots, car rallies in the parking lots. You'll see, hopefully next year at Halloween, haunted motels up and down Fremont Street with a different theme at each one. You'll see parades back in certain areas downtown that we haven't had before. I mean, there's a lot of things that will go on without opening a single door in a single room. So we plan to very much activate them and take the fences down.
Hopefully, as you work with whoever's going to be doing the public marketing and everything, that as festivals are planned, that will become lasting as Old Days Eldorado that got its own spirit, that those will be things carefully planned but befitting old Las Vegas and
Absolutely.
the enchilada. Thank you, thank you, wonderful. Just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that is a report, so no action needed, and we move on to set the date of any appeals filed or required public hearings. So I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements, please.
Thank you, will do.
Thank you. And now we will move into our second and final citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount any single speakers allowed, will be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but again, the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? And again, we'll set it at 2 minutes. Oh, hi. 2 minutes, please.
Wow. Okay, I have a handout that I'd like to be passed
That's
around.
not part of your 2 minutes, and Ms.
Okay.
Campbell will come get them from you.
I'm going to back up to the item number 50 where we were talking about weapons. I think you should consider putting it in parentheses, guns, knives, all sorts of weapons, not just guns. So this flyer here.
And your name again, please, sorry, for the record.
What's that?
Your name for the record, please.
Daniel Braston, resident. This flyer here covers Startup Weekend, and that's November 1st and November 3rd, and that's going to be held at the Work in Progress. I hope you'll take a look at it. I know you don't have time to go to the whole thing, but consider coming just on Sunday night. I'm not sponsoring it.
Thank you.
Also on the sheet is information about CES. Now, you're talking about helping children and all that money to put on children, but if we can get parents to go to some of these conventions, and many of them are free, then the parent would bring home a whole new insight to the family dinner table. I have the information on that. How many of you are getting John Lobb's email? So consider that. I have that entry there. He puts out an email that comes out every Sunday night, 5 weeks in advance. He'll list your activities for free and go from there. 3 meetings ago, I brought up the idea to make public computer labs, make them accessible after hours, and I've been getting some great help from Sarah from Mr. Adams' office. We're working on that. We'll have a proposal on that before November 6th. I did mention the challenge I had with the message system, and someone was supposed to talk to me about that, and I haven't heard who to talk to about that. I brought up the defaced crossing button signs, hoping they would be done and fixed before Life is Beautiful, and they're still ugly and out there. So if they're so ugly, let's at least take them down. It shouldn't be hard to print it because the artwork has already been approved, so that should be an easy way to put a decal up. See, we're talking about building Las Vegas, and it's dirty. It's ugly downtown. For example, at Neonopolis, I know that's a private situation now, but we have a bus stop there, and the light isn't working, and it's dirty. And these are bus stops, and this is where people get off and get the first impression or lasting impression before they leave our city. I think that should be a focus. Is that my time?
Sadly so, but what I would recommend you do is give that list to our city clerk, who can make sure to give it to Mr. Cervantes, who can direct the suggestions to the right department, if that's all right. Community development. And if you have anything else,
No, I just got...
see Cervantes, I mean, with your suggestions, which we always want to respond to, and hopefully can use some of them. So Mr. Cervantes really is property development and all of that.
Okay. One item, we had a great meeting this last week, and you spoke at it, but that cafeteria is a bad place to have a meeting. That screen is translucent. So at 9 a.m. in the morning, you can't see the image on the screen, and paint it black. You can't hear because of the ice machines. There should be a curtain in front of that. The individual that was supervising that area didn't know how to turn the microphone on, and it's a switch way on the bottom. You have to get on your knees, so there should be a label at the top.
Okay.
That
Well,
patio, the lights weren't
We'll
working.
pass this on. So if you'll do that, thank you, Ms. Campbell, if you will get that. And anyone else wishing to speak under this public comment time? Okay, I'm going to close it, and we are now going to move on to, which I just did, I think our very last item is council commentary. But since I closed this, council member participation, which I'm sure there's a perfect commentary. Council member recognition comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by city council unless the subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. So we'll start with the birthday lady.
Thank you. I want to thank my team and everybody here and all my colleagues for the wonderful birthday wishes, and especially for the birthday confetti all over my desk. It is really, really cute. So we have upcoming events in Ward 2, Dive-In Movie Night, Saturday, October 26th at 7:30 at the Pavilion Pool on Pavilion Center Drive. Those are so fun and so popular. And then we have something that I encourage people to come out for. It's a marijuana dispensary meeting. Someone has applied in the ward, and I would like you to come Wednesday, October 30th, 2019, this October 30th at 5:30 to the West Sahara Library at 9600 West Sahara in the Glass Room. And please give your opinion, whether you propose or oppose. We would like to know. And then if you have a small business in Ward 2, I would love to come out and film you. So you just need to email us at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov or call us at 702-229-2420, and we will feature your small business. We're looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you. And Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Join me, Clark County Commissioner and Clark County Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, and graduate students for the School of Public Policy and Leadership for a Resources Fair. This event will take place on Wednesday, October 23rd from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Pearson Community Center, located at 1625 West Cary Avenue. There'll be vendors offering services to discuss resumes, skill training, job placement, meals and housing assistance, and more. Also, Nevada colleges will be on site to discuss the enrollment process. All families are welcome. On Thursday, October 24th, 5:30 to 8 p.m., I'll host an event along with city staff to discuss community matters and issues of importance to Ward 5. The community forum will update residents on the top Ward 5 strategic priorities, the Ward 5 Works Program, homeless courtyard, homelessness and housing, historic urban neighborhood design, redevelopment, the 100 plan, and public safety. City staff will be on hand for a question and answer period, plus information about services the city has to offer will also be available. We'll also have a representative there from Metro, from Bolden Area Command there as well. For more information, contact my office at 702-229-5443. And then join me and community partners on Thursday, October 31st from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the Community Spooktacular Carnival happening at the Doolittle Community Center. This event is geared to create a safe Halloween night for our children. We will have candy, games, trunks, jumpers, petting zoo, and more. So bring your children and come out to enjoy Halloween 2019 in fabulous Ward 5. For more information, contact the office at 702-229-5443. And as always, to stay informed about what's going on in our ward and the city, please follow me on Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram Councilman Creer, and Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's get down to Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This Friday, I will be having my second movie in the park. We will be at Gary Reese Freedom Park on 850 North Mojave Road, and I hope that you can all come down and watch Coco with us. And it does start at dusk. Bring your chairs or your blankets, and we provide water and popcorn. So come on down. Next, I have we're having a Veterans Career Expo here at City Hall on Saturday, October 19th. This weekend is a busy one in terms of events. It's 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and it's all-inclusive, mock interviews, LinkedIn workshops, resume writing, networking opportunities. So I hope veterans from our city take advantage of this wonderful opportunity, and children are welcome, and you can go ahead and register now. And the information is on your screen, and it says if you have any questions, contact Kelly Nash, 702-229-5931. The next thing that's happening this weekend is you're invited to help end the opioid crisis in Nevada. And so Senator Dennis and many other electeds are holding this basically educational opportunity for families to identify potential warning signs of drug use or abuse. Sometimes as parents, we don't know if our children are doing drugs or things, and there will be a trailer out there outside of the East Las Vegas Library on Saturday, October 19th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. to kind of give us some telltale signs of drug use or abuse. And I think this is so important as a parent for us to really know so that we can be involved and help our kids get the help they need. And we also have another event on Saturday. It's a busy day. You're going to have lots to do on Saturday. The Las Vegas Book Festival will be happening at the historic 5th Street School, 401 South 4th Street. It is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And if you want to visit our LasVegasBookFestival.com website, it'll lay out all the activities for the full schedule and list of appearances. And I know one year I went and my son was a big Thomas the Train fan, and we got to see Thomas there. So check out what we're going to be hosting this year at our book festival. I have two more things to announce. I have a John S. Park Neighborhood Association neighborhood meeting next Tuesday, October 22nd at 6 p.m. at John S. Park Elementary, located at 931 Franklin Avenue in the multi-purpose room, and I look forward to seeing you and hearing from you there. And lastly, We have the Halloween Haunted Courtyard and Trunk or Treat on Thursday, October 24th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. It is free and open to the public at the East Las Vegas Community Center at 250 Northeastern Avenue. So if you have any questions about that, 702-229-1515. And I hope you have a spooktacular weekend.
Cute, cute. Councilman Knutson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First of all, there was 2 times today that I broke our normal protocol, so I appreciate you letting me do that, and I will try not to make a habit of it. Also, I'm practicing. I have slides now. I'm trying really hard to keep up with everyone. But real quick, so I was at the Fire Prevention Week last Saturday, and we had an amazing time with the fire department, so I want to send out my sincere appreciation for the fire department. I did get to blow up a watermelon. That was pretty cool. We had a lot of people show up and learn about how to be safer in their homes. Coming up this Friday, we have Brews with Brian. This is going to be at Coffee Pub on 2800 West Sahara Avenue, Friday, October 18th from 9 to 11 a.m. And Assemblywoman Rochelle Nguyen, who is in my neighborhood, will also be joining us. And coming up on October 24th at Marabelli Community Centers, it's a safe trick-or-treating for children under 10, starting at 6 p.m. and followed by Hocus Pocus, movie in the park at 7:30 p.m. With that, I will turn it over.
Thank you. And now we go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So before we start our runoff, I just want to recognize once again Councilwoman Seaman for her birthday. Happy birthday. And then we have Jeff down there. Is Jeff still here? Jeff is gone. Happy birthday to Jeff, too. But my secretary, Felicia Dorcuck, it is her birthday today, and she is the girl that goes every Monday to the florist, buys everyone flowers, makes arrangements, and gives everyone their flowers all week long. And it's her birthday, so I had to order flowers because I couldn't have her make her own. I couldn't have her make her own flowers. So happy birthday, Felicia, and I really appreciate you. And now we will begin with our Vegas Born tomorrow night. Our next Golden Knights game is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, so let's support our Knights. Go Knights, go. And then we have are we going to Nevada Day? Because there we go. Commemorating the state of Nevada's admission into the Union on October 31st, 1864. We observe Nevada Day here on October 25th. So happy birthday, Nevada. Nevada Day is here. We have our Halloween at the Y on Halloween, and thank you, Incorp, for helping us with that. We are going to have a haunted house in the YMCA. We're going to have trunk or treat, lots of great cars, including the Raiders ambulance. Giving out candy. We'll have our stage and DJ, and it's a party. It's always a party in my ward. So please join us at the Y on Halloween from 5 to 8, which is October 31st. Bring the whole family in your costume and enjoy the fun. After our Halloween, we're going to have our normal meeting, Meet with Michelle, on Friday, November 1st from 9 to 11, and I'll serve you some coffee and donuts, and we will talk about our ward, our issues, and get everything resolved, all in a matter of 2 hours. That is some good stuff there. We also, it's fallback, so that is Sunday. So before we come back to City Council, on Sunday, November 3rd at 2 a.m., fallback 1 hour daylight savings time is happening. So let's not forget that. And then, I want to start ending with some of our...
Daylight savings is over.
Yes.
It's not happening, it's
over.
It's over.
Yes.
Now we're back
going
to
to fall
Eastern
back.
Standard. Yes.
Right. Yep. Ending of daylight savings time. Fallback 1 hour. So I usually, if I'm going to sleep at 10 Sunday night, I just set my clock back.
Right, you
Yeah.
should.
Yeah. So we are going to begin with some success stories from our corridor of hope. And the homeless success story that I'm going to start this series off with is a gentleman named Harlan Thompson. Harlan Thompson is a single father who recently regained custody of his 4 children. He started as a volunteer at the courtyard in 2017 and was hired as an operations worker in 2018. Through his employment, he was able to secure and maintain a stable living environment which allowed the courts to return his children into his custody. This is from Harlan. He says, I was terminated from my job, facing eviction from my apartment. The use of drugs played a big role in my homelessness. After getting evicted, I went with my kids to Catholic Charities. After not being able to get assistance from anywhere, one of the workers from Catholic Charities walked us to the courtyard. The courtyard was able to provide me with housing assessment, mental health evaluation to ensure I was still in the right state of mind, job placement and employment, and also provide me with housing. All that in as little as 6 months. Just the amount of support and faith that they had in me to get things done was enough of an impact for me. The extent that they are willing to go for me and my children says a lot. To know that there are people out there who want you to succeed helped me out a lot. As long as you're willing to do the legwork, the help is there. After all that work, I now have my kids from DFC.
I'm having trouble hearing.
And live in a big apartment, thanks to the folks at the courtyard. So I just want to give our Corridor of Hope kudos, and you'll be hearing success stories from our homeless and what we do here in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing on our missing children?
Not today.
Okay, that was very nice. Well, just a couple of things. Councilman Anthony had to leave, and of course, this is the weekend, the fall weekend of the Mayor's Cup International Soccer Tournament for the younger group, all over the city, but at Betty Wilson Park for sure. And from the 25th to the 27th, so please come out. We've got so many of our local teams and our youngsters playing, but having teams come in from around the world, so it's really exciting. And our next city council, as you know, is set up for Wednesday, November 30th at 9. Most specifically, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, with Halloween coming up, be cautious, be careful. Parents, watch your children and make sure you check everything that they pick up in their pillowcases, bags, pumpkins, whatever. And make it a safe one for everyone. And again, as always, we want to thank our city manager and his team, our city clerks who are here. We welcome Cheyenne, who's alive still through the day. Certainly, our public information office has returned. They started off this morning and they had to return because we switched things around. Want to thank our IT department behind the one-way glass, and also right there where you're always visible to us. And then again, significantly to thank our marshals who are always watching us and taking care of us, and our city council for all that you do. Life is fun, life is good, life is healthy, life is full of celebration and birthdays. Happy birthday. And to Kelly, and to everybody who wants to have a birthday, and you're forgiven anytime you want to do the little off things. When's your birthday? Well, between now and the 6th, right? Okay. So am I allowed to ask you how old you are? No, I won't do that because you're very, very sophisticated.
I am 41, which I think from our first council meeting, I learned that at 40, you can say anything you want, whenever you want. Is that true?
That's what my mother told me.
I will be 41, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, it is going to be a great time. No, my mother said that to me. I don't want to hear from you until you're 40. And when you're 40, you can say whatever you want within reason. But anyway, we thank you all, and it's just be safe, be healthy, be careful, and always help somebody. And so we thank you all. Have a great weekend when you get to it. And happy birthday coming. Okay.